to the restaurant acted as a catalyst for some of the damage, especially on the floor.
The earthquake bust the building in two, and then the breeze and the heavy waves of the water go underneath and it start to break other parts of the building.
The area at the back of the restaurant used to be a bar with shelves stacked with liquor and waves crashing against the structure outside. But after Thursday's natural disaster,
yes, all the shelf was about liquor and juice and stuff. And when the earthquake occurred, all the shelves tear down and all the liquors fall to the ground and break.
On Thursday, sections of the island were rocked by a 4.2 magnitude earthquake that was felt mostly in St. Anne and St. Catherine. We are now learning that the earthquake damaged structures along the HAMASHIACH shoreline in Portmore, St. Catherine. Now, the epicenter of the earthquake was on the border of St. Catherine and St. Anne near Guys Hill. There were no reports of injuries, but some businesses on the popular beach were damaged. TVJ's Prince Moore reports.
The earthquake unit, in a preliminary report, said the quake was felt in several parishes and no damage was reported at that time. However, since then, we have received reports of damage to buildings at the HAMASHIACH beach in St. Catherine, more than 100 kilometers away. Thursday's quake left cracks, piles of rubble, and holes in the ground when the shaking stopped. Sarita Earl operates one of the affected restaurants along the shore in HAMASHIACH. She was inside the restaurant when the quake occurred.
I was in the kitchen and I hear a rolling sound from out the sea. And when we look, we can feel the vibration on the ground. But it took, I think they did have one before that broke the building in two.
She added that the damage to the building was not only from the shaking, but that the closeness of the ocean to the restaurant acted as a catalyst for some of the damage, especially on the floor.
The earthquake bust the building in two, and then the breeze and the heavy waves of the water go underneath and it start to break other parts of the building.
The area at the back of the restaurant used to be a bar with shelves stacked with liquor and waves crashing against the structure outside. But after Thursday's natural disaster,
yes, all the shelf was about liquor and juice and stuff. And when the earthquake occurred, all the shelves tear down and all the liquors fall to the ground and break.
On Thursday, sections of the island were rocked by a 4.2 magnitude earthquake that was felt mostly in St. Anne and St. Catherine. We are now learning that the earthquake damaged structures along the HAMASHIACH shoreline in Portmore, St. Catherine. Now, the epicenter of the earthquake was on the border of St. Catherine and St. Anne near Guys Hill. There were no reports of injuries, but some businesses on the popular beach were damaged. TVJ's Prince Moore reports.
The earthquake unit, in a preliminary report, said the quake was felt in several parishes and no damage was reported at that time. However, since then, we have received reports of damage to buildings at the HAMASHIACH beach in St. Catherine, more than 100 kilometers away. Thursday's quake left cracks, piles of rubble, and holes in the ground when the shaking stopped. Sarita Earl operates one of the affected restaurants along the shore in HAMASHIACH. She was inside the restaurant when the quake occurred.
I was in the kitchen and I hear a rolling sound from out the sea. And when we look, we can feel the vibration on the ground. But it took, I think they did have one before that broke the building in two.
She added that the damage to the building was not only from the shaking, but that the closeness of the ocean to the restaurant acted as a catalyst for some of the damage, especially on the floor.
The earthquake bust the building in two, and then the breeze and the heavy waves of the water go underneath and it start to break other parts of the building.
The area at the back of the restaurant used to be a bar with shelves stacked with liquor and waves crashing against the structure outside. But after Thursday's natural disaster,
yes, all the shelf was about liquor and juice and stuff. And when the earthquake occurred, all the shelves tear down and all the liquors fall to the ground and break.
On Thursday, sections of the island were rocked by a 4.2 magnitude earthquake that was felt mostly in St. Anne and St. Catherine. We are now learning that the earthquake damaged structures along the HAMASHIACH shoreline in Portmore, St. Catherine. Now, the epicenter of the earthquake was on the border of St. Catherine and St. Anne near Guys Hill. There were no reports of injuries, but some businesses on the popular beach were damaged. TVJ's Prince Moore reports.
The earthquake unit in a preliminary report said the quake was felt in several parishes and no damage was reported at that time. However, since then, we have received reports of damage to buildings at the HAMASHIACH beach in St. Catherine, more than 100 kilometers away. Thursday's quake left cracks, piles of rubble, and holes in the ground when the shaking stopped. Sarita Earl operates one of the affected restaurants along the shore in HAMASHIACH. She was inside the restaurant when the quake occurred.
I was in the kitchen and I hear a rolling sound from out the sea. And when we look, we can feel the vibration on the ground. But it took, I think they did have one before that broke the building in two.
She added that the damage to the building was not only from the shaking, but that the closeness of the ocean to the restaurant acted as a catalyst for some of the damage, especially on the floor.
The earthquake bust the building in two, and then the breeze and the heavy waves of the water go underneath and it start to break other parts of the building.
The area at the back of the restaurant used to be a bar with shelves stacked with liquor and waves crashing against the structure outside. But after Thursday's natural disaster,
yes, all the shelf was upon liquor and juice and stuff. And when the earthquake occurred, all the shelves tear down and all the liquors fall to the ground and break.
On Thursday, sections of the island were rocked by a 4.2 magnitude earthquake that was felt mostly in St. Anne and St. Catherine. We are now learning that the earthquake damaged structures along the HAMASHIACH shoreline in Portmore, St. Catherine. Now, the epicenter of the earthquake was on the border of St. Catherine and St. Anne near Guys Hill. There were no reports of injuries, but some businesses on the popular beach were damaged. TVJ's Prince Moore reports.
The earthquake unit in a preliminary report said the quake was felt in several parishes and no damage was reported at that time. However, since then, we have received reports of damage to buildings at the HAMASHIACH beach in St. Catherine, more than 100 kilometers away. Thursday's quake left cracks, piles of rubble, and holes in the ground when the shaking stopped. Sarita Earl operates one of the affected restaurants along the shore in HAMASHIACH. She was inside the restaurant when the quake occurred.
I was in the kitchen and I hear a rolling sound from out the sea. And when we look, we can feel the vibration on the ground. But it took, I think they did have one before that broke the building in two.
She added that the damage to the building was not only from the shaking, but that the closeness of the ocean to the restaurant.
Shalom, good morning, good afternoon to everybody. This is an emergency live, so to speak. You know how long I'm trying to go live? I'm trying to go live for a long time. I'm trying to go live since what time, boy? I'm trying to go live since 9 o'clock, and I now get through. So I've been trying to go live for a long time now, for some hours now, and it wasn't really successful, but I'm successful. I am successful now. All right, so in other news, Kalimantan, yes, the island Kalimantan in Indonesia is right now going through the process of purification, but Kalimantan is right now going through the phase of the liquidification, right? Liquidification, right? You figure out the rest of the words. I can't really say the words, but I just, trying to explain to people what's going to happen in Indonesia. What's going to happen to Indonesia is a mega catastrophic tsunami that will begin in Christmas Island, right? When it begins in Christmas Island, it will begin to roll across the southern and the eastern of Indonesia. And after, when it rolls from the southern and the eastern, then it will begin to split, and then it will begin to go over like places like Lombok, Sulawesi, those places, right? Now, the same pattern of the earthquakes, or the same pattern rather of the tsunamis that will be happening for Indonesia, for Florida, for California, will be the said thing that will be happening for Jamaica. All right, so Jamaica having earthquakes right now, and it's not on the main news, it's not on the news at all. The earthquake happened sometime yesterday. There was an earthquake happened yesterday, and there was another earthquake happened sometime, I think is the 1st or the 2nd of September, right? Which are now learning about the earthquake that happened, are now knowing about the earthquake that happened yesterday. So, I'm coming now to tell you all about what is Yahuwah plans now from this date go forward. As some of you all should know right now, alright, Archangel Samuel is the only one that can lead you into the kingdom of heaven, the only one on earth that has the key to access the kingdom. Without me, you goes nowhere, right? Being honest, without me, you goes nowhere. You will be left behind. Also to note that there's 3 tropical storms right now. 3 tropical storms by 7 a.m. By 7 a.m. the storm will begin off from Bahamas, right? Now this storm, right, is going to turn into a very serious hurricane, right? That's like I told you all about Dorian, right? I told you about Dorian, and see what Dorian did, right? You see what Dorian did right now. In order to complete the flattening process of the Caribbean island, we had to bring 3 major storms, which will actually, we begin the season, not the season of hurricanes or storms, because right through the year since 2017, all right, there have been a change in the weather patterns. According to my divine prophecies, there have been a change in the weather patterns. You all seen, right? You all see what happened to Spain, right? Right. Yesterday, Spain had so much rain, water was actually flowing out from people's toilets. It was like if somebody was using the toilets from the other end. Spain had so much of water, right? And today we're going to be talking about what's going to happen to Spain. All right. Also, lightning, a lightning actually struck the tectonic plate in Spain, where the tsunami will begin. All right. Note, if the world really take me serious, I have the power to turn away these storms. You don't know that, right? But if the storms do turn away, you're still going to die. So better we do our process and continue our process rather than blaming it on global warming that don't exist, right? It makes no sense. There's no gap of love in between there, because I told you all from the last life, we don't care anymore about humanity. Right, we just going ahead with what we're doing right now because we want to bring the world to an end. And there's nothing that you could say, there's nothing that you could do. Just count it on your hand. Nothing that you could say, nothing you could do. You could proclaim that you're repenting, right? But we know very well that your repentance is pure. Yeah, and not of the pure of heart. All right, in order for us to stop certain things from happening. Now, note, I see a lot of people on the Bahamas group saying, "Oh Lord, no, not again," right? But they have no love and no compassion for their fellow men. They have no love for their brothers or their sisters. You know what I mean? That's the reason why a next storm will have to come now to complete the stroke. All right. Remember, I told you all about the flattening process. This is a very serious hour that we are in right now. Very serious. There was just 4.5 earthquake that's happened in Southern California, I would correct, right? Central California, sorry. There was just a 4.5 earthquake that happened in Central California just about 3 minutes ago, before, after while I came live. And there's a lot of other activities going on happen, as I told you all already, from the 11th. If you all remember when I told you all, after the 11th, we will be advancing into the what phase? The 9th phase, right? So we actually advance right now. We passed the 7th, the 6th, the 1st, the 4th. If people that listen to me, then they would have know definitely what phase coming up or what phase going on happen, right? We are actually accelerating right now into the 9th phase. We don't have much time again, really. We don't have much time again, but while you are being still shown mercy because you're still living, you're still alive, not happening in your country yet, but soon, very soon, you will see things begin to happen greatly. You know, people might say, you know, Archangel Samuel, all you come in life to talk about is just the end of the world. There's nothing else to salvage here on the earth, to be honest, you know. There's absolutely nothing here. So what I want you all to do right about now is to share this live. All right, we're going to actually talk about some other things too as well, but just listen to this video that I'm playing from Jamaica with the earthquake. All right, they call it a 4.2, but we know it wasn't a 4.2. A 4.2 earthquake cannot cause big cracks and holes and all them kind of thing. We're not stupid. Alright, we're not stupid at all. Alright, so they keep downgrading the earthquakes for the Caribbean islands because it goes according to my divine prophecy. Alright, everything in my prophecy is unfolding, and for those who do not believe, well, then you will be left behind. There's no reason for me to prove myself to you as humans. There's no reason at all for me to prove myself, because I've proven myself over and over. But yet people run to the psychics, the deacons, the pastors, you know, heartlessly, right? People have no love for the creators at all. So all the hypocrites go come out now and pretend that they have power against me. I will tell the hypocrites, the psychics, the pastors, alright, the naysayers and all of them, even the ones in Bahamas, I will tell them now that they are hypocrites. They don't love their brothers, they don't love their neighbor as they love themselves. You know, they don't live the commandments of Elohim. That's why certain things need to happen to them, you know. And the only reason why this earthquake happened in Jamaica is to begin the dismantling process of Montego Bay. Once we have this separation, let me just go into a little details there. But before we go into a little details to discuss about Jamaica and where in Jamaica going to have an earthquake again, as I told you all already, there is a divine plan to end the world.
Restaurant along the shore in Helsha. She was inside the restaurant when the quake occurred.
I was in the kitchen and I hear a rolling sound from out the sea. And when we look, we can feel the vibration on the ground. But it took, I think they did have one before that broke the building in two.
She added that the damage to the building was not only from the shaking, but that the closeness of the ocean to the restaurant acted as a catalyst for some of the damage, especially on the floor.
The earthquake bust the building in two, and then the breeze and the heavy waves of the water go underneath and it start to break other parts of the building.
The area at the back of the restaurant used to be a bar with shelves stacked with liquor and waves crashing against the structure outside. But after Thursday's natural disaster,
yes, all the shelf was upon liquor and juice and stuff. And when the earthquake occurred, all the shelves tear down and all the liquors fall to the ground and break.
On Thursday, sections of the island were rocked by a 4.2 magnitude earthquake that was felt mostly in St. Anne and St. Catherine. We are now learning that the earthquake damaged structures along the Helsha shoreline in Portmore, St. Catherine. Now, the epicenter of the earthquake was on the border of St. Catherine and St. Anne near Guys Hill. There were no reports of injuries, but some businesses on the popular beach were damaged. TVJ's Prince Moore reports.
The earthquake unit in a preliminary report said the quake was felt in several parishes and no damage was reported at that time. However, since then, we have received reports of damage to buildings at the Helsha Beach in St. Catherine, more than 100 kilometers away. Thursday's quake left cracks, piles of rubble, and holes in the ground when the shaking stopped. Sarita Earl operates one of the affected restaurants along the shore in Helsha. She was inside the restaurant when the quake occurred.
I was in the kitchen and I hear a rolling sound from out the sea. And when we look, we can feel the vibration on the ground. But it took, I think they did have one before that broke the building in two.
She added that the damage to the building was not only from the shaking, but that the closeness of the ocean to the restaurant acted as a catalyst for some of the damage, especially on the floor.
The earthquake bust the building in two, and then the breeze and the heavy waves of the water go underneath and it start to break other parts of the building.
The area at the back of the restaurant used to be a bar with shelves stacked with liquor and waves crashing against the structure outside. But after Thursday's natural disaster,
yes, all the shelf was about liquor and juice and stuff. And when the earthquake occurred.
All right, so this is what I want you all to do. Listen carefully to what she say. Listen carefully. And you tell me if that is a 4.2 magnitude. Listen carefully to how she described how the earthquake affected her business. Listen carefully to how she heard that how she heard the earthquake like a rumbling coming from out of the ocean. Listen carefully to the words that she speaks here. It definitely speaks exactly what I have been saying for a long time, basically, of how the earthquakes will be happening and people will hear it coming. They will hear it coming, but they will know what it is. All right, and that is what people will be hearing, right? It depends on where the epicenters are. Note that the epicenters of the earthquake for the Caribbean island or the earth, it is nowhere accurate where USGS or UV seismic or BMKG or all the so-called seismic researchers, right? The epicenters that they claim is the epicenter is not the epicenter. Also too, there's a lot of things going on right now in the Amazon. Remember I told you all about the Amazon? You all need to be excited, you know. You all really need to be excited because the rapture will happen exactly around this time. So around this time, around 3 o'clock, yes, around 3 o'clock in the morning after Yellowstone erupts 12 o'clock, right? Listen carefully. If you listen carefully to what I'm saying, then you will know what's going to happen next and how serious it really is, you know. At 3 a.m. the rapture or the catching away is going to happen. There's no maybe or perhaps, right? I already state the date already some years ago. I'm not going to give you that again. All right. But coming the 29th, we're going to see another shift going to happen, that it is going to begin to flatten the whole earth. So back to the catching away. I don't wanna give out the information. Not that I don't want to give out the information. Nobody will believe anything I'm saying, though. I am the Noah of this time, by the way. I am the Enoch of this time, by the way. Anyone you want to call me, right? If you want to say I'm false, you can continue to say I'm false. But I am the Enoch of this day. I am the Noah of this day. If you want to call me the Abraham, too, you can call me the Abraham. All right? But I am Archangel Samuel. All right? The only divine messenger on the earth. Yeah, the poorest. I am the poorest on the earth, praise Yah, but I'm the richest in the kingdom. You know what I mean? But anyhow, the rapture will be happening at 3 a.m. Zip, exactly. and Yellowstone eruption will happen exactly at 12:05 a.m. and before Yellowstone eruption happen, there will be the 10.1 following. I'll do a prophecy about it soon. Well, I don't need to do a prophecy about it because I already told you exactly what is mandated to take place next on the earth. All right, but if you all listen carefully to what the ladies say in this video, then you will be like, wow, Archangel Samuel really said that some months, some weeks, some days ago, and look, it did happen. So all these things are happening for people to open their eyes to see that I am more than just human, right? That I am more than just how to put it, boy. I am more than just a human being. I'll put it so for people who don't understand. I am more than just a human being in this life. I was divinely sent here for this purpose, to announce the end to the world. You see, everybody else who is talking about Jesus coming and the end going to happen, like a lot of Facebook prophets, a lot of YouTubers, a lot of even old people who into Christian faith and talk about Jesus coming. There's no Jesus coming back. Yeah, Jesus is already here, enslaving the whole of humanity. Jesus ain't coming back. That is part of the deception of the fallen angels. Note, I don't want to go into that because I already thought about that a long while ago. But if you are concerned about your salvation, then you will reach out to me. All right, but if you don't reach out to me, nobody is forcing you to believe. Nobody is forcing you to believe, and nobody is forcing you to to really wake up to what is really going on around the earth, rather than believing in the lies pushed out by different media sites. As of right now, the death toll in Bahamas is 3,000. The death toll in Bahamas is 3,000. And also you also know that celebrities and certain agencies put up $3,300,000 went towards the Bahamas rather to build back Abaco. But I will tell you this, the government of Bahamas is very wicked, nasty, and stink. And some people know what I'm talking about, because the government of Trinidad wicked too, nasty and stink. Now I told you all already, if you all understand, alright, if you all understand the deceptions of the fallen angels, then you will understand how evil this world is. Alright, so they give you an illusion, making you believe that the world is safe. The world is a safe place. The world is not a safe place. As long as you have those fallen angels, those elites, alright, who working for the fallen angels, and the governments who working for the elites. You understand what I mean? Once you have these people, these pests around, them is the real pests. Them is the ones who making things hard for the youths, for the generation. Them is the ones who suffering the generations today. You know what I mean? It's time to wake up, folks. Time to truly wake up.
On Thursday, sections of the island were rocked by a 4.2 magnitude earthquake that was felt mostly in St. Anne and St. Catherine. We are now learning that the earthquake damaged structures along the HAMASHIACH shoreline in Portmore, St. Catherine. Now, the epicenter of the earthquake was on the border of St. Catherine and St. Anne near Guys Hill. There were no reports of injuries, but some businesses on the popular beach were damaged. TVJ's Prince Moore reports.
The earthquake unit in a preliminary report said the quake was felt in several parishes and no damage was reported at that time. However, since then, we have received reports of damage to buildings at the HAMASHIACH beach in St. Catherine, more than 100 kilometers away. Thursday's quake left cracks, piles of rubble, and holes in the ground when the shaking stopped. Sarita Earl operates one of the affected restaurants along the shore in HAMASHIACH. She was inside the restaurant when the quake occurred.
I was in the kitchen and I hear a rolling sound from out the sea. And when we look, we can feel the vibration on the ground. But it took, I think they did have one before that break the building in two.
She added that the damage to the building was not only from the shaking, but that the closeness of the ocean to the restaurant acted as a catalyst for some of the damage, especially on the floor.
The earthquake bust the building in two, and then the breeze and the heavy waves of the water go underneath and it start to break other parts of the building.
The area at the back of the restaurant used to be a bar with shelves stacked with liquor and waves crashing against the structure outside.
You hear that? Break the building in two. And there's no reports from UB Shitmek at all about these earthquakes happening. You know why? They're all keeping it a secret. But don't worry, it will blow up in the public face soon. Soon the public will see that ignoring me was the worst decision that they have ever made in their entire life. By rejecting the kingdom of Elohim, you will be the ones to be left behind to suffer, alright, to experience the real dread of the creators.
Center of the earthquake was on the border of St. Catherine and St. Anne near Guys Hill. There were no reports of interest, but some businesses on the popular beach were damaged. TVJ's Prince Moore reports.
The earthquake unit in a preliminary report said the quake was felt in several parishes and no damage was reported at that time. However, since then, we have received reports of damage to buildings at the Helsha Beach in St. Catherine, more than 100 kilometers away.
And mind you folks, there are so much of things happening right now. There's a lot of things happening right now. Alright, so what we're going to talk about, I'm just going to make this smooth and nice. I'm not going to take up too much of your times because I know you all are busy building your life. You are busy doing things for your life. You are busy saving your money. You're busy doing all these things. But unfortunately, you can't enter into heaven with all these things that you're accumulating here, right? We understand, yes, in order for you to live, you had to, put things in place for you and your family. But I'm telling you, the world coming to an end. And the only safety is an Elohim. The only safety, you could say what you want. You could say Archangel Samuel is a madman because most people say I am mad. Most people say I am crazy, I am delusional. But everything that I speak always happens before, because the pastors and them, they just prophesy. The deacons, the evangelists, the prophet liars, from Baptists, the Hindus, all of them go down is a tradition. They talk about the end. Even Muslims have the Mahdi. The Muslim and them are the Mahdi, right? No Mahdi coming back. No Mahdi coming back to teach Muslims the way of Islam. The way of Islam was created by the Vatican. All right, the Vatican created Islam. The Vatican created Christianity. The Vatican created Hinduism, Buddhism, New Ageism. The Vatican created homosexuality. Everything, right, that they could use to deceive you as a human being, they use it against you as a sword. Yeah, so they continue to drive their force of deception upon your life, stick it down your throat, so that your generations, that your youths, your babies, watching it on televisions. You have to be very, very, very particular, very careful, right, who you listen to, especially in this hour, because there are many people who will deceive you. Good morning to you, Commander Lauren. Good morning to all my brothers and sisters wherever you are. Good night to you, to Sister Rosa, Brother Frank, and the whole army of Elohim, those that are true. And next thing too, about brought to my attention, there are people who talking about their dream about Yahushua, right? That they had a dream that Yahushua came and Yahushua saved them, or Yahushua wrapped them up, and blah blah blah. That is just nonsense, okay? You also know by now, those in the army should know, of Elohim. Those who does have supernatural dreams, they know who they are. You also know by now, without me, you can't enter into the kingdom, right? I put my life online to come here in this flesh, yeah, while there are many other imposters, not humble like how I am humble. You know, sometimes they might hear me cussing, but cussing is not a sin, right? The real sin is disobedience. Disobedience is a sin, yeah, but cussing is not a sin. That's what they created, so that you could believe that cussing is a sin, and if somebody cuss, they go into hell and all them kind of nonsense. But I'm telling you, for your disobedience, for not listening to Archangel Samuel, you will be cast out into the outer darkness. You know, is that into the outer darkness? You know, I'm speaking a tune, you know, Brother Frank. I am singing a tune that nobody else on the earth is singing. You know, I have a specific language. You know, I'll put it in this way. I have a specific language, a special language that many other people try to imitate and be imposters. All right, to imitate my gifts or to imitate my purpose in this flesh, in the things that I've taught, but they have all fall short of the glory of Elohim. In other words, they all fall short because you can't imitate, or in other words, you can't be living unrighteous or ungodly and then take up the status or the mantle of a holy man of Yah. You know, a holy, set, not only holy and set apart, but high ranking. All right, you know, I could boast. I could boast who I am, and nobody will not believe me. Well, when I say nobody, I'm talking about those in the army, but I mean, they know who I am. The public will laugh at me continually. You know, just like what they did in the days of Noah. They laugh at Noah, they laugh at Noah, until that day when Yahuwah told Noah, all right, all those who want to be saved, all right, just send one more message. Let me give them one more opportunity, you know. And when Yahuwah decided to give them one more opportunity, all right, there were many who were left outside of the ark. You know, they wanted to actually be saved when they see the rains truly become, and when they realize that there's no safety outside of Elohim, you know, then they decided, okay, well, you know, we truly need to make a change to be safe. But it was too late, because the floods came and swallowed them all. This is exactly what's going on again. Alright? And the enemy put certain things in the Bible to tie you up. So certain things happening in the Bible, and you're like, wow, how certain things can happen, or you know, how certain things can happen the way how you expect it to happen, and them kind of thing. But you know, the truth is, people don't understand. You know, if people understand the magnitude of what is really going on around the earth, if people truly understand the magnitude, things will be so much better, so much difference. You know, if people understand the magnitude, and that is the problem, folks. The problem is people don't care. They don't care about the magnitude of how deceived they are today. As a people, they are truly deceived. All right, so as you can see on the left right hand side, we have Montego Bay, Jamaica, had an earthquake. They call it a 4.2, but we call it a 5.1. And and then we had a lot of floods yesterday in Spain. Yeah, it was a historical flood. It was something that never happened in the history of humanity, or in the history of Spain. Yeah, there was there was tornadoes that touched down yesterday in Spain. If you don't believe what I'm saying, just go on YouTube, or just type it in Facebook. You might see it. I don't know. I'm not sure who actually who actually did the report on this. But there were tornadoes, and there were a lot of floods happening yesterday in Spain. Yeah, it was terrible. It was really terrible. You could have see cars floating. You could have see water flowing over the mountain. Right. That is really truly cause for concern. Spain and those places don't really have floods. Spain don't really have no tropical system. Neither the UK having earthquake. Them things not don't happen. Them things don't happen. But it's happening now, right? The UK having earthquakes. Spain having earthquakes, Portugal having earthquakes, Australia having earthquakes, places that never had earthquakes or tectonic shift before is happening now. Because of the closeness of the urgency, I had to come live to tell you all what is the plan. Yeah? Although people will not be obedient and listen, they will still warn of what will be or what will happen. You know what I mean? So this is the sad truth also too about it, is that there is a serious drought going on the earth. We're going to start with Trinidad. There is a 20% there actually a 20% reservoir right now of water right now throughout the Caribbean islands. 20%. Certain places it gone down to 10%. Yeah, in the Caribbean island, places like Dominican Republic, is a serious drought, but the media is not talking about it. Yeah, the media is not talking about the magnetic earthquakes too. Like what the lady was talking about is a magnetic earthquake. That means that YAHUWAH take his staff and hit the ocean, the tectonic plate. Yes, I already teach you all about that. But YAHUWAH take his staff and hit the tectonic plate. That's how she heard it singing, coming like she heard it coming like a rushing wind. And it was coming. It was a great song coming, and when it reached where she is, that is when it began to vibrate. That is a magnetic earthquake. People need to know the difference between a magnetic earthquake and a natural earthquake, where the angels come down and the angels rock their their swords rather, back and forward. That is a natural earthquake. Yeah, but when you have a song coming, when you hear a song coming and then bam, an earthquake happen, or you feel a vibration under your foot, that is called a magnetic earthquake. Yeah, and only YAHUWAH does that. YAHUWAH does do the magnetic earthquakes. He is the creator, and in order to shake up, or not really shake up, but to vibrate a place, if you want to break a place, it's very simple. As the creator, he created the earth, and he know exactly where to vibrate. He know exactly where to break off. He know exactly where to saturate. Yeah, he is the creator. YAHUWAH, ELYON. Jehovah is nobody. Jesus is nobody. Allah is nobody. Krishna is nobody. Lakshmi, all demigods, Hanuman, all of them, they are nobodies. They are powerless. But the sad thing is the people who worship these stones, these idols, think that these idols are saving them from certain catastrophic events. But that is not the nature of the truth. The nature of the truth is that you are being shown mercy. Yeah, you are being shown mercy once you hear my voice and you do take heed and you do turn away. Certain things in your life that's supposed to happen to you will not happen. You know what I mean? Because you take heed and you turn away from that ungodly, wicked way that you had. You know what I mean? But if you do not take heed of what I say, then you will be punished with the others. Because there's no reason just punishing one country and then the others think that they're getting away. This is something very important that I want the world to know. Right, you see different countries getting catastrophic disasters, like Dorian, for example, beat Bahamas for 2 days straight. Yeah, what in technology could cause that? Technology cannot cause that. I saw a lot of people also talk about this thing. Blue Beam, and which is other one? Blue Beam, and I can't remember the other deception. All right. Wait, name again, boy. Allah help me there. I can't remember the other one. It was coming, but then it gone. Alright. I'm looking in comment section. I'm looking in comment section. Where's the other deception? I can't remember what it is again. But they believe that deception is what really causing the earthquakes. But they are deceived. They are very deceived. Very, very deceived. And the psychics and them who teaching the people, boy, they have no wisdom, no knowledge, no understanding of nothing what's going on. They learn from the deception of the liars, or from NASA and them who completely deceive the world. So what they learn from the enemies is what they're teaching people. So you see, that is why the curse continues to grow. That is the reason why the punishment continues to pile up. You know what I mean? Because Yahuwah had to put the children in order. He had to put the world in order. He have to put them in order. But not to put them in order, but to bring them to an end. Because they believe that they're more supreme than the Creator. A lot of people who exist today, like scientists and atheists and Christians and all these different people from different walks of life, they think that their religion is greater than the Creator. They think that their religion is greater than the Creator, but they bust on the average. At the same time, you seeing disasters happening and you're not seeing your idols helping you. Are you? Are you seeing your idols coming to dig a hole and let the water run somewhere else? It proves that your idols is powerless. Yahuwah was giving you all an opportunity to repent and turn back, but there seems to be no repentance and no true turning back from the ungodly ways of men or women or children. There seems to be no way of repentance, of true repentance, and there's no way that humanity will understand the true nature of the saturation and the earthquakes, because they hold strong rather of the deceptions, what is being taught to them, right? They hold that strong. They want to be, they want to be somebody who in the know, by the way. Yeah, but the sad thing is, people really don't understand. They don't understand what's really going on, you know. So you had the pastors and you had the deacons and the evangelizers and all of them. And if Jesus was so powerful, how come Jesus didn't save the Bahamas? Why? If Jesus so mighty and powerful and Jesus could save, why Jesus didn't save the dead people in Bahamas? You know, you hear the pastors and them silent now, right? You hear the psychics and them silent because they all bust on the average. They're all silent because, you know why? They are brought to shame. They are brought to shame with their own words of confusion. The own, the words that they themselves created to deceive other people, hunting them down right now. It's just a matter of time before they explode like a tectonic bomb. It's just a matter of time now, It's just a matter of time. It's a matter of time. When I say a matter of time, a real time, that these people will realize that they are deceived by these psychics, that they are deceived by the churches, that they are deceived by the religions and by their traditions. It's just a matter of time. Just a matter of time right now. It's just so sad. It's just so sad to see the people just waste away like that. But there's nothing that Yahuwah could do anymore for you. You know, those who love the world will perish with the world. Yeah, you will perish with the world. And you know, don't think that we couldn't execute all these minor earthquakes happening. All right, all these minor earthquakes happening frequently, earthquakes happening every day, earthquakes happening every 5 minutes. Every 5 minutes there's an earthquake happening, whether it's a great intensity, let me say 6.8, or whether there's a 5.0, 4.1, whether there's a 3.1, even 90, even a 0.1. We know that a 0.1 earthquake means that is just the beginning of a shift. You know, I don't really show you all those magnitudes because not that it's not important, but because it is not of interest to the public, that the public will learn from me only. Once they learn from me only me, don't learn from the psychics, the pastors, the scientists, your teachers, the university. They are all deceived. They are all poisoned by Babylon. They are all poisoned by the system. The system poisoned them. Even the Rastafarians and all of them, they're in their own zone. They're in their own zone. They program them in a certain way to believe that they are their own gods, or they are their own people, or they are they created themselves, and they are energy and light and all them kind of fuckery, all them kind of bullshit. You know, it's very sad. It's very, very sad. Very, very sad. Look at Elohim's point of view, right? And if you look at Elohim's point of view, then you will realize the magnitude of how sad and how hurt, how grieved your creators really is. But you know, some of you really don't care. You don't really care about you don't really care about what your creator is going through, because you know why? The enemies already give you false you know, they actually give you a false understanding, their understanding, so that they can continue to use you. Yeah, they can continue to use you. All right, so what we are seeing there is lightning striking the tectonic plate in Spain, and we had a lot of activities going on in Spain throughout the earth. We also had a tornado in I think it's Utah. Well, a tornado in Utah that did some great destruction. You know, also too with Dorian, right? I'm not gonna stay too long, right? Also too with Dorian, right? Dorian was a category 7 hurricane, upgraded to a category 7 hurricane. If you go back and you look at my prophecy, or you look at the post that I made a few days before Dorian formed, you look at the drawings that I did, then you will know that there will be other storms, other systems. And I would not tell you all how a system is formed or how a storm is formed. It has nothing to do with hot water. It has nothing to do with the water, because the water hot, and you know, as what the weather, the national weather saying. It has nothing to do with that. This has nothing absolutely to do with the water being hot. That's just science. Science is bullshit. You know, science is rubbish. Science is a way in telling the creators, we don't want your wisdom, we don't want your understanding, we don't want to be in your knowledge, we don't want to know your word, Father. You know, science is an embarrassment. Science is an insult to the creators. That is the reason why they created science. That is the reason why they taught you science, because science is also a religion. Science is one of the major, not the mega, but one of the major deceptions. And when I talk about major deceptions, I mean that science goes very deep down the rabbit hole, because they teach you that, they teach your grandparents that. Every child that went to school from in the 1940s till now, from since they started the system of the school on earth, yeah, since they started with the universities and all these different things, where you think they learn that from is Elohim. Yeah, in heaven there are schools. Yeah, in heaven there are even university too in heaven. Yeah, so the practices of what happening in heaven is what the fallen angels is what they try to build. They try to build their own school, their own system, and that's why everything keep going downhill. Yeah, that's the reason why whoever minister or wherever politician, whoever that they put there, that they will rob the people blindly. They will wipe the people with their ass like toilet paper. Soft and Pretty, by the way, that's a good brand to use. They use Soft and Pretty tissue, wipe their ass, and then they flush you down the toilet. That is the system of politics throughout the world, not just one nation, but that is the system of politics. Same thing Donald Trump is doing. Donald Trump is doing the actual same thing. It's the same thing Donald Trump is doing. You know what I mean? Yeah, what's up to you, brother? Kareem. What's up, bro? Donald Trump is actually doing the same thing, right? So, you all, I don't want to go too deep in that because I don't want to keep up much of your time. But you all heard about the Bahamas, the Bahamian people that was on a ship. They was heading to Florida, and Donald Trump put out a word that those who do not have a visa, they need to embark. They need to leave the vessel. Yeah. So your country in rabbles. This hurricane Dorian that happened in Bahamas is just a tip. It's just a tip of the iceberg, right? You all ain't seen nothing yet. Yeah, we will bring back fear in the hearts of mankind, and we will make them fear. We will make them fear us again. Yeah, what they did with the creators, they just push the creators aside. Yeah, they put them under their feet, and they have no regards, no respect, no love, nothing like that for them. They give them a religion to blind them. And once they are given that opportunity to be in a religion, obviously they will rebel, right? And that's what religion teaches you, right? Religion teaches you to rebel. Yeah, it's all about rebellion. It's all to be a rebellion. You know what I mean? So you see all these people and them who talking about, especially the Christians and them on Facebook, especially the ones from the Caribbean island, especially Trinidad. My gosh, you all are hypocrites. For real, boy, for real. Some of you might be genuine in saying that you're praying or that you feel sorry for these people in Bahamas, but the truth is these people in Bahamas is more evil than the people in Trinidad. Yeah, because I mean, come on. The people in Trinidad is evil, yes, they are evil, but the scale, right? There's a scale, right? And once that scale is unbalanced, right, depending on the nature of the scale. Example, let me say use Jamaica. Let me say Jamaica do not tolerate batty boy and homosexuality and all them kind of thing. Yeah, and let me say what is the scale for Jamaica. Now we're going to do a 10.10, right? We're going to do a 10.10, and I just want to explain to you all the scale, how Abraham weighs your sin, how they weighs a nation's sin. And if the leaders of the nation encouraging certain things, then the leaders will be punished together with the ones who support the leaders. That is how it works. For example, when they brought homosexuality, when they begin to recognize homosexuality on the island in Trinidad, right? You realize what's gonna happen, right? You realize storms that happen, as they call it, multiple tropical waves that happen. You realize what happened, right? Note, homosexuality was around since in Sodom and Gomorrah time, but now it become so apparent that they want to stuff it down the youth's throat. Now, when you come into this now, then is like Yahushua saying, suffer not little children to come unto me. It specifically means that those who pushing the agenda for the homosexuality community, for the politicians, those who teaching the children politicians that's lie. And if you all is not awake or not aware of the lies of the politicians and them today, note, politicians from way back was lying because they had lied their way into power. And not only lied their way into power, the true power doesn't really lie in the people. The people really have no power. But in order to make the people believe that they truly have some sort of worth or some sort of power, they have to deceive them. They have to bribe them. They have to give them some of the things that they ask for. Example, simple roads they ask for. They will not do the work. They will not do the roads when you want them to do it. They will do it when you least expect it. But the condition that they will leave the roads or do the roads in, it will be a complete waste of time. Because after a while, when these trucks and things pass up and down, bam, the road gone through again. That is because they didn't do it from the heart. They didn't do it with the people in mind, and really showing the people that they could really serve them. Note that the government ministers or the politicians are really workers for the people. Yeah, the people is the real boss, but the sad thing is that the people don't have the power nor the authority to command the slaves, because the government ministers is the ones working for you. But it's so sad that that is not the case anymore. Is that the government ministers is the real boss when you're supposed to be the boss. And now they triumphing over you and your whole generation, and you have to bow and lick their feet. Yeah, when they're supposed to be the ones to bow before you. Yeah, because you were given dominion over the fishes of the sea and the fowls of the air. You were given dominion. You know what's dominion? Look it up in the Oxford Dictionary. You were given dominion. You were given authority. You were given power. Right? Not to teach people gospel and not to teach them about Jesus and religion and tradition. You were given power from the Most High. Yeah, so the government ministers and them, they're supposed to be like your slave mans, right? Or what should I say? They're supposed to be your you are the bosses, right? So the government ministers and them supposed to be the ones working for you. All right. Also true, it now came back to me, HAP. What we are seeing there, general public, wherever you are right now, I know you are listening to Archangel Samuel, and I know my voice is coming off maybe a little rough sometimes, but that is the way how I am. And the way how they put, the way how they teach you about your gods is not the way how the real creator is at all. Because if you understand the magnitude of anger and rage that the creator really have towards you when you sin, and I know some of you will say, well, we could ask for forgiveness, blah.
Have one before that break the building in two.
She added that the damage to the building was not only from the shaking, but that the closeness of the ocean to the restaurant acted as a catalyst for some of the damage, especially on the floor.
The earthquake bust the building in two, and then the breeze and the heavy waves of the water go underneath and it start to break other parts of the building.
The area at the back of the restaurant used to be a bar with shelves stacked with liquor and waves crashing against the structure outside. But after Thursday's natural disaster,
yes, all the shelf was about liquor and juice and stuff. And when the earthquake occurred, all the shelves tear down and all the liquors fall to the ground and break.
On Thursday, sections of the island were rocked by a 4.2 magnitude earthquake that was felt mostly in St. Anne and St. Catherine. We are now learning that the earthquake damaged structures along the HAMASHIACH shoreline in Portmore, St. Catherine. Now, the epicenter of the earthquake was on the border of St. Catherine and St. Anne near Guys Hill. There were no reports of injuries, but some businesses on the popular beach were damaged. TVJ's Prince Moore reports.
The earthquake unit in a preliminary report said the quake was felt in several parishes and no damage was reported at that time. However, since then, we have received reports of damage to buildings at the HAMASHIACH beach in St. Catherine, more than 100 kilometers away. Thursday's quake left cracks, piles of rubble, and holes in the ground when the shaking stopped. Sarita Earl operates one of the affected restaurants along the shore in HAMASHIACH. She was inside the restaurant when the quake occurred.
I was in the kitchen and I hear a rolling sound from out the sea. And when we look, we can feel the vibration on the ground. But it took, I think they did have one before that broke the building in two.
She added that the damage to the building was not only from the shaking, but that the closeness of the ocean to the restaurant acted as a catalyst for some of the damage, especially on the floor.
The earthquake bust the building in two, and then the breeze and the heavy waves of the water go underneath and it start to break other parts of the building.
The area at the back of the restaurant used to be a bar with shelves stacked with liquor and waves crashing against the structure outside. But after Thursday's natural disaster,
yes, all the shelf was about liquor and juice and stuff. And when the earthquake occurred, all the shelves tear down and all the liquors fall to the ground and break.
On Thursday, sections of the island were rocked by a 4.2 magnitude earthquake that was felt mostly in St. Anne and St. Catherine. We are now learning that the earthquake damaged structures along the HAMASHIACH shoreline in Portmore, St. Catherine. Now, the epicenter of the earthquake was on the border of St. Catherine and St. Anne near Guys Hill. There were no reports of injuries, but some businesses on the popular beach were damaged. TVJ's Prince Moore reports.
The earthquake unit in a preliminary report said the quake was felt in several parishes and no damage was reported at that time. However, since then, we have received reports of damage to buildings at the HAMASHIACH beach in St. Catherine, more than 100 kilometers away. Thursday's quake left cracks, piles of rubble, and holes in the ground when the shaking stopped. Sarita Earl operates one of the affected restaurants along the shore in HAMASHIACH. She was inside the restaurant when the quake occurred.
I was in the kitchen and I hear a rolling sound from out the sea. And when we look, we can feel the vibration on the ground. But it took, I think they did have one before that broke the building in two.
She added that the damage to the building was not only from the shaking, but that the closeness of the ocean to the restaurant acted as a catalyst for some of the damage, especially on the floor.
The earthquake bust the building in two, and then the breeze and the heavy waves of the water go underneath and it start to break other parts of the building.
The area at the back of the restaurant used to be a bar with shelves stacked with liquor and waves crashing against the structure outside. But after Thursday's natural disaster,
yes, all the shelf was about liquor and juice and stuff. And when the earthquake occurred, all the shelves tear down and all the liquors fall to the ground and break.
So she said that yeah, she said that all the liquor fall to the ground and burst. Yeah?
That the earthquake damaged structures along the HAMASHIACH shoreline in Portmore, St. Catherine. Now, the epicenter of the earthquake was on the border of St. Catherine and St. Anne near Guys Hill. There were no reports of injuries, but some businesses on the popular beach were damaged. TVJ's Prince Moore reports.
The earthquake unit in a preliminary report said the quake was felt in several parishes and no damage was reported at that time. However, since then, we have received reports of damage to buildings at the HAMASHIACH beach in St. Catherine, more than 100 kilometers away. Thursday's quake left cracks, piles of rubble, and holes in the ground when the shaking stopped. Sarita Earl operates one of the affected restaurants along the shore in Helsha.
And holes in the ground, right, folks? Holes in the ground. Just imagine that is a magnetic earthquake. And all those who believe in the scientists and USGS BMKG in Indonesia, they're all full of crap. You know what I mean? They're all full of crap. You know, it's real hard to convince the public that I am really telling them the truth, because they are brainwashed to believe in them, folks. You know, once they believe in them, folks, they're brainwashed to believe in them. You know, so once they continue to believe in them, fine. They trust them. Yeah. Well, they will perish with them. They will perish with them. To be honest here. All right. So yeah, what we're gonna do? We're going to, let me just check something out there. And I'm going to just show you all. I'm just going to do a sort of, let me see if I could do a little switch there. So all those who trust in their enemies, right, when certain things begin to happen, right, just know that you trust in your enemies, right? You trust in your enemies. You didn't trust in your creators. Yeah? Because you didn't trust in your creators, that is the reason why, you know, certain things are happening. All right, so what we're going to talk about is a little bit on Bahamas, and we're going to talk about the path of the storm or the hurricane that is going to be our next hurricane again. This hurricane is going to flatten Florida. So Florida now is going to get it, as you all know, Florida have been spared, not spared really, but they were shown mercy when Dorian passed. What Dorian did saturation on the outer coast. And what this new system that is going to do, it's going to encourage the inland saturation, right? On land saturation or inland saturation. This is what this new system is going to do. And what we're going to do is I'm just going to come in a little bit to Bahamas. I'm not going to zoom up or zoom anything like that. You also know specifically, also to let's look at the left hand side. You also know too as well that Abaco Island is no more. Yeah, Abaco Island has been removed off the map. So all those who sending money for Bahamas and all those who sending perhaps items for the people in Bahamas, they are not receiving those items, right? Abaco is no more, right? Therefore, the people of Abaco is no more. They don't exist anymore to the government of Bahamas. Yeah, the Trinidadians don't know what's going on. They might feel pity and compassion, but Trinidadians, let me be real, when shit started happen to you all, I don't call it shit because it could be real shit when things started happen to you all. So when things started happen to Trinidadians, you really believe that other countries will come and help you? No, they will never help you. Yeah, you helping this one, you helping that one, but you're not helping your own brothers and sisters, your own poor brothers and sisters, your own suffering brothers and sisters. Yeah, you know, it only have some of them who will pappy show the public for views on TV like Sonny Bling, you know, and these are tele entertainers, you know, they entertaining people by making the people believe that they really, you know, understand how poor people that suffer. But what Sonny Bling and the others did is mock poor people or mock people on the streets. Yeah, because if you want to do something genuinely, you do it from your heart. You don't do it to show it up on TV. You don't do it up like that. That's the reason why they are all being cursed. That's the reason why they are all beaten by many stripes, because of their wickedness against their fellow men, the wickedness against their brother and their sister. And there are people who truly support these agendas, human beings that truly support the agenda of these guys, or support everybody wants to be famous, right? Everybody wants to be famous, but in order to be famous and in order to be a TV icon, you had to join the Illuminati. So for example, we're talking about Sonny Bling, right? How did Sonny Bling become an important icon? It all started with Sonny Bling, starting off doing radio stations and all this kind of thing and skits, but it didn't just start there, right? Didn't just start there. Sonny Bling and them is millionaires, not billionaires, but millionaires. Yeah, Sonny Bling and them is people that truly could help people, or could they have a certain personality in the eyes of the public to reach out to certain people. They are like influence. You see, what I'm trying to make you all understand is that those who have influence over the people are the ones who sold out. Let me say that again. The ones who have the most influence over people. Example, Devika Gajahach, yes, the psychic, yeah, and Raghu, right? Yeah, Raghu the psychic too as well. They have influence over the public. They know, right? They know who they are in this flesh. Yeah, but they were deceived by the fallen angels, by other angels, other fallen angels, but like themselves in the flesh, to deceive others. So they think that they should be above others by pretending that they're doing acts of generosity or acts of caring and going around and pretend to feed people. That is not generosity. That is not from your heart. Yeah, some people might say, but Archangel Samuel, why wouldn't you do it? I would do it in a heartbeat. If I had the money like Sonny Bling and Devika and Raghu and them, who could have big boats, fly out whenever you want, and I mean, yeah, I would have genuinely do it, but I not posting it up on Facebook for people to know about it. That is when people are looking for views. A lot of people looking for views, yeah, looking to be famous, looking for attention, right? Not only looking to be famous, but they also looking forward, right, to be an icon in the public eyes, to deceive the public further. If you understand what I mean. This is what happening to the prime ministers, the presidents, the politicians. All the politicians, brother, is on the governance side now, or the non-governance side that already was in government before. They are all playing the people like second fiddles. Yeah, so it's very sad. It's very, very sad. But anyhow, we're gonna continue talking about Bahamas. Yeah, I don't wanna stay too long, because what has happened when I stay too long, right? All right, so we're talking about Nassau, Bahamas. Yes, Nassau, Bahamas is where the Prime Minister of Bahamas is. It is also where the 100 soldiers and the 100 Coast Guard members are being sent there on an assignment from the Trinidad and Tobago Police and Coast Guard Service to guard the residence of the Prime Minister. Knowing that the people will very soon wake up, knowing that the people will very soon rise up as one against the government of Nassau and government throughout the Caribbean islands. If you all remember, those who remember from in February month, I told you all there's some grudges, there's a secret war going on in the hearts of the people, that they're not really speaking out yet, yeah, but they're just holding it in. And in order to trigger for the people to wake up, then you had to do a certain like a disaster, right? As disaster had to happen for people to wake up. And although the disaster happened in Bahamas, people, the government of Bahamas still do not care about their people, because the government of Bahamas, they believe that they are above the Aberconians, or they are above the people because they are government ministers. You all have to understand how that Bahamas became a government place. Bahamas is an island, not an island like Trinidad and Tobago, not an island like Grenada. It's not big. Bahamas, yes, is a place that have different islands. It's true, but those islands are very, very small. Yeah, the only two big, small. Let me put it this way. Let me put it down. Let me go down in the rabbit hole a little deeper. Who put these people in power? Not the people, eh? The people have a part to play, yes, but the elites is the one who decided to have a government in Bahamas, right? Is the elites who came up with this agenda. Well, not really the elites, because you know the elites listening to the higher heads, the fallen angels, the United what call us up again? United Nations is the council of the ungodly. You know, most of the times you hear the United Nations talking nice, and you know they're talking about the Somalian people suffering. But this is just an example of how wicked the heart of humanity really is. There are people who suffer. Yes, human beings like you, alright, suffering in different countries, Yemen and all in different places. Why wouldn't they send aid to Yemen? Right? The people in Yemen suffered. Certain people in Thailand and all in different places are suffering. Why wouldn't they send aid to those places? Why wouldn't they send aid to the Somalians and them who you know, you're actually seeing like flies buzzing on them? But this is just part of the way how to get you to give them money. It's called the deception of the Red Cross. And in order for you all to think that the Somalian people is really in a really decomposing state, the public ain't know half of what's going on in Somalia. You only know what the BBC tell you, because the BBC News media network involves the UK, the United Kingdom. Are we getting somewhere now? United Kingdom is who? The reptilian queen Elizabeth, not Elizabeth, not Elizabeth. She is a true lizard, right? So we talking. Well, let me show it to me here. We talking about Elizabeth, yeah. All right, let me just listen to this video here. I need to drink a little water.
Holes in the ground when the shaking stopped. Sarita Earl operates one of the affected restaurants along the shore in Hellshire. She was inside the restaurant when the quake occurred.
I was in the kitchen and I hear a rolling sound from out the sea. And when we look, we can feel the vibration on the ground. But it took, I think they did have one before that broke the building in two.
She added that the damage to the building was not only from the shaking, but that the closeness of the ocean to the restaurant acted as a catalyst for some of the damage, especially on the floor.
The earthquake bust the building in two, and then the breeze and the heavy waves of the water go underneath and it start to break other parts of the building.
The area at the back of the restaurant used to be a bar with shelves stacked with liquor and waves crashing against the structure outside. But after Thursday's natural disaster,
yes, all the shelf was about liquor and juice and stuff. And when the earthquake occurred, all the shelves tear down and all the liquors fall to the ground and break.
On Thursday, sections of the island were rocked by a 4.2 magnitude earthquake that was felt mostly in St. Anne and St. Catherine. We are now learning that the earthquake damaged structures along the Hellshire shoreline in Portmore, St. Catherine. Now, the epicenter of the earthquake was on the border of St. Catherine and St. Anne near Guy's Hill. There were no reports of injuries, but some businesses on the popular beach were damaged. TVJ's Prince Moore reports.
The earthquake unit in a preliminary report said the quake was felt in several parishes and no damage was reported at that time. However, since then, we have received reports of damage to buildings at the HAMASHIACH beach in St. Catherine, more than 100 kilometers away. Thursday's quake left cracks, piles of rubble, and holes in the ground when the shaking stopped. Sarita Earl operates one of the affected restaurants along the shore in HAMASHIACH. She was inside the restaurant when the quake occurred.
I was in the kitchen and I hear a rolling sound from out the sea. And when we look, we can feel the vibration on the ground. But it took, I think they did have one before that broke the building in two.
She added that the damage to the building was not only from the shaking, but that the closeness of the ocean to the restaurant acted as a catalyst for some of the damage, especially on the floor.
The earthquake bust the building in two, and then the breeze and the heavy waves of the water go underneath and it start to break other parts of the building.
The area at the back of the restaurant used to be a bar with shelves stacked with liquor and waves crashing against the structure outside. But after Thursday's natural disaster,
yes, all the shelf was upon liquor and juice and stuff. And when the earthquake occurred, all the shelves tear down and all the liquors fall to the ground and break.
On Thursday, sections of the island were rocked by a 4.2 magnitude earthquake that was felt mostly in St. Anne and St. Catherine. We are now learning that the earthquake damaged structures along the HAMASHIACH shoreline in Portmore, St. Catherine. Now, the epicenter of the earthquake was on the border of St. Catherine and St. Anne near Guys Hill. There were no reports of injuries, but some businesses on the popular beach were damaged. TVJ's Prince Moore reports.
The earthquake unit in a preliminary report said the quake was felt in several parishes and no damage was reported at that time. However, since then, we have received reports of damage to buildings.
All right, so as I was saying before, you have Elizabeth from England. So the BBC is a complete deception. They lie. Yeah, most of the things that the BBC reports is lies. Because when you ask yourself, how did they get under the ocean, and I don't want to go into too much of thing because BBC deal with nature and all them kind of rubbish. You also know that nature is a part of the deception too. The word nature completely erases the creation or the creator of the creation, right? So the word nature is an insult to Elohim too as well, because in order to have a nature, you need to have a creator. In order to have nature so beautiful, right, there must be a higher creator. Now, there's a lot of stupid questions going around that people asking who created God and all them kind of madness. For big men, you should think. All right. If you came into the flesh, let me just teach you all a little something before we go. I already teach this some years ago. All right. If you came out of the womb of your mother, because all of you came out from the womb of your mother. You didn't came out from the bottom of your mother, right? Or you didn't come out from the bottom of your father. All right. That is the agenda of the fallen angels, so that they bring about an agenda, making you believe that you could be a different agenda, making you believe that you born a male, but they making you believe that you could be a female in a male body. It is impossible. But they make it impossible by drilling it into you. Drilling it into you good, real good, by using M2K. I think it's M2K. By using M2K to program your mind, to program you to believe that he is a girl. It's called it's white. I think it's M2K. I can't remember the name of the weapon that they use, but they use this weapon to do mind control. Yeah, and the word harp is a failed project. HARP is a project that was done away with since 2012. Since 2012, the project HARP don't exist anymore. The things that is happening on the earth is supernatural. There's a higher authority that is doing these supernatural things. This has nothing to do with NASA or scientists and them exploiting the weather, although they could do it, and the only how they could do it, they cannot manipulate the weather. Yeah, they cannot. They can never manipulate the weather. The only thing that they could do to manipulate the weather is spray chemtrails. Yeah, you ever heard about chemtrails before? Anybody ever heard about chemtrails? Right. Chemtrails is the same so-called Sahara dust. What is the Sahara dust? Sahara dust is chemtrails. And, in order to put it in a nice way so that you all will have a nice understanding, that will deceive you and tell you about Sahara dust, right? On this map here, I'm just going to do a little quick, I'm just going to do a little quick switch there. Let's see if once it works good, right? Once it works properly, let me see what's going on there. All right, so let me see if I can just I'm just gonna do a little quick tutorial. All right, guys, so as we can see here right now, right now we have earthquakes happening. Let's see if I could just drag it. Can't. So let's try to drag it now, but it ain't dragging today. It was just dragging, but maybe it will drag again. If any one of you saw my drawing, yeah, the drawing, I think it was from the 26th of August, somewhere around there. I did a specific drawing on Florida, how the earthquakes will be happening for Florida, where Dorian would be going. I show you all what a new system would have been formed. I wonder if I have it downloaded here, but I can't remember if I have it downloaded. But I just, giving you a reminder. I think I have it. It should be downloaded already. It should be downloaded, but I can't really switch right now. But as you can see, Bahamas here, right? And you can see Havana, Cuba right there. What is going to happen? The new system, right? They call it a tropical depression, which will turn into a hurricane. It will be in the next 7 days. It will turn into a hurricane. And as I say, and as I always say, all right, always give you the warning in front. This is your opportunity to come into the ancient truth of Elohim, because without the ancient truth of Elohim, which is the true oil, you cannot enter into heaven. You cannot enter into heaven. You cannot be raptured without the ancient truth of Elohim. The ancient truth of Elohim is the true word of the creators. Yeah? Without that truth, which is the true oil of salvation, not Christianity. Religion is not the oil of salvation. Religion is the oil of destruction, so to speak, right? Religion is the path to destruction, right? Because as you can see, Bahamas had some really devoted Christians, real devoted, they really love God, and bam, Elohim didn't care about them and their God, right? So not too far we seen Turks and Caicos Island. That is also another part of Bahamas, but more opposite Haiti, like, and we also seen the Cayman Islands. I did a drawing explaining about the tectonic plate. And let me just if we go back down to the islands, you will see Trinidad and Tobago there, and you will see those are all the earthquakes that are currently happening for Trinidad right now. And we just had a 3.8 just 15 minutes ago. We had a 3.8 in Maturin. As you can see there were 4 earthquakes there. over the period of 4 days, which include today, make it 4 days. In Maturin, there was earthquakes in Carupano. I did a drawing about that already. Hopefully in the future I will do another drawing, but no, I will not do another drawing, because I tell you all, I've done explain about Trinidad. What we're going to talk about is the 10.1. I love to refresh your mind. The 10.1 catastrophic magnitude earthquake will actually begin. It won't begin no time after 9. It won't begin no time after 10. For example, Trinidadians, you also know, for example, this is not to insult people or anything like that. This is just to bring awareness, right? If you tell a Trinidadian, right, you tell them to meet you. You tell them to meet you for a meeting at 10. What time you think these Trinidadians will actually? What time you actually think that these Trinidadians will actually reach the meeting? 10:30. You tell them 10 o'clock, they reaching 10:30. You tell them 11 o'clock, they reaching 10:15. They tell them 11 o'clock, they're reaching 11:15, 1 o'clock, and saying that they wasn't getting no car, all this kind of thing. In other words, what I'm trying to explain to you all is that when Yahuwah say a time is a time. If Yahuwah say 9 o'clock, 9 o'clock sharp. Yeah, Yahuwah ain't going against what he speak to me. Right? Whatever Yahuwah speak through me, whatever I speak out of the heart of the Creator, right? Because I am their voice on the earth. I am their voice on the earth. I am the voice of the Creator on the earth. I am the voice of the voiceless on the earth. I am the voice in the wilderness, right? For years, I'm the voice in the wilderness that the world rejects, but in the end, I am the one that the world will have to come to. Yeah, they will have to come to, because there will be no way out of what will happen in a few days from now. There will be no way out. No religion can save you. No Jesus, no Kali. None of them in bust in the sky, and none of them in coming to save you, because during your lives, I saw some part of your life, you sit down and you think, our parents teach us religion, teach us traditions. It was to uphold a curse, right? It wasn't to uphold righteousness, or to remain rooted and grounded in Elohim commandments. Religion poisons the generation. All the generations are poisoned. And no, religion is not from your creators. Religion is from your gods, the fallen angels, the Anunnaki, the Enki, right? The Egyptian gods, right? I had to boil down to this. Yeah. It all boils down to slavery. Yeah. Religion is a slavery mentality, right? So is at the end of the day, it's up to you to believe in what I'm saying, Up to you to believe. Anyhow, let's move on. I want to do a little short drawing there, and then we're gonna call it quits. As you can see, earthquakes happen in Valencia. I'm just going to explain real quick of how I told you that Venezuela will split in 3, right? The first split will begin between Carupano and Maturin. But we know Carupano and Maturin will be a cubicle. Carupano and Maturin will be a cubicle. I'm saying it correct, right? Will be a cubicle split. I already explained it on my drawings from some weeks ago. And after that, we goes down to Guyana. You see, Guyana, all the oil and all these different things. Well, I'm going to talk about that today. But Guyana has been saturated. For those who don't know, there's a place called Suriname too that had floods and rains just 3 days ago. And whatever the name of the place, yes. And then we have the beautiful Amazon, and all on one land. Guyana is on one land with Amazon. They are on one tectonic plate. Yeah, they're all on one tectonic plate, by the way. So now the Amazon. What's happening in the Amazon right now is the breaking of the earth, right? I saw a video. I'm not going to bring it up right now. I don't have the time to go and download that video. Not that I don't want to, but I don't have the time for that. I'm not wasting that particular time to go and download that video to upload it to show you all what's going on in Arizona. Arizona as well as Amazon, right? But what's going on in Amazon right now is the land that is splitting. Remember, if I told you all, well, Venezuela will be split in three, which includes Carapano and Maturin, right? Now, Carapano and Maturin, which includes Caracas and, Caracu. Because if you all remember that I told you all, Panama City FR and the mega catastrophic tsunami is going to begin here, right? And if you all note, and those who always keep a note, you all could also download any earthquake app. You can download any earthquake app, and you can always keep in track with the earthquakes, although the magnitudes will be incorrect and inaccurate. But say what, you're still getting to know about the activities that we are doing on the earth, right? So as you can see, we have Panama City and Costa Rica, we have Nicaragua, we have Honduras, we have Guatemala, and we have Chiapas. I don't know if I'm saying the word correct. And we have Tabasco, Tabasco, I think it's Tabasco, wherever in the place. And we have Yucatan. We have Belize too as well on the same land with Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua, right? Now, the mega catastrophic tsunami will definitely begin. If you look definitely at this, how I bring the map here, then they will know how the earth is flat, and then they will understand how we're going to create the tsunami. Now, to create a tsunami for the Caribbean island is very easy, very sweet and nice. The tsunami is going to begin, as you can see, Florida land right there, and there's no way that we could create a tsunami from Florida here, unless if we build the tectonic plates. Before Yahuwah does anything at all, Yahuwah gives warning. Yahuwah doesn't destroy any city without a warning. They get warnings and warnings and warnings. And when they begin to get verbal warnings, I say warnings. When they begin to get verbal warnings like I am giving you, then and only then, well, they may take me serious or they may not. But say what? Only then they will understand. For example, if you're working in a company, right, people? You're working in a company, and let me say your punctuality wasn't on time, and you're late every single day. Every single day you're late for work. Every day you're late for work. Every day, yeah? Every day you late for work, right? But one day your boss does get fed up, and your boss decided, here what's going on. They're going to give you a verbal letter. Because they give you, a verbal letter means a verbal warning, means word of mouth then, right? Verbal means a word of mouth. When they begin to give you, I can't really remember to explain it to you, but if you all have, let me say, a slightest idea, maybe you could put it in the comment section there, so maybe I could remember it. I can't really formulate what I want to explain to you all right now, because in between the spirit and in between I'm in the spirit right now and I'm in the natural, so I am just taking the information from what Yahuwah giving me now, and I'm telling you all it, right? So if you all have any idea what I'm trying to explain, it will be a beautiful, very beautiful, that people could actually put it down in the comment section there, so that people could learn. Right? Venezuela was split in three. Also, America was split in 7 parts. I explained that on a drawing from 2017. If you go back on those drawings, which I may do a live about it, not today though, but I may do I think I did an update on that drawing in 2017. So you could go and look at that if you could find it, because most of the things that I'm doing, it's being suppressed by the enemy. So it's very hard for me to reach people right now. Knowing in this dark hour that we're in right now. You all know about the 23 days of darkness, right? Right. The 23 days of darkness is coming. And that is one of the things that YAHUWAH said to warn you all about. The 23 days of darkness means complete darkness on the earth for 23 days. And after the 23 days of darkness, then the Armageddon war will begin. So, you all have to understand how the Bible deceives humanity to believing that the Bible is really the main source. The Bible is not the main source. The Bible will never be the main source. Anything that is brought, anything that could be sold by men, it could be manipulated by the enemies. Let me say that one more time. All right. We had an earthquake. All right, 5.0 in Luzon, Philippines. All right, we'll be going over there in a second. Thank you, Abba. We're going to be going over to Luzon, Philippines. Everything I'm telling you all here will happen. Whether you listen or you don't listen to me, I am the divine one. The only divine one that the world, everybody on the earth, whoever you are, needs to listen to only me. You listen to anybody else, they will deceive you. All right, and you will lose your salvation. Anyhow, so we have I'm still looking for my answer there. So we have Costa Rica, and bam, the tsunami will begin in Panama City. And in order to generate that water, because we need to generate 7,000 feet of water. 7,000 feet of water will be generated. And not only that, Panama will be broken off. Let me just go forward here. Panama will be broken off so that the water that is out here, which is the Central Pacific Rise, which will be here. Here is where we are working on right now to bring, to gather the water. So the water is being gathered here right now. So what is being done is that the water is being pooled or gathered in a horizontal manner. All right. So all those earthquakes that is happening near the ocean or near the coast, those are the places where the water will be generated. Water will be generated to begin our mega catastrophic tsunamis there. So again, Panama City will be broken off right here. This will newly be after when we break off Costa Rica here, and we break off from Monteria, right? When we break off from there, then the water from the Central East Pacific Rise, I don't know if I've seen it right, but the water from here outside in Ecuador will now be able to flow inland to gather out here, right? Note that you also understand how the tsunamis will be happening. The tsunami will be a roll event. It will be rolling across the islands because the earth is flat. Because the earth is a flat earth, it is possible that we will do the tsunami that way, because that is how the earth is created. The earth is not created as a spinning ball. That is the deception. That is part of the programming, the mind control system of the fallen Anunnakis or the fallen ones, right? I think that everybody should be listening right now, by the way. But anyhow, let me see how much people we could gather here right now. Tag anybody who you could tag. Share this live wherever you could share this live. Whoever you can share this live to, please share this live, as my time is very, very precious, and you all need to learn to appreciate me coming every time and sitting on here for maybe sometimes 16 hours straight, trying to open your eyes, while the others trying to deceive you to not listen to me so that they will be famous. They want to be famous, but their goal is to deceive you. Right? Because they themselves know that they are not in alignment with Elohim. They know they are not in alignment with the creators, and they know that they are serving the enemy, and they want to pull down others with them. And in order to pull down others with them, they have to make me look bad. Remember, I am the main source, right? And being the main source is not an easy task at all. It's not easy being the main source on the earth and being tormented by the same people, or being attacked rather, not tormented, but yeah, well, tormented, but being attacked by the same people who you swear an oath to help, who I swear an oath to wake up, who I swear an oath to reach all out to reach them, right? The same people who I swear an oath to help them is the same people who want to destroy me. But I'll tell you all something, it's impossible to destroy me. You can't destroy me at all. Yeah, I cannot be destroyed. All right, anyhow, so no matter what people say bad things against me, they just want you to be against me, so that you will not listen to me, so that you will end up left behind like them. Got it? All right, so now we have Mexico join to Florida, right? We have Mexico join to Florida, Alabama, blah blah blah, and this is the horse's head. And from here we have Baja, California, which we're going to be talking about this one, but I'm just going to do a review rather of the entire earth. So I need you all to continue to share this live wherever you could share it. It doesn't mean that people will like to hear what I have to say, but at least they did hear, and they witnessed that Archangel Samuel warned them about it. Once I warn you about it, it's final. It will happen. Right? It will happen when you listen, when you want it to happen. It will happen when you do not expect it to happen. And that's all, you know, that's how Elohim are doing things, because they are the creators. They are unpredictable, very unpredictable. All right, so as we can see here, right, well, you know, I'll talk about all of that again, but from Costa Rica here will break off, and lower down to Panama City here, right here, right, this tail here will break off, so that the water that is being gathered out here in the Eastern Pacific Rise here, that this water will cross into the Caribbean Sea. Right, once this water cross in the Caribbean Sea, it will be ready to create a tsunami coming down the road. Right, what will happen to Honduras and all these other places? We'll be talking about that in a second. As you all know, the reason why there are earthquakes happening Oaxaca, Mexico, it is to break off Mexico. So you know, you see in Baja, California, they will not, never mind that, right? From here, right, from here going to break off. So a split is actually happening here. You all hear me talk about the split to happen in Mexico, right? Right, there's the split here. It will happen from here, right outside the coast of Baja, California. That is exactly where the split will be happening. Split will be happening here, and split right across Mexico.
The closeness of the ocean to the restaurant acted as a catalyst for some of the damage, especially on the floor.
The earthquake bust the building in two, and then the breeze and the heavy waves of the water go underneath, and it start to break other parts of the building.
The area at the back of the restaurant used to be a bar with shelves stacked with liquor and waves crashing against the structure outside. But after Thursday's natural disaster,
yes, all the shelf was about liquor and juice and stuff. And when the earthquake occur, all the shelves tear down and all the liquors fall to the ground and break.
On Thursday, sections of the island were rocked by a 4.2 magnitude earthquake that was felt mostly in St. Anne and St. Catherine. We are now learning that the earthquake damaged structures along the HAMASHIACH shoreline in Portmore, St. Catherine. Now, the epicenter of the earthquake was on the border of St. Catherine and St. Anne near Guys Hill. There were no reports of injuries, but some businesses on the popular beach were damaged. TVJ's Prince Moore reports.
The earthquake unit in a preliminary report said the quake was felt in several parishes and no damage was reported at that time. However, since then, we have received reports of damage to buildings at the Helsha Beach in St. Catherine, more than 100 kilometers away. Thursday's quake left cracks, piles of rubble, and holes in the ground when the shaking stopped. Sarita Earl operates one of the affected restaurants along the shore in Helsha. She was inside the restaurant when the quake occurred.
I was in the kitchen and I hear a rolling sound from out the sea. And when we look, we can feel the vibration on the ground. But it took, I think they did have one before that broke the building in two.
She added that the damage to the building was not only from the shaking, but that the closeness of the ocean to the restaurant acted as a catalyst for some of the damage, especially on the floor.
The earthquake bust the building in two, and then the breeze and the heavy waves of the water go underneath and it started.
Alright, so we are back there. Yeah, nice try, internet provider, nice try. Trying to cut off my life, right? Because I've given very, very important information here that the elites continue to steal my prophecies and thing, you know, and listen to everything that I say, but the people don't. Imagine the evil ones listens to what I say. Off the bat, they does exactly what I say, but the people don't listen, and that's the baddest. That's the bad thing, The evil ones listening to my life, but the people not listening, and the evil ones preparing while the public is not preparing, right? Public is not preparing at all. Well, look at that. And we're not talking about El Salvador, eh? We're not talking about yeah, I might bring up the earthquake up today. It too problematic this hour, alright? too problematic, by the way. So there was an earthquake happened 20 minutes ago offshore of El Salvador, right? I just explained to you all about the offshore, right? And the reason why the earthquakes are happening in the Gulf of Mexico, right? It's because the break off here will have to break off. Once here break off, it will sink. It wouldn't float away to nowhere else. So from here, go right back here, will break off in order to level here. So in order to get the water from outside here to come into here, they need to break off here, and that is what they're working on, right? So this piece of land will break off, and when that piece of land is break off, there will be another piece to break off here. So we're talking about the beginning here under Baja, California here, Mexico, will break off. It has to break off, right? Here will break off, and then here will break off. Oaxaca, Mexico will break off. And then we have all these different places like Belize and El Salvador. El Salvador was a place with an earthquake, right? So there was an earthquake in El Salvador. Let me see. Let me just go back. Anybody have any updates on the earthquakes in the earthquake that has happened in El Salvador? I'm just going back and look because I am flabbergasted. Right now, I don't know how to explain that they are, yes, offshore El Salvador. And offshore El Salvador, which is what we're looking at right now, there was an earthquake that just happened there. Anybody can send over the data? Anybody have, let me see if I can send over the data for you. Alright? I'll send over the data for you just now.
However, since then, we have received reports of damage to buildings at the Helsha Beach in St. Catherine, more than 100 kilometers away. Thursday's quake left cracks, piles of rubble, and holes in the ground when the shaking stopped. Sarita Earl operates one of the affected restaurants along the shore in Helsha. She was inside the restaurant when the quake occurred.
I was in the kitchen and I hear a rolling sound from out the sea. And when we look, we can feel the vibration on the ground. But it took, I think they did have one before that break the building in two.
She added that the damage to the building was not only from the shaking, but that the closeness of the ocean to the restaurant acted as a catalyst for some of the damage, especially on the floor.
The earthquake bust the building in two, and then the breeze and the heavy waves of the water go underneath and it start to break other parts of the building.
The area at the back of the restaurant used to be a bar with shelves stacked with liquor and waves crashing against the structure outside. But after Thursday's natural disaster,
yes, all the shelf was about liquor and juice and stuff. And when the earthquake occurred, all the shelves tear down and all the liquors fall to the ground and break.
On Thursday, sections of the island were rocked by a 4.2 magnitude earthquake that was felt mostly in St. Anne and St. Catherine. We are now learning that the earthquake damaged structures along the HAMASHIACH shoreline in Portmore, St. Catherine. Now, the epicenter of the earthquake was on the border of St. Catherine and St. Anne near Guys Hill. There were no reports of injuries, but some businesses on the popular beach were damaged. TVJ's Prince Moore reports.
The earthquake unit in a preliminary report said the quake was felt in several parishes and no damage was reported at that time. However, since then, we have received reports of damage to buildings at the HAMASHIACH beach in St. Catherine, more than 100 kilometers away. Thursday's quake left cracks, piles of rubble, and holes in the ground when the shaking stopped. Sarita Earl operates one of the affected restaurants along the shore in HAMASHIACH. She was inside the restaurant when the quake occurred.
I was in the kitchen and I hear a rolling sound from out the sea. And when we look, we can feel the vibration on the ground. But it took, I think they did have one before that break the building in two.
She added that the damage to the building was not only from the shaking, but that the closeness of the ocean to the restaurant acted as a catalyst for some of the damage, especially on the floor.
The earthquake bust the building in two, and then the breeze and the heavy waves of the water go underneath and it start to break other parts of the building.
The area at the back of the restaurant used to be a bar with shelves stacked with liquor and waves crashing against the structure outside. But after Thursday's natural disaster,
yes, all the shelf was about liquor and juice and stuff. And when the earthquake occurred, all the shelves tear down and all the liquors fall to the ground and break.
On Thursday, sections of the island were rocked by a 4.2 magnitude earthquake that was felt mostly in St. Anne and St. Catherine. We are now learning that the earthquake damaged structures along the HAMASHIACH shoreline in Portmore, St. Catherine. Now, the epicenter of the earthquake was on the border of St. Catherine and St. Anne near Guys Hill. There were no reports of injuries, but some businesses on the popular beach were damaged. TVJ's Prince Moore reports.
The earthquake unit in a preliminary report said the quake was felt in several parishes and no damage was reported at that time. However, since then, we have received reports of damage to buildings at the HAMASHIACH beach in St. Catherine, more than 100 kilometers away. Thursday's quake left cracks, piles of rubble, and holes in the ground when the shaking stopped. Sarita Earl operates one of the affected restaurants along the shore in HAMASHIACH. She was inside the restaurant when the...
Right, so we are back again. As I showed you all 12 minutes ago, there's an earthquake in offshore El Salvador, and we could see all El Salvador on exactly what I'm teaching you all right now, right? So as I tell you all already, we don't want to stay too long on this because I want to teach, if I could teach about the whole earth. Yes, up here will be broken off, right? Broken off in order for the water outside here to come in onto the land, right? So, you know, a lot of other places will be broken up too. So just keep in mind where will be broken off. Just put it in the comment section too so that other people who are watching the live will know where will be broken off. Hope that credit will be given to Archangel Samuel due. Alright, so Oaxaca will be broken off. El Salvador will be broken off. And then we have a next break that happened by Costa Rica and close to CUBA, right? CUBA is right down there. I think it's CUBA. There were no earthquakes that happened CUBA, but there were earthquakes that happened right here in the East Pacific Rise. All right, and then we have the Atlantic Ridge, the North Atlantic Ridge. We're going to talk about that in a second, right? We're going to talk about that in a second. But what we're going to do, we're going to run through all the islands, we're going to run through the world according to Google and the stupid map. We're going to run through the world really, really quick. As well, you all could download this live too, right? Florida will be broken off from this place here. Georgia here will be broken off. So this piece of island here has to be broken off. So the reason why Bahamas really had that mega tsunami that happened in the form of an atmospheric tsunami, and tornadoes mingled together with it, was in order to bring the tsunami from up here to roll across. Yeah, the tsunami, you know, if you all follow my drawings, I don't need to explain it over and over, right? The water from out here will go inland, right? The tsunami will begin Panama City, but not really exactly, but it began Panama City, as I tell you all, as Panama City is the marker for the tsunami to be released and go forward. And when the tsunami is being released, remember, all these other islands here wouldn't exist, right? It will sink. So that means that the people on those islands will die, right? The people on those islands will die. That's why I say that when Abba done destroying the earth or done with the tectonic plate movements, then when they do the saturation and they're ready to do greater earthquakes, when Abba ready to do greater earthquakes, I mean like 10.1 and thing, when Abba ready to do greater earthquakes and separate all these places, a lot of people, millions of people will die. You think what happened with Dorian and all the other storms that happened before wasn't a warning? It was a warning. It was a warning to prepare yourself for future events. Well, we reached to that. We really reached to that timing right now, right? Millions of people is going to die when Yahuwah begin to split, and when Yahuwah begin to do mega greater earthquakes, catastrophic 10.1, then you know all them things will happen. You know, I didn't really explain to you all in depth certain things because I don't want you all to get scared and don't listen to me anymore. Although I really don't care if you don't listen to me anyhow. I don't care really, because I know some of you will not care to listen to me, so it doesn't matter. But as I said already, up here right under Bajan, California will be broken off completely. And that's the revise from up there. Then you have Oaxaca will be broken off, right? And then we have El Salvador here will be broken off, right? There was an earthquake that just happened, El Salvador right here, broken off. And then we have a little way down to Costa Rica here will be broken off with Boligojo. Well, you know, not Cali, yeah? Not Cali. This is Cali, not California, but Cali. Not down there, but right down here, right? Right down here will break off, right? Right down here will be broken off, right? Right? So, in order to understand how the tsunamis will be happening, you have to watch my lives. If you watch my lives, you will know how these mega catastrophic tsunamis will be happening. And if you also take notes of everything that I tell you, then you will understand too as well. I just say thank you for everybody, whoever you are, for listening to this live. And I hope this live really reach to you or really reach out to you in some way. But this is the reality of what's going to happen in a few days from now, right? Or should I say in a few hours from now, because I've reached right now the 9th phase, and they partially complete the 9th phase right now. So the 9th phase is partially completed. From when I told you all there would have been a shift with Dorian, right? Dorian was the beginning of the 9th shift. Now we leaving the 9th shift and we're going into the 10th shift. Now we're only going up to 12 shifts, only 12 catastrophic shifts. And then after the 12 catastrophic shift, I don't need to tell you all what will be happening next. right? But follow my prophecies. No, I'm on YouTube, not on Instagram and all them other places. You will not find me there, right? What the heck is this black box here? Anyhow, not my concern. So as you all could see too as well, there were earthquakes. There were earthquakes that happened Oregon, right out here, Oregon. That's because a mega catastrophic tsunami have to rise out here. If you follow the teachings, then you will know where these tsunamis will be happening, right? So it will be very easy for you to differentiate what will be happening, right? So as you can see too here as well, this is British Columbia, and another mega tsunami, catastrophic tsunami will be happening out here. And also how the map wall out like that, maybe how I actually put it down, but you get an idea, right? So these little box thing, how it form, let us be an idea to you how Yahuwah is building the tectonic plate. Tectonic plates are being built up, right? In order to create those tsunamis, you have to get the height, right? And you have to begin the height from under the water. So from the surface of under the water will be the building of the tectonic plate, and it will register as an earthquake, but it's not really an earthquake, right? All the earthquakes that are happening off coast of Mexico, off coast of Trinidad, off coast of Bahamas, off coast of wherever, all these earthquakes are happening to facilitate the mega catastrophic tsunamis, right? Okay, then, right now, so we have an understanding. The tsunami, I already have a specific drawing for that. Go and have a look. I think that you all should have a look on that, right? Now, I'm not sure how it's showing up like this, right? But you all truly need to understand what's really coming. So we have Akas and all these other places. So what I'm going to do is just do a little rotation there. I will just do another little rotation.
The quake occurred
and show you the split from California, run straight across to Oklahoma City.
But it took, I think they did have one before that broke the building in two.
She added that the damage to the building was not only from the shaking, but that the closeness of the ocean to the restaurant acted as a catalyst for some of the damage, especially on the floor.
The earthquake bust the building in two, and then the breeze and the heavy waves of the water go underneath and it start to break other parts of the building.
The area at the back of the restaurant used to be a bar with shelves stacked with liquor and waves crashing against the structure outside. But after Thursday's natural disaster,
yes, all the shelf was about liquor and juice and stuff. And when the earthquake occurred, all the shelves tear down and all the liquors fall to the ground and break.
On Thursday, sections of the island were rocked by a 4.2 magnitude earthquake that was felt mostly in St. Anne and St. Catherine. We are now learning that the earthquake damaged structures along the HAMASHIACH shoreline in Portmore, St. Catherine. Now, the epicenter of the earthquake was on the border of St. Catherine and St. Anne near Guys Hill. There were no reports of injuries, but some businesses on the popular beach were damaged. TVJ's Prince Moore reports.
The earthquake unit in a preliminary report said the quake was felt in several parishes and no damage was reported at that time. However, since then, we have received reports of damage to buildings at the HAMASHIACH beach in St. Catherine, more than 100 kilometers away. Thursday's quake left cracks, piles of rubble, and holes in the ground when the shaking stopped. Sarita Earl operates one of the affected restaurants along the shore in HAMASHIACH. She was inside the restaurant when the quake occurred.
I was in the kitchen and I hear a rolling sound from out the sea. And when we look, we can feel the vibration on the ground. But it took, I think they did have one before that broke the building in two.
She added that the damage to the building was not only from the shaking, but that the closeness of the ocean to the restaurant acted as a catalyst for some of the damage, especially on the floor.
The earthquake bust the building in two, and then the breeze and the heavy waves of the water go underneath and it start to break other parts of the building.
The area at the back of the restaurant used to be a bar with shelves stacked with liquor and waves crashing against the structure outside. But after Thursday's natural disaster,
yes, all the shelf was upon liquor and juice and stuff. And when the earthquake occurred, all the shelves tear down and all the liquors fall to the ground and break.
On Thursday, sections of the island were rocked.
All right, so yeah, what I'm going to show you all really quick here is the split. All right, the split that ABBA has already started. As we can see from a different point of view, you see Washington, Seattle, all of them places there, right? Now we know that the tsunami will begin not on no San Andreas fault, as the San Andreas fault has been switched. Nothing. It is how USGS say it is. How USGS claim that the fault lines is how they draw fault lines like a madhouse. That is definitely not the way how the fault lines are truly set up, right? Also to anytime you start to get influential and you start to influence people, they will move in and they will try to take credit for what you teach them. So as you can see, this is the ocean that we are viewing here right now. This is the ocean on Oregon, and not too far from here there was an earthquake that happened out here, line up out here. There were a lot of earthquakes happening offshore, right? These earthquakes that happen offshore or offshore the coast of Oregon signifies where the tsunamis will be happening. Already teach that already some weeks ago, so you all could go back and look at that as well. And the tsunami will happen. Well, I teach everything, so I will try to give you all everything in a nutshell before we reach 3 to 4 hours. I won't go that long, so as long as people listening to the live, I will go a little longer. So we have Washington, we have Oregon, right? We hear a lot of things happening. Washington DC, we hear earthquake happen Vancouver Island. All those places is where earthquakes are happening, and not too far from here is we call this place, boy. Not too far from here is not too far from here will be. Can you remember the name of the place right now? But not too far from here is obviously, I won't tell you all every single thing, Alaska, right? I had to do a teaching for how this tsunami will be happening for Alaska. As you all know, the people of Alaska have no idea how certain things are happening. USGS have no idea at all how all these earthquakes are happening. They don't have a clue why these earthquakes are happening anyhow, happening frequently. By telling other people that's just normal. No, it's not normal. It's not normal that earthquakes are happening frequently every single 5 minutes. Every 5 minutes there's an earthquake. All right. So let me just scroll down here. Wow, as you can see, I don't know. Hey, what going on here, boy? The land's looking break up. Hopefully Google Earth will able to build back itself properly. Drake Passage, and Drake Passage, right? Drake Passage is a very important place, and I will be talking about Drake Passage in a few weeks from now, or in a few days from now. I'll teach about Drake Passage. But all those places, what going on with this, boy? Hey, I know what's going on with this map. I have to do reboot how to do a reboot system again. So that is what I will be working on. I have to reboot the map again. Okay, I'll reboot the map again because I want to show you all something, but you know, it does be hard sometimes.
By a 4.2 magnitude earthquake that was felt mostly in St. Anne and St. Catherine. We are now learning that the earthquake damaged structures along the Hellshire shoreline in Portmore, St. Catherine. Now, the epicenter of the earthquake was on the border of St. Catherine and St. Anne near Guys Hill. There were no reports of injuries, but some businesses on the popular beach were damaged. TVJ's Prince Moore reports.
The earthquake unit in a preliminary report said the quake was felt in several parishes and no damage was reported at that time. However, since then, we have received reports of damage to buildings at the Hellshire Beach in St. Catherine, more than 100 kilometers away. Thursday's quake left cracks, piles of rubble, and holes in the ground when the shaking stopped. Sarita Earl operates one of the affected restaurants along the shore in Hellshire. She was inside the restaurant when the quake occurred.
I was in the kitchen and I hear a rolling sound from out the sea. And when we look, we can feel the vibration on the ground. But it took, I think they did have one before.
Alright, so we're just gonna go back quickly there to, you know, I coming here to spend a half an hour and just end up staying 3 hours, you know. Yeah. Alright, so what I'm gonna do, I have to pull up a next map. So I'm working with this now, working with a different map. The other map is crazy, yeah. Sometimes I stay 8 hours, you know, that depends, right? Alright, so I'm just going to go up the islands there. I already taught you all how the tsunami will be happening. So I'm going up, using this opportunity to actually go up some more. Let me see if I could just go up some more because I want to you know, show you all. Where this place is, boy. Hopefully I am going up the right way. Oh, what's going the wrong way? Oh. Alright, let me just stay course on Florida. This is Florida here that you're seeing, right? This is Florida. Yeah. Yeah, it takes a lot of patience to teach this, yeah? A lot. I will say, if I didn't have love, I don't have time to sit down and teach this. I'd be in my bed. Understand? But for the sake of the souls that will be lost, that we don't want to be lost, I have to do this. If they reject this, then they reject their salvation. And then there's nothing else that we could do to help them. Nothing else that we could do to save them. You know? I think we reached California already. Not sure. Just waiting for the map to build here. Hey, what's up to you, brother Eliyahu and your mom? Shalom. Hey, what's up to you, Darrell boy? Hi, Vicky. Hi, Chintaya. Hi, Chintaya. Hi. Alright, so I think this is Mexico here. I have a little work again to go. Alright. Yeah. We're just going. Right? I told you all that Mexico will be broken off already, so I don't need to explain that, why there are so much earthquakes happening there. It's to break off that piece of island. This is Baja, California here. That's a little small piece that has been saturated, right? Baja, California has been saturated, right? Completion for there, maybe almost 90% or so. This thing moving real slow, boy. So we reach California already, you know. Boy, ain't moving real slow. Google Earth, nah. Yeah, I think I reached California here. Because supposed to have Hawaii. Hawaii supposed to be somewhere here. I think I passed California already. Okay, this is Alaska. This Alaska, and you also know the ice in Alaska has melted. And there's a reason why Alaska have ice. I wouldn't go into that today. Hawaii is not really far from America, yeah? And Hawaii is a small island. You see like how the tsunami will be triggered. From Christmas Island in Indonesia. You see how the tsunami will be triggered in Oregon, or off the coast of California, Southern California, Red Crest, and all those places are doing the split, right? I'm just waiting for it to build up there. Let me see if I can just do a switch. I'm just waiting for the map to populate right now, but it's taking very, very long. I know some of you are maybe are more patient than I. Yeah, some of you maybe have a lot of patience. Well, you know, I already did specific. Wow, I could do that. So I don't know where this is. And it's loading. This is Oregon. Let me see if they will show anything. It's a little picture or something like that, and you might be able to see a picture coming up so that you know is California, because you could see Nevada, Idaho, and Oregon. Right, you can see those places. So that's specifically this. This specifically mean that the tsunami will be happening off the coast of California, right? And then we have Red Crest. Let me see if it will come up. Then we have, let me just switch this option off for a while. Hopefully we'll switch off. I'm trying to switch it off, but sometimes it's very hard. Right, so I just take that off there so that you all could maybe see. If it's too bright, let me know now. If it's too bright, no problem, let me know. You know, after when I done this live, I will do, yeah. So we have San Francisco. We have earthquakes happening here. San Jose. This is California. This just the state is California. And down in the basin here, see down here, this is a basin. It's called a basin, right? Down in the basin here, there are cities like Fresno, Sacramento, right? As I said already, this is a basin, right? All the people who living down here could easily drown. If Yahuwah wants to drown California or drown anywhere in the world, all you have to do is just open atmospheric tsunami. So this is called a basin. This is the real basin here. The basin is between Sacramento and Fresno and Bakersfield. Note that Bakersfield is right here. It have people living there, by the way, right? As I said already, this is down in a hole, right? These people who living down in these holes could easily drown to death, could easily kill them, could easily destroy them, because this is a basin. You know what's a basin? A basin is something that you could fill up with water. You could either wash clothes in it, you could either wash wares in it, you could either use it to bathe out of. Or a basin has a flat surface, right? It has a circular, wrong sort of angle, right? That is what we see in there. We see in a basin. That is called a basin, right? So Bakersfield, Fresno, Sacramento, not San Francisco and them, they outside of the basin, right? So places like San Francisco is not in the basin, rather. San Jose is not in the basin, right? But the earthquakes to begin in California wasn't far from Fresno, right? Now Fresno here is in the center of the basin, right? It's easy to sink. It's easy to drown the people who living inside of here, because all we have to do is just do an atmospheric tsunami right here, right? So don't ask for it, because it can happen, right? So that's the reason why. So am I making sense, right? This is the umpteen reason why YAHUWAH had California on a serious drought, right? You know, remember for years California wasn't having no rain, right? How would they get their water? Is because they were pumping seawater and purifying it. Let me say again, when California was going through their drought, as they're still going through a drought, by the way, right? When California, those down in the basin, not those outside of the basin, but those inside of the basin, in complete danger. So what YAHUWAH did, it has some very important, special human beings down inside that basin, and he put them there for a reason, right? Every time he look at going to destroy the people in that basin, he will think twice, because there are special people down inside that basin that you don't want to be destroyed, right? That you don't want to destroy. So what he will do is rapture or remove those inside that basin, then kill the ones who rebellion against him in that basin, right? So this is deep, folks. This is real deep. This is not this has nothing to do with religion or traditions or any rubbish that you learn from your ministers or your leaders, because they're all deceiving you, right? So it's easy for YAHUWAH to drench here with water to drown all the people living inside a bowl, right? So this is a bowl, right? This is inside the bowl, right? The first earthquake that began on July, this happened in June. The first earthquakes, the signs of the earthquakes that begin in Bakersfield ever happened. The first set of earthquakes that happened in California begin in Bakersfield. Why? It is to remind those who living in the basin, hey, I can destroy you anytime, right? Don't think that you're higher than me at all, because you could be destroyed. You could be drowned alive, right? It could be very easy, very easy to drown these people here. All right. So what I plan to do is, let me just see if I could just let me see if I could just deal with the filters. And let me see if I could add a little something special into this. Let me see if I could just create on the gamma or something so that you all can see what I'm talking about. Some of you might not see because I have it bright. I want you all to see the actual bowl, right? Right, so now we have it. I think we have it how we want it. I will just right, so it is an actual bowl. That's how it is, right? So as you can see, this is a bowl, right? And you have people living inside of here. There are people living inside this bowl, right? So we're talking about Sacramento. Sacramento is the beginning of the beginning of the bowl, and then you have the top of the bowl. So sorry, the beginning of the bowl is Bakersfield, right? Bakersfield is the beginning, and Bakersfield is in the tip of the bowl, inside the bowl, but in tip in the bowl, right? And then you have Sacramento, which is in the bottom of the bowl. So Sacramento is in the bottom of the bowl, right? And all around here is rocks and mountains that could fall on you, right? Yahuwah could use so much things to kill people there, so much things, right? All these things that we see here is rocks, or is mountain made out of rocks. These people decided to live down inside of this bowl. At any moment, if Yahuwah bring rain, plenty saturation, these mountains could begin to cave in on these people living inside this bowl. Right? So we have human beings living inside of here, very special people. Right? Don't take your blessing for granted at all, because at any time you could die. Right? So this is actually California here, right? California is just inside the bowl. Look at that. California is inside the bowl, right? So we have people living inside the bowl, and we call it California, right? Easy to destroy it. Very easy to destroy it, right? Next we're going to talk about the, we're going to, all right, okay. Rich Crest boy. So we have Arizona, right? So what the earthquake that happened in Bakersfield in June, what it did was it began a split from here straight across to Arizona, right? You all saw a lot of people talking about split in Arizona, right? The split began in the earthquake that happened in Bakersfield. It stretched from Bakersfield straight across to Arizona, right? The split that happened in the central from Fresno, that didn't happen yet, right? Fresno untouched, but little earthquakes happening here and there close to Fresno, but not the important parts inside of the bowl, or the people who living inside the important parts. They are very important. All right, the ones who hate them will be the ones to die when we cave down all these walls around them, all these mountains that is seen here. Wow, look at that, 3.0 Central California. Please, when you all get an earthquake update, right, while I'm teaching here, it will be very important. When you all get an earthquake update, please, right, whatever magnitude, post it in the comment section, please. I can't leave our teaching to post it. I want people to see that what I'm saying is the truth. Brother OB, accounting in here, Brother OB, please report to us here the magnitudes of earthquakes that you're receiving on your app, because I know most of you have earthquake apps, and it takes nothing, guys. It takes nothing to copy paste the earthquake and put it in the comment section so that other people outside could see while I am talking earthquakes is happening, so that they will know, right? I know what I am talking about. This will reassure people that they are not being deceived, right? Yeah, if you want to say it's a stadium bowl too, you know. But this is Bakersfield where the earthquake began, right? And then you have Death Valley Park, right? So if I could just put back up the lighting there, but it's kind of looking too too dim for me. Right. So the earthquake in California began in Bakersfield. All right. So Bakersfield is where the earthquake began. Let me see if I can wrap up this and teach about the whole rule quick. All right. So from Bakersfield, we have a split running straight across. So what I did is this part here will break off. Right. I will have to do an online drawing. I don't know when. Right, so that you all could see. But while I'm talking here, take notes. When the earthquake in California began, it began in Bakersfield. It didn't begin nowhere else. Right, it began in the tip, in the the other state. Boy, this will be the what? The central. Right, Central California is where? Where is Central California? I don't know. Then you have Los Angeles, and then you have San Diego. And then from San Diego, then we come down to Bajan, California, right? Hopefully, yeah, we reach Bajan, California already, right? So we're going up. Oh, sorry about that. So the split happened from Bakersfield, go straight across. Right here, around Death Valley, supposed to have Red Crest. And the reason why mega earthquakes are happening in Red Crest, or minor earthquakes is happening in Red Crest, it is putting in alignment the rip that will happen by Bakersfield. You realize there hasn't been no earthquakes happening in Bakersfield, right? Not yet. We will begin earthquakes again in Bakersfield soon, right? Very soon we will begin earthquakes in Bakersfield again soon. When that does happen, then when we begin earthquake, then we will completely split to go Arizona, right? But all the other places, Sacramento, San Francisco, all those places are places of interest where earthquakes will be happening and happening right now. In the Central Death Valley National Park, this is where the Central Death Valley Park is connected. Let me just go back. The Central Death Valley Park is connected to the bowl, right? Once earthquakes begin to happen in the Death Valley, right? They call it Death Valley National Park. You know why they call it Death Valley? Because it's like a drought-stricken island, right? No rain. The place, I can't explain it for you all. Those who live in California could explain it in the comment section. How would it feel to live in California? Well, they don't really have to do that, but depends on if you want to do, so that you'll give people an idea of what I'm trying to explain, and that will be awesome. Alright, so as we can see, this is inside a giant bowl. Alright, it's easy to fill up with water to drown all these people living inside of it. All these people who living inside of this bowl could die very easy, very quickly. Alright, so that is not part of the agenda yet, or that is not part of the plan yet. Alright. So now we have things happening in Nevada. We have earthquakes happening in Nevada. Why the earthquakes happen in Nevada? It connects back to Sacramento, and it also connects back to out here where I did the drawing a few weeks ago, right? Out here, remember I did the drawing here, right? Remember that drawing, right? If you remember that drawing, it will be very, very, very beneficial that you people really share this life. This life needs to be shared. Don't just steal the information and put it in your own words. Only Archangel Samuel is the main source, okay? Give him credit. Give him the credit that is due to him. He is the only one that making the sacrifice to reach out to you, the public. Right? Nobody else is making the sacrifice. They might pretend to make the sacrifice, but they are not making any sacrifice at all to reach to you, the public, to give you that specific warning. Now down inside of California, it have all kind of different places. It have all kind of different things down inside this bowl. they have no idea how easy it is to kill them inside of here. It's very easy to kill them inside of here, right? It's very easy to destroy them in here, because all we have to do is just do earthquakes here and carve down this whole wall into them. That is not the plan, as I say, not right now. But when we actually remove all those that are for us, all those that belongs to us, when we do that divine exodus that's coming in a few days, which is the rapture. Those who don't know that the catching away, the rapture is the final exodus, right? So there's no other rapture to happen after the exodus. If you're not a part of this exodus, then you will, when you remain left behind, then you cannot make to go into the exodus, right? So the rapture, the catching away coming, is a divine exodus. All right, so as I said already, the reason why earthquakes happening in Nevada here is to dismantle Sacramento, right? There are earthquakes happening in Sacramento that is on land, yeah, that is on land. And Sacramento now connects not back to San Francisco, as the map showing you. This is what the map showing you. The map showing you is like if they're connected, but no, they're not connected at all. Sacramento and San Francisco is not connected on the same tectonic plates. So in order to dismantle, it's called dismantling, right? Abba might either one cut around the bowl, and according to the timing that he have, he might actually cut the bowl and let this bowl float by itself. So these people will be by themselves. I'm not sure what will be happening here, but this is very important, guys. Very important. These are places of an interest where mega catastrophic earthquakes will begin to happen soon. Leave Fresno out of the equation, and San Jose, San Francisco, all those places will have earthquakes. Minor earthquakes goes up, right? But for now, we are doing things other places, right? We live in California. This California place here for a little while. But while we do that, we still making the people aware, or the people responsible for reporting earthquakes, that we are aware of the downgrading the earthquakes that we are doing, or downgrading the shift of the tectonic plates, right? Remember, before they ever begin to call it earthquake, right? They just used to say a quake happening, or the earth does vibrating. In other words, long ago they never used to say the word earthquake. They used to say the earth vibrating, right? And then they came up with the word earthquake and give it a whole new meaning. But Elohim, right, is doing tectonic shiftings, meaning that they are shifting the tectonic plate out of where it were when he created the earth. When YAHUWAH, ELYON, the Almighty, when YAHUWAH created the earth, placed tectonic plates certain places. What he's doing now is shifting the tectonic plates out of its plates, and places where the tsunamis will be happening, he's building the tectonic plate. And in order to build the tectonic plate, certain lives might be lost sometime, but the plan is not for people to lose their lives in earthquake, right? What happened to Haiti in 2000 back then, what happened to Haiti wasn't no coincidence. Haiti deserved that earthquake. I won't go into that, but it came up in my spirit to just relate to you all and give you all an idea of why these earthquakes are happening. Redcrest having earthquakes too as well. Why? It is to dismantle Bakersfield. Not only to dismantle Bakersfield, as I told you all already, the tectonic plate is under this bowl, right? And if YAHUWAH decide to cut around this bowl and just leave them there to float, it wouldn't be easy, because they will be cut off from the mainland and they will just be floating on the water. Let's just put sense out of nonsense. under the California ocean, under the ocean here, it have water under the ocean. You might know this, but there it have 10% of the rain that is falling and the saturation and all this thing that is going on. The water goes down into the pores of the earth or into the fault line of the earth and does a sort of preservative of or activation of the it does an activation then of removing the tectonic plate. I don't want to go into that. I don't want people to steal what I'm saying, but it's to it's to give you a understanding, right? So there are tectonic plates under this bowl, and it's easy to cut around the bowl and leave them to float by themselves. That is not the plan, though, right? But I'm just giving you all an idea what could have been, what could be happening, right? So Death Valley, there will be earthquakes in Death Valley soon to connect back to Nevada. Let's go. We're going. So this is our plan, right? This is our plan for, I'll looking for the other places here, but it haven't show up yet. You see Colorado, right? According to the design of the map, right? This is a little bowl too, but not a deep bowl. California in a deep bowl, deep bowl, right? They're in a deep bowl, right? This is Colorado. They're in a bowl, but not a deep bowl. They could be flooded out, but I'm not giving you all that idea in your head, right? Where is Florida, boy? Let me just go back out there. Sometimes it has be kind of hard to explain certain things because you want to show them proof now, and because I want to show you all proof, it's sometimes hard to navigate to certain things now, right? So let's hope that you all are taking notes of everything that I'm saying, right? So once you take notes of everything that's saying, then you know what is our plans, right? Once you know what is our plans, you will seek out for me, right? You will seek out for me. You need me to survive. Without me, you will die, right? You will die a very, very tragic death too, right? And in order to escape the judgment of the creators, you need to unlearn the lies of Babylon. You cannot enter the kingdom of Elohim with lies, with sins, with darkness, with anything that is ungodly in your heart. You cannot enter the kingdom of Elohim like that. You need to be completely set apart. This is very serious, folks. This is very, very serious. 4.7 Luzon. 4.7 Luzon. Alright, so what we're going to do is, I am just as usual, I'm going to I am not getting the map to boot back up, but let me see if I could just get the video back up, and from there we will go over to Florida. Alright, the map boot back up there, right? Yeah, okay. The map rather did boot back up there, right? So yeah, just giving you all an idea. I'm just giving you all an idea how remember that where Costa Rica is, right? Remember that Costa Rica up here will be split, broken off. That is the reason why earthquakes are happening in Costa Rica. It is a split off Costa Rica from Panama City. All right, and once we get the channel to be broken, right, we will split here. This piece here will be broken off, and this piece here will be broken off, so that the water from the Atlantic Ocean will now flow into the Caribbean Ocean, right? Or whatever you want to call it, right? you have a definite idea. All right. I think we reached Venezuela. I know this is going to Trinidad, right? Well, I already thought about that some time ago, right? So let me see if I could just go back up to Florida, Montego Bay, and I think this is Dominican Republic, and this turtle here, I think this is Dominican Republic here, not sure. And this is Jamaica, and up here will be Cuba, and we have Turks and Caicos, and then we have Bahamas, right? So you all have an idea, right? And the tsunami is running right through Bahamas. Yeah, that is the reason why we caused the tsunami to happen, the atmospheric tsunami to happen, to begin to flatten Bahamas, right? In order to begin to flatten Bahamas, we have to bring it to a certain end, right? So in order to begin ending evil now, cast down the stench of evil on the earth. So right here, folks, right here will be Bahamas, and right here is Florida, right? And as I said already, this piece of Florida right here, just see if I could just bring it across. From here, come across here, will break off. Have to split off, but not now, right? It's in the making, and as soon as we get certain things under control, we will begin earthquakes on land in Florida, because Florida, Miami, Florida will be broken off, right? So Miami, Florida, and those who live down here will die. Those who live down here will die. It's no other way to tell the public, no other way to tell people how the world going to end, right? So I don't make sure and tell you all the truth. I ain't sugarcoating nothing to tell you all, right? So all these places here will be destroyed. Jacksonville, all these places here will be cut off. But when we reach to right before Jacksonville here, we have to cut here so that the water, so that the tsunami now could now roll going like horizontal, right? If we had more people listening, it would be very simple, very beautiful, very nice. And now we're making the connection now, right? Remember all of them is on the same land. We're going to begin earthquakes in Georgia soon. Why we have to begin earthquakes in Georgia, right? Is in order to show you all the split. Then I'm now gonna show you all the split. All right, but just wait for as you can see, Alabama there, right? We just making the connection, right? We just making the connection. I'm just telling you all what's gonna happen in the future, because this is on land, according to the Google Maps here. According to this Google map and the Google Earth here, this is how the split will be happening. Not according to them or what them say, but according to what Yahuwah says that he will be doing for future events. Earthquakes in Florida soon. Look at that drawing. Send friend requests. Share this live. If you could share this live, wherever you could share this live. And let's share the live now, Share the live. It's better than preaching about Jesus and Allah and all them other demigods that can't help you. Alright, I showing you how the world going to end. I showing you why Dorian didn't come on land, not because Dorian didn't have the strength, because of the saturation had to come first, saturate the outer bands of the coast of Florida, then begin earthquakes there. When we begin earthquakes there, listen carefully to what I'm saying. Write it down in a book or wherever you could write it down for future, for future notes or for future proof that Archangel Samuel was the one that ever speak about earthquakes that happened in Florida. Right? I know this is long. This is a long tutorial, but it is worth it. Trust me, it is worth it. So this is the Carolinas here, right? And the reason why Dorian saturate out here is to begin earthquakes out here, because we have to break off this piece of island here. So, right, I already teach this already, but I'll just give you all a refresh, right? In order for the earthquake in order for the tsunami to ride comfortably on land, we have to break off here, from here, go straight across to South Carolina. That is the reason why Dorian saturated South Carolina. North Carolina gets a little but not that much. They're not too far from the ocean, right? So people in North Carolina, when they go by the ocean by Wilmington, they had a look. Let me see. Right, they had a look right, which will be to the east. They will have to look to the east, and when they look to the east, that will be where Trinidad is. But I mean, the real fire. So that was the reason why Dorian did this saturation out there, folks, is that we have to break off from North Fork straight across to South Carolina here. So you know the split will be happening through North Carolina, because we have to break off this piece of island here. This piece of island have to break off. So therefore earthquakes will begin in North Carolina and South Carolina soon, as we're going to be breaking off from here, coming straight to Georgia. That is the reason why all those places was able to be saturated, right? That is the reason why the storm Dorian, right? That is the reason why the hurricane Dorian wasn't pushed out to other places, because we're not ready to crack the other places. You understand what I mean? Right? So the reason why Dorian stayed out here on the coast, right, was to use water from the coast to dump it on land to saturate. So there was a definite saturation going on here, a real great saturation. So as I said already, the split will happen. We're just marking it, right? The split will happen from Norfolk, Virginia Beach, Durham, straight across to Georgia. All right, we're going, and from Georgia it will come right across to Pensacola Beach, right? So we're talking about Jacksonville, Savannah, Mantle Beach, Charleston. All these places that the elites created will be destroyed, right? So all these people here, right, will soon be in danger, because when earthquakes begin there, it will be devastating. As when Yahuwah breaks off this piece here, because you know you had to break it off to bring a tsunami. Obviously, it's a tsunami going and destroy earlier, right? Tsunami, fireballs, atmospheric tsunami, floods, name it, a hurricane, storm. That's the reason why we are now in the process of forming a new system, right? 3 new systems are being formed, and it's formed right here, right here, exactly what I'm showing you all here. You know, it doesn't matter how much people are in the life, it matter how much people share the life. It's important for people to share the life rather than be on the life. Once you share the life, that's important. Being on the life is important too as well, right? So I mean, you could share, you could be on the life. It will be very, very interesting if you do too as well. So we have Dorian. We had Dorian right here, and Dorian didn't go over to Freeport of Bahamas, but Dorian went here, right? The aim was to push the storm to do the saturation here, right? The aim of Dorian was to do the saturation, right? So that the storm could come here to saturate here, so that we could begin to cut off here. But things change, a change of plans happen, and the storm was pushed a different direction when people begin not to listen to me, right? Sad but true, but that is facts, right? People won't believe anything I'm saying because they say I'm mad, right? But everything I'm saying to you will happen at a very particular, very special timing. And during the time, I will be able to explain to you all how these things will be happening. Right? I'll be able to give you explanation. Right? Abaco is completely devastated, completely gone through. As the tsunami, remember Bahamas is surrounded by water, guys, right? Bahamas is surrounded by water, all right? So it's very easy to create an atmospheric tsunami and flood them out. And that is what Abba did. Abba created an atmospheric tsunami using Dorian that sit over Abaco. Dorian sit over Abaco. Abaco was right here. Although Nassau was in the path of Dorian, all they got was winds and maybe little things tumbled down and so forth, but it wasn't as bad as Abaco. Why? Abaco is in our way, right? Abaco is in our way of bringing the tsunami down from Panama City. Remember, Abaco is the first place that Dorian destroyed. Good? Making sense? Right. The first place, Cuba could have been the first place, but nah. Cuba is not the first place. You know, you're not trying to explain to you all now. There's a lot of work here to be done. You had to break up here. Yeah, well, I have to break up. Yeah, but I had a split. Obviously, people will die. You know, I don't need to read and spell to you all how the tsunamis will be happening anymore. I hope that you all have an idea, right? I am prophesying for the whole world, for the whole earth, proving to you that everything that I'm saying will happen in a specific timing very, very soon. Right? Here I have to split so that the tsunami could come up from Jamaica and roll across the Bahamas. Right? You all have an idea, right? Okay, once you have an idea, then you will know how the tsunami will be happening from henceforth. So, example, the tsunami begin here and then stretch all the way to here. Tsunami begins here, stretched across. This is how the tsunami will be coming, rolling towards going to Bahamas side, rolling over Cuba. That will be exist soon. This life is better than listening and sitting and listening to a pastor or a weather forecaster trying to predict the weather and don't know shits about what's going on. Right? So, as I said already, we created a system, right, that is aiming for Bahamas again. This will bring flattening to Nassau. This will bring flattening to North Parliament 2 Point and also Freeport, Bahamas. My advice to the people of Bahamas to get the hell out. Get off the island of Bahamas. No, why look at get off the island of Bahamas. Bahamas was a place, a little place where people could have go and little say, you know, do a little vacation, you know, them kind of thing. Bahamas is not a place for people to live, folks. Yeah, Bahamas is not a place for people to live. Right? Bahamas is a little piece of island that was broken off from Cuba. Right? Bahamas broken off from Cuba. As you can see the little pieces here, according to the Google Earth here. According to Google Earth here, Bahamas broken off from Cuba, right? So Bahamas was just a place that people could have just go on holiday in. You could have go on, spend some time honeymoon, wherever. Bahamas is not a place to live, folks, right? But Bahamas was like a place, like a spa. You could have go there and just relax in the water. As you can see, the water is completely different, right? The water is completely different to how it looked before, right? And now Grand Bahama is completely wiped off the map. As you can see, it's not showing up there, right? And you're not seeing Abaco showing up either, because Abaco gone clear. Abaco gone through, Grand Bahama gone through, and Google took the Google took the decision public to wipe out Abaco from the map and wipe out Grand Bahama. So Grand Bahama and Abaco is no more in the eyes of the elites, right? The elites is the one who own all these islands here. The elites take own a position of it and use it as a resort and turn it into a place. I tell you, that I explained to you all earlier on. Bahamas was never a place for you to live. Bahamas is a place for a little vacation. You know, you go Bahamas for a little vacation. You know what I mean? Bahamas is not a place for people to go and live. And look what they did. They end up having a prime minister. This little small place. The elites wickeder. The wicked. In order to keep the business going, in order to keep the drug business going, in order to keep the human trafficking business going, right? They had to create a government and give it to fools to run, right? Wow. Any earthquakes happen, put it in the comment section there. As an earthquake happen, put it in the comment section, please. Alright. So as usual, we're going to pause for our course because this is a long teaching, and you know, it's a long teaching, so I did, you know, drink up on some water there.
More than 100 kilometers away, Thursday's quake left cracks, piles of rubble, and holes in the ground when the shaking stopped. Sarita Earl operates one of the affected restaurants along the shore in Helsha. She was inside the restaurant when the quake occurred.
I was in the kitchen and I hear a rolling sound from out the sea. And when we look, we can feel the vibration on the ground. But it took, I think they did have one before that broke the building in two.
She added that the damage to the building was not only from the shaking, but that the closeness of the ocean to the restaurant acted as a catalyst for some of the damage, especially on the floor.
The earthquake bust the building in two, and then the breeze and the heavy waves of the water go underneath and it start to break other parts of the building.
The area at the back of the restaurant used to be a bar with shelves stacked with liquor and waves crashing against the structure outside. But after Thursday's natural disaster,
yes, all the shelf was upon liquor and juice and stuff. And when the earthquake occur, all the shelves tear down and all the liquors fall to the ground and break.
On Thursday, sections of the island were rocked by a 4.2 magnitude earthquake that was felt mostly in St. Anne and St. Catherine. We are now learning that the earthquake...
Alright, so let me just let you in public and a little secret. Right? Anytime an earthquake happen, please put it in the comment section there. Thank you. Because I'm not able to do it right about now, because I'm gathering information from Abba and actually trying to focus on teaching you all the truth. So Bahamas, the island of Bahamas, is owned by who? The government of the US. Hello? Bahamas is owned by the government of United States, right? The people is completely brainwashed, blind, and stupid, right? The island of Bahamas is owned by the US. The US own the Bahamas, but in order to keep the business up and running, they have to make it look like Bahamas is really a country. Bahamas is not a country. Bahamas is an exotic place where you could go and spa and relax and all these different things. Like you know, Bahamas is a place where you could go for a little holiday. You know, you go there for a holiday to have little couple hotels on that land. Bahamas is not a place for people to live, right? The people in them who go on Bahamas and live, they sign their soul, right? A lot of Bahamians people could say, right? A lot of people from Bahamas is not really Bahamians, right? Let me just put it in this perspective. The people in Bahamas is not really from Bahamas, right? The people from Bahamas, most of them who born in Bahamas don't know the true history of Bahamas. But I know the true history of Bahamas. Yeah, I'm a young man. Yeah, I'm a young man. I'm very, very wise. And yes, the creators, Elohim, tells me every single thing. Anything that I need to know, anything that I need to know, not what I want to know, anything that I need to know, that they know that I need to know, they will tell me. And I'm telling you all, the public, that the Bahamas was never a country. Never ever a country. In order to keep the deceptions up, and in order to keep the human trafficking going and the drugs passing from there to Cuba, let me just bust another secret. It doesn't matter, because nobody will believe me. The elites will just laugh because they know I'm telling the truth, but the public will not believe in what I'm saying, which is the saddest part ever. But anyhow, let's go forward. In order to keep the human trafficking going, in order to keep the secrets, the secrecy of the Illuminati on that island called the Bahamas, they created as a people, right? But the truth is, people from Haiti, they were sent there to work. Listen to what I'm saying, right? They take people from Haiti. They take a little people from Florida, right? Because it wasn't called Florida before, right? I won't go into that. There's too much of explaining how it become Florida. Others dealing with the small islands, right? Bahamas was never a place to live. Okay? Bahamas was a place to go and spend, let me say, 2 nights or something like that. Bahamas is a business place, folks, right? Bahamas wasn't meant for people, for thousands of people to live on that island. That is the reason why there was so much of people jumble up and buildings fall down on them and all them kind of thing, because people working witchcraft, doing obia, doing black magic, human trafficking for organs, all different things taking place in Bahamas. It was just their time to be destroyed, because the public is not aware. The people of the public, and when I mean the people of the public, I ain't talking about the media. The media is aware of the deceptions that is happening on the earth, but they are not allowed to say, right? The media is not allowed to say the deceptions, because they are being paid to keep you blind. Yeah, the media are being paid extra to keep you blinded, to keep you dumb down and stupid, to remain dumb slaves, right? But I am allowed to say it, that Bahamas was never a place to live. Bahamas was a simple place where you could have gone, you know, you're going for a little vacation, you go to relax. And you know, because you see the waters that you see in there, the different color waters you see in there indicates the different temperature of water. Okay, let me just say it again. The color of the water in Bahamas, it's similar to Cakes and Ticos. I can't pronounce the name right now. It's similar to Cuba, and it's similar to certain other places, right? That is because the color of the water indicates the different temperature in the water. It indicates that the water in the Bahamas have a total different texture, have a total different feeling, because it was really a spa, right? Those who don't know, Bahamas is under a super tumult volcano. There is a volcano under Bahamas. I shouldn't even start teaching you all about that, because you all wouldn't understand what I'm talking about, right? But once the commanders and everybody else taking notes, then, all right, once the commanders continue to take notes, then we will understand that. There is a super there's a hot water, right? There's a hot water, not lava, yeah? There's a hot water spring, right? Spring volcano under Bahamas, under the island of Bahamas. That is the reason why you're seeing those colors. Those colors indicates hot water springs. Yeah, those are hot water. It means that the water in Bahamas, All right, the water in the island of Bahamas is hot. It's a different temperature water, and Bahamas is like a place where you could go and spa. You have a spa. You go relax. Yeah, you go just take a little journey or a boat ride. Bahamas is not a place to live, right? Bahamas is not a place to live. So you have been taught the true history of Bahamas. Well, not the full history, because I can't teach you all certain things about Bahamas. Might get cut off. So there's certain things I could tell you all do, but you all should understand, right? So Bahamas is a hot spring. All right, it's a hot spring, like a spa, a place where you could go, and the temperature of the water is completely different. But after Dorian passed through there, that is it. Abba want them off of the island, just like what he did in Hawaii last year. Just like what Abba did in Hawaii last year with the river, or with the tsunami, or whatever I want to say, with the river of tsunami that running from Kilo volcano straight into the ocean. When it reached into the ocean, it disappeared. Where all the lava gone? The lava went through a channel, right? Lava went through a tube, which is called the lava tube. Once it go through the lava tube, it will be fed to other volcanoes in order for other volcanoes to be refilled. And I'm teaching you all in depth things now. I'm feeling to talk. All right, so we're done with Bahamas here, right? We're done with them. There's another system, as I said already. There's another system, a new system that has been a threat to Bahamas. We want Bahamians, which is people from Haiti, Cuba, Florida, people from neighboring islands, even New York, that has gone to Bahamas to live, to make money. You see, how they get people to come to Bahamas, to live in Bahamas? They trick them, they fool them. They tell them, here what, come Bahamas, right? Come and have a life in Bahamas. And once they come and have a life in Bahamas, then they had no other option but to create a government, right? A government in order to keep the people in land, because things broke out of hand in Bahamas. And then the elites now saying Bahamas need a government now, right? Bahamas don't need no government, yeah, because the government of Bahamas is Elohim. Elohim is the ones who own this earth. They are the ones who created this earth, not your gods and them, right? They are failures, right? So how they get people from Haiti and all the different places? Easy. Bring destruction to Haiti, make them suffer, and bring them over to Bahamas, right? People from Cuba, right, could easily go over here. This is the drug trade, folks. This is where the drug trades does be happening. This is where the human sacrifices does be happening, right? Most human sacrifices happening. Most children missing in America, right? They bring them to Bahamas, and then there are people who will process them, and then it are doctors who they hire, right, from different places, which doctors and all in different places that come from Haiti, that come from different places, right? Which doctors on this island that they use them to do to take out people organs and all them different things. This Bahamas is the organ trade island, right? And Cuba is the drug trade island, right? Any island that is close to Miami, Florida is not good, right? Miami, Florida, there's that I tell you, there's a lot of drug trade happening there. That is the reason why the people in Miami, Florida is so rich. That is the reason why they're so lavish. They live a lavish life. That is because of the human trafficking going on in Bahamas and the drug trade going on in Cuba. Alright, I will hustle them out there. Let's go up the road. We're going. All right, we're going up the road. We're going up the road. We're going. Right? We're going up the road. I stick in here too much. My gosh. You know much things I could teach you all, but nobody will listen. So it doesn't matter, right? This is New Jersey here. All these places will have earthquakes soon, right? Let me go up the road now. We're going up the road until we reach to New York. Somewhere here is supposed to have a split. Somewhere here, New York supposed to be somewhere here. As you see, New Jersey, New York supposed to be somewhere here. Supposed to be New York. All right. Yes, Bahamas is similar to Yellowstone. Yes, it's a hot spring. You understand? Yes. You get the idea, right? Yes, you get the idea. Beautiful. Once you get the idea, it's beautiful. You know, it's like I've showing me the map in a different ways. Like I seen a lot of things on the map, right? That you all never see before. But I am the one could see through certain things. I could see certain things on the map that other people can't see. Not even NASA could see it, right? That is because there's a divine plan, right, to end the world in a certain way, right? Okay, so we're coming up to New York, folks. Papa yoy, look, New York. You know this line here going through here is the stupid tectonic plate, right? This is the fourth line, or four. This is the line that indicates the tectonic plate. This is rubbish, folks. This is not the tectonic plate. This is bullshit. Yeah, this is complete rubbish, right? So wow, we come up to New York, boy. Ah, boy. Dorian didn't reach inland of New York, but saturate outside New York, right? So you all know that a tsunami will be happening in New York. Yes. How is it possible? Not through this little land here. What I'm telling, boy? A tsunami can't happen here. Tsunami will be happening there at all. Tsunami will be happening out here in the ocean, right? So when I told you all that a mega catastrophic tsunami will be happening, I told you all that the tsunami will be happening out here, right? Out here, this is the north of the Caribbean. Where here is, boy? Let me see if I could just click that. Let me see if I just see I could bring that up there. What's here? Let me just click what's here. Not the north of the Caribbean, and this is North Atlantic Sea, or North. Yeah, I think it's North Atlantic Sea. Let me see what they bring up there for me. Because I can't remember where it is now, right? Alright, so let me see where they say it is. Atlantic Ocean. Alright, so this is the Atlantic Ocean, folks. This is where the mega catastrophic tsunami will be happening, right here. So as I said already, the tsunami will be stretched horizontal going up the road, coming in. So the tsunami will be rolling up and coming in on the land, but the tsunami would not be able to go all the way up here. So up here will be a complete different destruction, right? And it will have a different plan to destroy there. As you all know, we could freeze these people to death there. These people could freeze to death. So what happened in what happened in January 2019 when YAHUWAH brought the cold front in New York? All this water here was frozen. All the water here completely freeze. By freezing here, or bringing a cold front here, the people who live in New York, Vermont, Maine, all these places will feel the cold front, but it really be in New York because they're using the water here from this little stream to create the ice frost, or the frost, right? There is nothing called a frost quakes, right? But Obi, you could also put on other earthquakes too as well. If there's other earthquakes happening too as well. If there's other earthquakes happening, there's no problem, bro. You could put on other earthquakes too as you can report other earthquakes too as well. No problem with that, right? So we have the tsunami happening New York. Off the coast of the north coast of New York, we have the tsunami happening there that will come on land. And Massachusetts, right? Massachusetts is not far from New York. As you can see, New York here, this indicates that all here will be New York, and then you have Philadelphia, will just be a little drive. You have New Jersey, you have Delaware. Delaware is close to the sea on a little piece of island, right? That will be broken off, right? No, we don't really need to break off. We don't have to, right? We don't have to cut off this island here, because I mean, some of you only say we think we're gonna cut off the island, right? But people who live in Delaware and all these places in danger, because when saturation begins, right, for this place, that means that all here will be broken off, right? So Delaware and New Jersey will be broken off together with this clip of New York here, right? So the split will happen from here, or no. Abba said the split will happen from Massachusetts, New Hampshire, straight across to Delaware, Washington. Right? I know some of these places here may be places that you guys live, or maybe have family members and things there. Give them a warning. Share this live so that more people could see it. Come on, share this live so that we could reach more people together. We could get people to understand, right? So that they could seek Elohim now before it's too late, before all these things start begin to happen, right? As I said already, as you can see, Connecticut here, right? It will be from New York. New York is not far from Connecticut, but the split will be happening from here straight across to Delaware, right? So in order to get here straight, so that the tsunami will come inland straightly in order to reach a particular place. So once we able to cut off this piece of land, I mean that the tsunami will come in at least 100 feet more, right? So once we cut off here, which we are going to do, we're going to cut off here. So in future, earthquakes are going to begin in Baltimore, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, Pennsylvania. We are not truly ready to begin splitting here yet, but we begin earthquakes out here, right? We did begin earthquakes in New York, but it was small magnitude. So what I said to Abba was, give me an opportunity to teach you people everything, and then let me just start to do earthquakes like that. Okay, you should know what I'm talking about, right? So I told Abba, let me just hold off on doing the earthquakes for now, but he make me to understand that the saturation will have to commence, right? The saturation will have to commence for New Jersey and Delaware, as that is what their plans are, right? To break off Delaware and this place called RN and CT, wherever that place is, to break off those places, right? So those places will be cut off, not now, but in the future, right? In future. So there's a lot of work still to be done, you know. Nova Scotia is part of Canada, by the way. So we jump to Massachusetts here, and we jump to Connecticut, and Connecticut is close to the ocean, right? What will happen here? Abba just said that this piece of island from here, from New Hampshire, from here, this piece of island from here will have to break off. So from New Hampshire here, come straight across, coming straight through Pennsylvania and reaching up to Pittsburgh, right? Will have to crack. So all here will have to break off in the future. This is for future events, not now, but it could happen now. It could begin to happen now. But look at the drawing that I did. If you look at the drawing that I did, this is just a little more insight depth of how the earthquake is going to be happen in the future, right? Now I am the only living man on the earth could predict earthquakes, where exactly going to happen, where storms going to happen, when next going to be saturated. 1,000,000 billion% accurately. I am the main source. All right, so some of you all mightn't believe. That is what they teach you not to believe, right? But anyhow, we ain't talking about that right now. Just making you all understand how the end will unfold. All right. So remember, from New Hampshire, come straight across Connecticut and connect back to Delaware. Here we'll have to cut off so that the tsunami now, when the tsunami generates out here, it will be more than 7,000 feet, right? In order to get more water to come into the land. So this is real work, eh? So that means a lot of saturation will have to happen here. A lot of saturation. So the water will reach up to Vermont, right? The tsunami will reach up to Vermont. But as I tell you already, remember the tsunami is going horizontal up, in a straight line going up, right? And rolling across sideways. Well, you all should understand that by now, okay? So saturation had to happen, and we had Dorian that did some saturation in Maine. Dorian did saturation in Nova Scotia. Dorian did saturation in Boston, Providence, Massachusetts, Connecticut had saturation too as well. Look what it is, close to the ocean. New York, close to the ocean. Philadelphia, New Jersey, all these places. As you can see, NASA and the stupid fault line system, which is bullshit. All right, that is not how the fault line is at all. But yeah, that's for you all to understand. We go in until we reach Australia, and that's it, right? Guys, the only place on the earth. That's the only place. We go into India too just now. So this New Brunswick place will have to break off too as well. So how New Brunswick will break off? It will break off. Remember I tell you that the split will be happening from up here. So that means that the split will be happening horizontal again from Vermont to New Hampshire, but then we'll have to split here. Once they split here, they'll be able to get this piece of island moving with Delaware, right? They make it sound like if it's such a big place. It's not a big place. It's your mind. They make your mind think it's a big place. The earth is not a big place, all right? The earth is a small place compared to me, or compared to Elohim. The earth is a very small place because they are the ones who form you in the womb. So if they are the ones who form you in the womb, that means that they are giants, right? Cool. We were taught so much lies about the creators. So much lies we were taught, right? All right, so we return to Nova Scotia, right? Nova Scotia will sink, right? The reason for the saturation is to break Nova Scotia off from here. Once we get to break off Nova Scotia from here, then we will sink this island called Nova Scotia, right? So guys, as usual, all right, I have to pause for a cause again. Need some water because we need to continue this teaching.
Report said the quake was felt in several parishes and no damage was reported at that time. However, since then, we have received reports of damage to buildings at the Hellshire Beach in St. Catherine, more than 100 kilometers away. Thursday's quake left cracks, piles of rubble, and holes in the ground when the shaking stopped. Sarita Earl operates one of the affected restaurants along the shore in Hellshire. She was inside the restaurant when the quake occurred.
I was in the kitchen and I hear a rolling sound from out the sea. And when we look, we can feel the vibration on the ground. But it took, I think they did have one before that broke the building in two.
She added that the damage to the building was not only from the shaking, but that the closeness of the ocean to the restaurant acted as a catalyst for some of the damage, especially on the floor.
The earthquake bust the building in two, and then the breeze and the heavy waves of the water go underneath and it start to break other parts of the building.
The area at the back of the restaurant used to be a bar with shelves stacked with liquor and waves crashing against the structure outside. But after Thursday's natural disaster,
yes, all the shelf was about liquor and juice and stuff. And when the earthquake occurred, all the shelves tear down and all the liquors fall to the ground and break.
On Thursday, sections of the island were rocked by a 4.2 magnitude earthquake that was felt mostly in St. Anne and St. Catherine. We are now learning that the earthquake damaged structures along the HAMASHIACH shoreline in Portmore, St. Catherine. Now, the epicenter of the earthquake was on the border of St. Catherine and St. Anne near Guys Hill. There were no reports of injuries, but some businesses on the popular beach were damaged. TVJ's Prince Moore reports.
The earthquake unit in a preliminary report said the quake was felt in several parishes and no damage was reported at that time. However, since then, we have received reports of damage to buildings at the HAMASHIACH beach in St. Catherine, more than 100 kilometers away. Thursday's quake left cracks, piles of rubble, and holes in the ground when the shaking stopped. Sarita Earl operates one of the affected restaurants along the shore in HAMASHIACH. She was inside the restaurant when the quake occurred.
I was in the kitchen and I hear a rolling sound from out the sea. And when we look, we can feel the vibration on the ground. But it took, I think they did have one before that broke the building in two.
She added that the damage to the building was not only...
Right, so we continuing here because I don't really have much time here on the earth anymore. We don't really have much time. But for the love of my brothers and sisters, and I really don't want to see you all burn, I am doing this. I don't really have to, right? I don't really have to do this. I was told because people not listening to me, just forget it all. Let me just do what we ought to do without anybody doing anything. But I was also told to as well, right? You are the only one that making the sacrifice to teach people the truth. So let it be worthwhile, you know. We go in, folks. We go in. All right. You see, all these islands here will sink. All these islands out here will sink. Right? All these little islands here will sink. Right? For the islands that are missed, for the places that are missed, in future, I will do a teaching about it once we are still here. Once we are still here, I will do a teaching about it. Alright, so opposite Nova Scotia, we're going over to the UK. Right? And I don't need to go to Indonesia because I already did that a few time ago. Okay, we're in the UK now. We're in the UK. We're just waiting for confirmation, folks. We're in the UK. This is United Kingdom, boy. Yep, this is United Kingdom here. This is England, right? I'm going to show you all how England going to split. All right. We're just waiting for the map to come up, and once the map come up, then we will talk some more on England here. And from England, we go down to Australia, and so and so and so. So while we're waiting here for it to birth, for it to come forth, I'm waiting for it to come forth to teach you all something. Just listen to this. She heard the ground vibrate. She heard a song from the ocean. Listen to it carefully.
With shelves stacked with liquor and waves crashing against the structure outside. But after Thursday's natural disaster,
yes, all the shelf was about liquor and juice and stuff. And when the earthquake occurred, all the shelves tear down and all the liquors fall to the ground and break.
On Thursday, sections of the island were rocked.
All right, so my bad. That wasn't UK. That was Spain, Portugal, and all the different places in it. But I want to teach you all rather. We in Spain. We in Spain right now, guys. We in Spain. This is the place that was saturated yesterday. Spain will be divided in three parts, three-quarter parts, right? And the reason why we did saturation in Spain is to begin to split Spain in a certain way, right? As I told you all already, Spain will be split, right? You all see my mouse? Right here is Spain. This is the place that was saturated yesterday. Yesterday it was saturated real good, right? Spain was saturated yesterday, right? We have some work to do here again in Spain. I mean, we have earthquakes to begin to split Spain in three, right? So the split will be happening like this, according in this manner. This is how the split will happen for Spain. It will happen Cumbra, and it will go straight across the Adora. It had to happen in this manner in order to get a perfect split, right? If you look very carefully too, it's like you can see faces on the land. Let me forget that. That's the next explanation, right? A tsunami is possible. A tsunami could happen out here, but that is not the plan. The plan here is not to create, is not to bring a tsunami, not yet, but to begin to split the land, to divide them, to begin to divide the land. The plan here right now is to divide the land, right? A tsunami is possible here because the ocean is very close. And those who don't know, the ocean will be used as a means of getting the tsunami where we want it to go. So wherever we want the tsunami to go, this is where we will have it going. Right up here, Switzerland's and all these different places will be split. I'm trying to get the mouse to move up. Good morning to you, Sister Asa. And I'm trying to get the mouse to... Alright, wherever we want the tsunami to go, we will get it to go. But just giving you all a perfect idea of why we will be splitting Spain, right? We're going to separate Spain from France. So there will be a crack that will be happening from here straight across to here. Good? Alright. We have Germany, we have Portland, all these elite places. We have Solvika, elite places. We have Austria. There was a lot of floods and all these different things happening in Austria. Austria is a place that is snow too as well. Snow, right? Let's have snow there. Austria, what the fuck wrong with this boy? Google kind of giving a little problems here, but say what guys are just trying to get everything yeah for you. Right, so now we know how they will be separated. Now, as you can see, there's an island called Italy, right? And Italy had real earthquakes. And mind you, in Italy, there's volcanoes, right? Fire volcanoes. Why? Why there are fire volcanoes there? The fire volcano is to burn them alive. Catch them on fire, all right? Alive. There is a lot of volcanoes in Italy, by the way, right? Italy is where Rome is where the Pope is, where the Vatican is, where it does a lot of evil things. So no tsunami yet for them, right? No tsunami yet. But there are volcanoes here, right, that could be triggered to run on land or inland. There's also a volcano in Italy called what's the name of the volcano in Italy? I can't remember the name of it right now. But there's multiple volcanoes in Italy right now that are showing signs of eruption. As you can see, the land Italy is a full piece of land, boy. You know much evil things taking place in the jungle here? All here is considered Italy. Whether it's called Poland, whatever it's called, Italy is a small little brick but they control the whole island. We've been going to that, right? They control the whole land. That whole land there, right? That whole giant hand, as you can see the little nails coming down, right, belongs to Italy, but belongs to Elohim, because Elohim won, right? All right. Now I'm just waiting. All right. Now you know how this supposed to be Europe, right? This supposed to be Europe here, or I wonder if I reach Greenland already. No, the Greenland up here. So we have Greenland up here. This is Greenland, and this up here is supposed to be Iceland. We reached the end of the world, guys. We reached the end. Wow, we reached the end of the world so fast. This is Iceland, right? And from Iceland here, right, is where people see something called Borealis. They call it Borealis. They call it, they have a name that they see these beautiful different colors in the sky. That is the end of the dome. And this is the place about using to store ice for a long time. And now he is melting the ice here. Now, if we zoom into the ice, it will look a lot bigger, because you know, you're looking from a human perspective. If you're looking from a giant perspective, then you will see a little chunk of ice there, a little chunk of ice there, and or we could use it to your advantage to, you know, melt it to do wonders in the Atlantic Ocean. So the reason the ice is here is to use the ice from here and transport it on land, you know, to freeze people sometime, you know, make them freeze to death, and so on and so on. Well, this is the end here. I ain't see no other island here, and the elite and them knows all about this, right? But you know, people are afraid, man. People are afraid. People are afraid to confront the eagles, the enemies, you know. They're afraid to confront them. Mustn't be afraid to confront them at all. Let them know you don't fear them, you know. Alright guys, I'm looking for England here. Well, you all know where the tsunami will be happening for England, right? England is another elite state. Another elite state, right? Good morning, Chinimoan. Good morning, good evening. Alright. Alright guys, I don't think I could go down to Australia, right? But you all know where the tsunami happened for Australia, right? You already know the tsunami happened for Papua New Guinea. You already know the tsunami will be happening for all those different places, right? So guys, this brings us to the whole earth teaching, where the tsunamis will be happening, where fireballs will be happening, what they call it, meteorites. And I just want to bring to a certain order. I want you all to understand this. Please understand that what I am teaching, all right, is the divine truth, and nobody else on the earth will ever know about this unless if they first hear it from me. Once they first hear it from me, then they will know exactly how it will happen, because once they see something I speak happening over and over, then they will say, okay, he know what he's talking about, he's the main source, he's the true main source. And then they will try to imitate or impersonate the main source, and that is where the problem comes in. Alright, remember, everybody who impersonate the messenger of Elohim have some sort of recompense to get, right? Be real, you know. Be the original, you know. Don't be no carbon copy. You know what I mean? I am not no carbon copy, right? Be real, because I am completely real. All right. So this earthquake happened in Jamaica. All right.
But it took, I think they did have one before that break the building in two.
She added that the damage to the building was not only from the shaking, but that the closeness of the ocean to the restaurant acted as a catalyst for some of the damage, especially on the floor.
The earthquake bust the building in two, and then the breeze and the heavy waves of the water go underneath, and it start to break other parts of the building. The
area at the back of the restaurant used to be a bar with shelves stacked with liquor, and waves crashing against the structure outside. But after Thursday's natural disaster,
yes, all the shelf was about liquor and juice and stuff. And when the earthquake occurred, all the shelves tear down and all the liquors fall to the ground and break.
On Thursday, sections of the island were rocked by a 4.2 magnitude earthquake that was felt mostly in St. Anne and St. Catherine. We are now learning that the earthquake damaged structures along the HAMASHIACH shoreline in Portmore, St. Catherine. Now, the epicenter of the earthquake was on the border of St. Catherine and St. Anne near Guys Hill. There were no reports of injuries, but some businesses on the popular beach were damaged. TVJ's Prince Moore reports.
The earthquake unit in a preliminary report said the quake was felt in several parishes and no damage was reported at that time. However, since then, we have received reports of damage to buildings at the HAMASHIACH beach in St. Catherine, more than 100 kilometers away. Thursday's quake left cracks, piles of rubble, and holes in the ground when the shaking stopped. Sarita Earl operates one of the affected restaurants along the shore in HAMASHIACH. She was inside the restaurant when the quake occurred.
I was in the kitchen and I hear a rolling sound from out the sea. And when we look, we can feel the vibration on the ground. But it took, I think they did have one before that broke the building in two.
She added that the damage to the building was not only from the shaking, but that the closeness of the ocean to the restaurant acted as a catalyst for some of the damage, especially on the floor.
The earthquake bust the building in two, and then the breeze and the heavy waves of the water go underneath and it start to break other parts of the building.
The area at the back of the restaurant used to be a bar with shelves stacked with liquor and waves crashing against the structure outside. But after Thursday's natural disaster,
yes, all the shelf was about liquor and juice and stuff. And when the earthquake occurred, all the shelves tear down and all the liquors fall to the ground and break.
On Thursday, sections of the island were rocked by a 4.2 magnitude earthquake that was felt mostly in St. Anne and St. Catherine. We are now learning that the earthquake damaged structures along the HAMASHIACH shoreline in Portmore, St. Catherine. Now, the epicenter of the earthquake was on the border of St. Catherine and St. Anne near Guys Hill. There were no reports of injuries, but some businesses on the popular beach were damaged. TVJ's Prince Moore reports.
The earthquake unit in a preliminary report said the quake was felt in several parishes and no damage was reported at that time. However, since then, we have received reports of damage to buildings at the HAMASHIACH beach in St. Catherine, more than 100 kilometers away. Thursday's quake left cracks, piles of rubble, and holes in the ground when the shaking stopped. Sarita Earl operates one of the affected restaurants along the shore in HAMASHIACH. She was inside the restaurant when the quake occurred.
I was in the kitchen and I hear a rolling sound from out the sea. And when we look, we can feel the vibration on the ground. But it took, I think they did have one before that broke the building in two.
She added that the damage to the building was not only from the shaking, but that the closeness of the ocean to the restaurant acted as a catalyst for some of the damage, especially on the floor.
The earthquake bust the building in two, and then the breeze and the heavy waves of the water go underneath and it start to break other parts of the building.
The area at the back of the restaurant used to be a bar with shelves stacked with liquor and waves crashing against the structure outside. But after Thursday's natural disaster,
yes, all the shelf was about liquor and juice and stuff. And when the earthquake occurred, all the shelves tear down and all the liquors fall to the ground and break.
On Thursday, sections of the island were rocked by a 4.2 magnitude earthquake that was felt mostly in St. Anne and St. Catherine. We are now learning that the earthquake damaged structures along the HAMASHIACH shoreline in Portmore, St. Catherine. Now, the epicenter of the earthquake was on the border of St. Catherine and St. Anne near Guys Hill. There were no reports of injuries, but some businesses on the popular beach were damaged. TVJ's Prince Moore reports.
The earthquake unit in a preliminary report said the quake was felt in several parishes and no damage was reported at that time. However, since then, we have received reports of damage to buildings at the HAMASHIACH beach in St. Catherine, more than 100 kilometers away. Thursday's quake left cracks, piles of rubble, and holes in the ground when the shaking stopped. Sarita Earl operates one of the affected restaurants along the shore in HAMASHIACH. She was inside the restaurant when the quake occurred.
I was in the kitchen and I hear a rolling sound from out the sea. And when we look, we can feel the vibration on the ground. But it took, I think they did have one before that broke the building in two.
She added that the damage to the building was not only from the shaking, but that the closeness of the ocean to the restaurant acted as a catalyst for some of the damage, especially on the floor.
The earthquake bust the building in two, and then the breeze and the heavy waves of the water go underneath and it start to break other parts of the building.
The area at the back of the restaurant used to be a bar with shelves stacked with liquor and waves crashing against the structure outside. But after Thursday's natural disaster,
yes, all the shelf was upon liquor and juice and stuff. And when the earthquake occurred, all the shelves tear down and all the liquors fall to the ground and break.
On Thursday, sections of the island were rocked by a 4.2 magnitude in St. Anne and St. Catherine. We are now learning that the earthquake damaged structures along the HAMASHIACH shoreline in Portmore, St. Catherine. Now, the epicenter of the earthquake was on the border of St. Catherine and St. Anne near Guys Hill. There were no reports of injuries, but some businesses on the popular beach were damaged. TVJ's Prince Moore reports.
The earthquake unit in a preliminary report said the quake was felt in several parishes and no damage was reported at that time. However, since then, we have received reports of damage to buildings at the HAMASHIACH beach in St. Catherine, more than 100 kilometers away. Thursday's quake left cracks, piles of rubble, and holes in the ground when the shaking stopped. Sarita Earl operates one of the affected restaurants along the shore in HAMASHIACH. She was inside the restaurant when the quake occurred.
I was in the kitchen and I hear a rolling sound from out the sea. And when we look, we can feel the vibration on the ground. But it took, I think they did have one before that broke the building in two.
She added that the damage to the building was not only from the shaking, but that the closeness of the ocean to the restaurant acted as a catalyst for some of the damage, especially on the floor.
The earthquake bust the building in two, and then the breeze and the heavy waves of the water go underneath and it start to break other parts of the building.
The area at the back of the restaurant used to be a bar with shelves stacked with liquor and waves crashing against the structure outside. But after Thursday's natural disaster,
yes, all the shelf was upon liquor and juice and stuff. And when the earthquake occurred, all the shelves tear down and all the liquors fall to the ground and break.
On Thursday, sections of the island were rocked by a 4.2 magnitude earthquake that was felt mostly in St. Anne and St. Catherine. We are now learning that the earthquake damaged structures along the HAMASHIACH shoreline in Portmore, St. Catherine. Now, the epicenter of the earthquake was on the border of St. Catherine and St. Anne near Guys Hill. There were no reports of injuries, but some businesses on the popular beach were damaged. TVJ's Prince Moore reports.
The earthquake unit in a preliminary report said the quake was felt in several parishes and no damage was reported at that time. However, since then, we have received reports of damage to buildings at the HAMASHIACH beach in St. Catherine, more than 100 kilometers away. Thursday's quake left cracks, piles of rubble, and holes in the ground when the shaking stopped. Sarita Earl operates one of the affected restaurants along the shore in HAMASHIACH. She was inside the restaurant when the quake occurred.
I was in the kitchen and I hear a rolling sound from out the sea. And when we look, we can feel the vibration on the ground. But it took, I think they did have one before that break the building in two.
She added that the damage to the building was not only from the shaking, but that the closeness of the ocean to the restaurant acted as a catalyst for some of the damage, especially on the floor.
The earthquake bust the building in two.
Yeah, shalom to everybody. While we wait for everybody to come into the live, see who and who will be here with us here right now. Shalom to Sister Liline. Shalom to you, sis. Right, so I'm doing a audio broadcast today. Then later on I'll do explaining live. But today I want to talk about again the different phases, and we also want to talk about the different magnitudes of earthquakes. We also want to discuss what is an aftershock, which don't exist, and anything else you all will like to talk about today. I would like to hear whatever you all have to say. All right. So as you can see there with the picture that is showing there, the angel taking his sword and thrusting it into the earth, and that is what brings us the earthquakes. There's nothing like the earth just moving for itself. No, that is not the case here. So I like to say shalom and special good evening to all my true brothers and sisters who truly walking in righteousness, and those who are truly walking in holiness, and those who are truly remaining on path. All right. While we wait for people to share the life and thing, I like to just do a shout out to you, Sister Commander, one of our commanders, Sister Liline Valley, right? Shalom. Erika Webisina, that from Indonesia, Cindy Alexander from Trinidad, Mari Assyria from Cali, Peng Haijosa from the Philippines. We wait now for more people to join in with us as we discuss the most pressing issues affecting humanity today. Right. So I use the word most pressing because I just wanted to give you all an idea of what I'm really trying to explain. Also to remember that this live will be replayed. There will be a replay on this live maybe sometime soon in the near future. But today we're going to talk about what is going on right now in California. What is going on right now in California is not what USGS tell you, because USGS telling you all that is aftershocks. That's the reason why there are earthquakes. So one of the things that I want to discuss with you all today is how a mega earthquake that happened the 4th of July could still affect or could still cause so-called aftershocks. After so long, they're still talking about aftershocks still occurring after the 7.5 magnitude earthquake, which they downgrade to 7.1. It really was a 8.5 earthquake that happened in California. Right? It really was a 8.5 magnitude that happened in California, but they downgraded to a lower grade so that people do not know the true magnitude or the true depth or the true deception of what they plan to do in a few more days from now. Not weeks. We don't have weeks here. We don't have months here. We don't have years here anymore. We have a few days. And I'm saying this in a way for you all to understand. A few days could simply means also too as well. It could mean a few more weeks, a few more months, but it doesn't mean a few years anymore. If that was the case and we was really going to remain here until, let's say, 2030, if we was really going to remain here until 2030,
Therefore, no earthquakes wouldn't have been happening. No saturation wouldn't have been taking places. Places like New York, right now, New York, right now in New York, places in New York is being saturated right now as we speak. Right, so places in New York is being saturated, and those are just one of the phases that we're going to discuss today. It have a lot of phases. I told you all already. It have 12 different phases, and on a past live I did explain about the different magnitudes of phases that will have to happen for the bigger phases to happen. Remember, Abba didn't just create the earth in 1 day, or in 7 days. It takes 7 years to fulfill the creation of the earth. Right? So now we're going to remove the equation of science and religion from the whole deception. We're going to remove the equation of science. What I want you all to do is to start to share this live is going to be very, very important. It's not going to be long, like say an hour or 10 minutes or 10 hours or anything like that. The live is just going to be for half an hour. I hope I could remain a half an hour talking to you all here. And then later on we will jump on a different topic. We're going to talk about something else. Alright, so let me just introduce myself again. I am Archangel Samuel. That is who I am. I am the fifth angel of the end time apocalypse. That's why everything that I say will happen. It will come to pass wherever, whatever time that it need, whenever time that it will happen, it will happen. All right. So just wanted to let you all know that. So that is for those who know coming in, and those who know coming in, and those who know joining the live, so that they will have an idea. Well, you know, A, X, and Y, Z is the case, and they're not falling into any snare or any trap or anything like that. So that's to let them know now. Also too, for the hypocrites, and the hypocrites who will join us, the hypocrites will join us, the so-called followers will join us, the Marcos will join us, the USCS thieves will join us. They will join us very soon. All right. But what I just want to discuss with you all today is the different phases that we are actually in the 7th phase right now. Remember, I tell you all it's 12 phases, right? We're in the 7th phase, crossing from the 7th phase, going into the 8th phase. So in other words, we're not really on the 7th phase. We passed the 7th phase already, but we're still in the 7th phase. Remember, I will not come out and tell you all flat X, Y, and Z going and happen here, there, and everywhere. I won't come out and tell you all flat. I'll just give you all an idea. I'll just give you all, so that you all will formulate it in your mind, so that you all will know, hey, Bro really did talk about that. Bro really did speak in connection to that, so that you all will have an idea now of what exactly I'm talking about, what I'm going to discuss. So that's the reason why I doesn't really give people the full magnitude of the destruction of what's going to happen, A, Y, or wherever it's going to take place. I don't give people the full scale of the destruction, because not that I don't want people to know about it. It's because some people will use that as a way to be scared or to be in fear, all them kind of thing. I'm not scaring people. I don't be on no scare tactics thing, right? I don't really be on that scare tactic thing with nobody whatsoever, right? So I just here to just open your eyes, so that you will open your eyes to see it. All right, so what we're going to do is we are going to focus on the picture that is before us now, right? We're going to focus on the picture that is before us. The picture that we're seeing before us is an angel with a sword. As you can see, the angel with the sword, the angel is mounted off the ground, not on the ground, and the angel have 2 wings. So we seen the angel with the 2 wings, right? Now I can't really adjust the screen anyhow. I just did it so that you all could see it. What we're looking at is that the angel now taking his sword and thrusting it into the earth. Now the angel going to a specific depth, because these swords, the swords that you're seeing here is not normal swords. They are not like the normal swords where it is used to do battle with. The normal sword used to do battle with. These swords are different measurements on it. right? These swords have different measurements in it, and they go to according to the depth. So let me say the depth is 10 feet. Let me say the depth is 10 kilometers. They go down 10 kilometers. 10 kilometers could be any magnitude. It could be 5.5. You see, the reason why they just get a greater scale on the Richter scale, or the Richter scale, whatever they call the scale, the reason why they just get a greater scale or a greater amount in magnitude is because of the way how they rock the sword, the way how they push the sword, the way how they push the sword to go down. And another thing I want you all to understand is that the swords that they are using is not spiritual swords. It's not the swords that are used to do battle in the spirit. It's a natural sword, but the sword that they're using to do it is a specific sword that they're using to dig the earth, to crack the earth then, right? And recently Abraham did show a crop circle, which I'm going to be teaching about that in a few days from now. Let me say about Friday, this Friday here, praise Yah. This Friday here I will be teaching a new crop circle. Came out about maybe some years or whatever. I can't remember, some years or some months, but the crop circle have exactly what we are doing. All right. So the reason why I can explain to the public where the magnitude will happen, what magnitude will happen, where it will happen, where exactly will be the magnitude, how soon will be an earthquake, how soon they will be here, how soon they will go there. That is because I am a part of this plan. And without me being the key of this plan, nothing would have been happening right now. Yes, I boasting because people saying how they could do without me. Right? You can't do it without me. Right? I am the key. If you only accept Elohim, they will not accept you. They will not accept you. You still need to remain rooted and grounded, so that the key could continue to direct your path. So the key will continue to lead, to correct you when you're going wrong, so that the key now will continue to keep you on path, so that you do not fall. Because as I say already, a lot of people are going to fall. A lot of people are going to fall. All right? And we're trying to avoid that from happening. All right?
6 minutes ago.
We're trying to avoid that from happening. All right? A new magnitude have now been detected. And it happened in Argentina, 4.2. All right? So as I was saying already, as I just saying to you all already, depths. All right. Let me talk about 2018. What happened 2018 had earthquakes, yes. But the earthquakes wasn't every single day. 2017 had earthquakes. But it was like 1, 2, or 3 earthquakes every 3 months or so an earthquake happened. But now it's every day. Every day, every 15 minutes an earthquake happens. Every 15 minutes. Sometimes every 5 minutes an earthquake happens. All right? So I just want you all to see the big change. This is a big change. This is a real big change that's taking place on earth, and people ignoring the fact that the earthquakes that's happening now is not normal. It's not the prevalent earthquakes is not normal now, since Abraham started to do things differently, right? So there will be, yes. All right, let me talk about regress. I can't pronounce the name right, but I think it's in Trona, and that is in CA, which is California. That is in the Southern California and in the Central California. That is the reason why the magnitudes are small. I explained to you all some weeks ago about the different magnitudes and the reason why they cannot execute both magnitudes at the same time. Sometime when they do execute at 6.6, they could have done it by, do it at 3.0 and the next 3.0, and then you'll get 3.1, or no, so you'll get 6.1. But when the end time they execute at 7.0, a 7.0 is a very serious warning. A 6.1 is a very serious one, and 5.1, 4.1, 3.1. Let me explain to you all. Remember, I explained to you all about the minor, the major, the mini, minor, major. Some of you may have seen a video circling social media where there was a tsunami in Brazil yesterday. Right, and they claim that it didn't happen because no earthquake caused the waves to come in. That is a lie. Remember I told you all, Abraham does do things in advance. Everything is being done in advance. Everything must be done in advance. So while everything is being done in advance, Abraham did the earthquake in advance. And what he did, as I remember, teacher was teaching you all about the different magnitudes. I teach you all about the different depths. As you all see, the earthquakes is always, sometimes the earthquakes must be 100 and something, sometimes it might be 700, sometimes it might be 5, sometimes. But most of the depths of the earthquakes, right? Most of the depths of the earthquakes that happening, it always 10 kilometers. Always 10 kilometers. Why it always 10 kilometers? Right? And why? And people may be wondering how I came up with this 10.1. How I come up with this 10.1. Because the 10.1 is the end result. The end result of all the other magnitudes. Or every other thing that is going to happen will fall in line with the 10.1. Right? So what I'm going to do is, I don't want to talk about the whole session. I'm going to give people an opportunity to voice their opinion about anything they might want to know. So while I'm on here right now, you all can like ask your question, whatever, and let me see how best I can answer them questions that others might have. It's circling. Hi, Amin. Yes, salam to you, Sister Rosa and Sarah. Iri. Hi, Iri. Hi, Iri from Indonesia. Hey, what's up to you, brother Frank? Everything cool? Hey, what's up, Darrell from Trinidad? Hey, what's up, Cody from Cali? Zinul, yeah? All right, so while we're waiting for other people to join in the live, all right, I just wanted to know if you all have any questions. Yeah, I don't want to stay too long. Most people may be getting cut off and things like that, right? Most people may be getting cut off. Yeah, this is an audio broadcast, not a where you could, see the sky and all this kind of thing. Audio broadcast where we are discussing about the different magnitudes of earthquakes, where exactly going to happen. Or remember, we were talking about Lombok. Lombok is in Indonesia, right? We are going to begin a burst of earthquakes there in Lombok. Now, for the past 7 days, Lombok has been very silent. Lombok and where, boy? Halmahera in Indonesia have had big earthquakes. Big earthquakes happen in Halmahera. We had big earthquakes happening in Bali. In the Bali Sea, we had big earthquakes happening in Seram Sea. All those places in Indonesia, right? We had those activities there. In Papua, I don't know how to say it in your language. I think it's Papua or Papua, Indonesia. And we also had a burst of earthquakes in Papua New Guinea. It's Papua or Papa? I think it's Papua, right? All right, so it's Papua New Guinea. All right, and they also begin some activity there in New Zealand. Well, New Zealand having like thousands of earthquakes. Why nobody reporting about that? Why USGS not reporting about the thousands of earthquakes in New Zealand? Well, I want to report to you all today, right? There have been at least 160,000 earthquakes. 160,000 earthquakes happened in New Zealand. And it just happened Sometimes it's a 5, sometimes it's a 4, sometimes it's a 3, 2, 1, and then they go back up to 5. So the magnitude really vary. The magnitude vary based on the location, based on the soil texture. Because if the texture of the soil is not 100%, right? They will execute earthquakes, but it will remain at 3 point something. It depends on the texture of the soil. If the texture of the soil is not 100%, right? If the texture of the soil is not 100%, then they will sometimes go up to like 5 point something, and then they will go back down to like 3.1 or 3.0, or they might go to 2.1, right? And I saw right now as I speak, they're doing some execution of these tectonic plates around the earth right now, right? And for the Trinidadians who listen, yes, there are earthquakes happening in Trinidad, and I'm just going to name out a few of the places in Trinidad having earthquakes right now. Arima, Tunapuna, Labre, Claxambi, CUBA, Woodland, Princess again, Princess Moruga, Sandy Grande. Those are the places that right now having frequent earthquakes, and the relevant authority, which is UESHITMIC, known as UESeismic, they are not really reporting the magnitudes of earthquakes. Also, too, for people to know as well, there are earthquakes happening Carupano right now. There have been at least 100. There have been 100 earthquakes happening in Carupano from last week, from the 7th of July to now. There have been 100 earthquakes happening in Carupano. Belize, that is close to Caracu, they had at least 60 earthquakes. Last 3 days had 60 earthquakes in Belize. They're not reporting it. Colombia, well, you all know Colombia, USGS and them reporting, because those are places where the elites and them set up their bases and all that kind of thing. All these other places like Belize, Caracu, they don't care about these places. Panama, well, yeah, Panama is part of the elites basing ground. All right, Panama, Costa Rica border. Again, Guatemala, all them different places as part of the elite. So that's why you will see it on the earthquake records. You will see it on the earthquake records whenever earthquake happens, whenever they execute a tectonic plate shifting. Well, the shifting had to do with the sword and everything, so I explained that already to you all. And I explained to you all that the sword itself have different measurements, all right? And it really have up to 10.1. It don't have up to 13. It don't have to 14. Because you never hear me say, you never heard me ever say there will be a 13.1 or nothing like that. No. It goes up to a 10.1. Why? Why it goes up to a 10.1? It goes up to a 10.1 because of the depth of the earth, one, and because of the thickness of the earth. So according to the thickness of the earth and wherever them saturates, because right now they're working on the saturation, as you all know too as well, there will be earthquakes happening, yeah, but there will be fireballs spotted in different places, because you all know, you all seen it. I mean, people actually seeing all this happening, and people still keeping a blind eye of all the things that are happening, right? People keep have a blind eye of all the things that are happening. I'm going to talk about now, right? So, depending on the depth, this has a lot to do with the depth. That's why people felt the earthquake, the 8.5 magnitude earthquake that happened in Trinidad last year. They downgraded. UESHITMIC downgraded the earthquake to 6.5 when it was at 8.5. Right? It's the same shit they're doing. The same shit USGS doing. Right? It's the same shit they're doing. But people are seeing that. I exposing the atrocity, the agenda of why they're doing that, and people not listening. But this is just a fraction of the deception. It's according to how deep you are willing to go in the rabbit hole, according to how deep you're really willing to go to learn, to understand the ways of the kingdom, the ways of how our Father does things. If you understand the magnitude of how he does things, then you will understand the magnitude of his mercy. You will understand how much his mercy was really showing forth. You will understand how much sacrifice he had to bear, how much suffering he had to take, how much mockery he had to go through in order to reach this far. Because we could have ended a long time, but his mercy is still showing. He's still showing that mercy, you know. That mercy is still being shown. Because as I said already, if Abba execute a let me say if Abba execute 5.0, right? He execute 2.5.0. 5.0 will give us what? Not 10, not 10.1, because you're counting the 2 zeros. And when you count the 2 zeros, what you get? You count the 2 zeros, it doesn't get 2, you get 1. This is how the level of understanding of humanity is faded away. That they don't understand the structure of righteousness or the foundation of righteousness. They don't understand the way how Yahuwah does things. That is the reason why they're so way back in understanding certain things. Alright? So these are the places: Arima, Tunapuna, Woodland, Claxon Bay, Labris, Sandy Grande, Moruga, Princestown. One last place, St. James in Port of Spain, St. James, Sagaramas, Maturin, Aripa is a little piece of island. It's called Santa P Island. Santa P Island is not far from Aripa. I don't know if I'm saying the name right, but there are earthquakes happening there right now, and the magnitude is always under 3.5. But it's not really 3.5, it's 4.0, 4.5 happening there, but UB Seismic not reporting it. They're not reporting it because it's a prevalent agenda that it will prove that I am right in my drawings. It will prove that my drawing is 1,000,000% accurate. And they really shit. So that's the reason why they're not reporting the earthquakes happening in Trinidad at all. And just like what they're doing in California, they're not reporting some of the earthquakes happening at all. Right? So right now as we speak, USGS saying is 6,000 earthquakes happen. Their number right now is 6,000 earthquakes happen in California. When we know for a fact by now, at around this hour, it's at least 77. How much by? 77,000 earthquakes, because it was so much. It was 70,000 this last night. It was 70,000. And you know earthquakes happen all during the night and up till now. And by, let me say, a little later on, they go reach 76 or so. So it's like 77,000 earthquakes. We're just talking in advance. Now we reach 77,000 earthquake, then a big earthquake will happen. A big one will happen. When we reach 77, a big earthquake will happen in order to trigger our next event. This is how they do things. That is why on the 4th of July, they decided to just, execute. They decided to just execute. They decided to do, you know what, let me just execute it one time, because, and the next thing too I want to talk about, they are placing the drawings of the tectonic plate, right? The drawings of the tectonic plate varies, and the drawing of the tectonic plate doesn't map out the whole friggin' island, right? So a lot of people saying, most people who know science and them kind of bullshit, saying how, well, that's how the tectonic plate is. That's not how the tectonic plate is. The tectonic plate is rectangular, triangle. It's at different sizes or different shapes The tectonic plates are different shapes depending on the foundation of the land. So depending on the foundation of the land, depending on where the main epicenters are, that is where the shape of the tectonic plates are completely different. So when people talk about, well, the tectonic plate is like this and the tectonic plate is like that, no guys, the tectonic plates have different shapes, different sizes, execute different things. So let me say they decided to execute an earthquake on a rectangular shape. What do you think will happen? You know how a rectangle does look, right? All right. So a rectangle now, right? A rectangle have how much size a rectangle have, and how much size does a square have, right? So we doing the calculation, and the calculations we're doing depending on how the tectonic plate is. So let me say the tectonic plate is rectangular, then we have to multiply the places nearby. Let me say it happened in Southern California, and let me say right where Southern California is, there's a triangle tectonic plate. You have to calculate the distance from the epicenter to, let me say, about 4 kilometers or 110 kilometers, or you know what I mean now, right? I wasn't really good in maths because or geography and science and all them kind of shit, because I never like it. All right, but I'm just speaking from the spiritual perspective. I'm speaking from the ancient perspective to give you all an idea of what I'm really explaining to you all. Because I said already, in order to walk, you had to creep, right? You can't creep before you walk. You have to creep first, because when you come out of the womb, you had to learn certain things. You might have to learn certain things on your own, because when you come out of the womb, you had to learn how to, your mom does hold in your bottle and breastfeeding you, and then after they give you the bottle. I went through all that already, all that breastfeeding. All of us went through all that when we came here. So I'm not supposed to go through this whole thing again by explaining to people, right? Or breastfeed them again, or give them milk and give them milk and milk and milk. The milk will hurt your belly. He's a big man, he's a big woman. I mean, he's a big person in a sense. You're not a little 7-year-old, you're not 30 years. He's a big man, he's a big woman. You should have some understanding, right? I'm not saying this to insult anybody or anything like this. I'm just speaking from a really straightforward point of view, and I want people to understand, right, that what they specifically teaching people is shit, rubbish, bullshit. You all know that, I know that, USGS know that, UE shit make, BMKG in Indonesia, even Folovix, I think his name is Folovix or Polovix, the Institute of Volcano Technology in the Philippines. They know that, right? So they all know the agenda. I ain't talking about the little minions and them running around and talking about, hey, Polovix right, or USGS right, and USGS say this, and USGS says it's an aftershock, right? So because USGS says an aftershock, everybody take it and run with it. Run. They just take up any shit that USGS say and they just run with it, right? That is the attitude and mentality of human beings, right? They do not like to support righteousness. They don't love righteousness because they don't know righteousness. Although they are introduced to righteousness, they reject it and they accept unrighteousness. This is the world that we live in. This is the truth. This is the foundation, right? This is the foundation that I teach you. I don't teach you all the foundation of unrighteousness, the foundation of ungodliness. I teach you all the truth, right? Alright guys, so we're coming to the end of today's live broadcast. I said I was going for how much? I said I was going for half an hour. We crossed the half an hour boundary. And I'd just like to know if there's anything else that you all want me to maybe discuss, or anything else, because I'm going to close off now, because I'm not going an hour, 2-3 hours. I'm not wasting that time anymore. Alright? Not going to waste that time anymore to teach people things that they will not understand, or things that they do understand. Yeah, they do understand it, but they just want their own way of understanding. That's the reason why a lot of people comes along and mislead them. Right? People comes along, mislead them. Although they were taught the righteousness from Elohim, they decide to reject the messenger. They decide to reject the messenger who bring them the message from the throne, and they accept the one who steal it. So that's my point now. That's what I'm trying to explain to you all right now. Alright, so thank you all for watching today's live, and thank you all for being on the live with
Shalom and welcome to my gathering this morning, as we are about some days left now. All right, we are a few days left now, so now I'm telling you all, we are at a few days right now, and the saturation as the whole saturation, all right, will end with Trinidad and Tobago. They will be the ones to experience the final saturation. And you know what comes with the final saturation? You know, destruction comes with the final saturation, right? All right, so I gather you all this morning to tell you all that a massive earthquake is going to happen on the east coast of America. So on the east coast of America, that is where all the activity will begin, beginning tonight, which is today is the 15th of February. All right, we are the 15th now. So a massive earthquake is going to strike, what's going to happen in the in the east coast of America. And after the east coast of America, then it will be in the east coast of the Caribbean island. So that's how it will begin. All right, it will begin like a domino effect. So when it begins in the east, then it will begin in the west, then it will go back into the west, then it will go back into the northwest, then it will go into the east-west, then it will go into the northwest, and then it will go into the southwest, then it will go into the east-northwest. All right, that is how the pattern of the earthquakes is going to happen from now on, as we're going to enter into the domino effect. So we enter into the domino effect as of right now. So I'm doing my live late because I know people sleeping right now. So all those who are heirs to hear will hear what I'm saying right now. And make sure that you take down the notes of the things that I will be revealing today over this live. Also, we're going to be talking about the transformation. All right, what is the transformation and how is the transformation happening in your bodies and stuff like that. We will also be talking about some other things too as the live goes by. Shalom to all commanders on the life, to all soldiers in Elohim's army, and to all friends of Elohim, the ones who watching the live, who not a part of Elohim's kingdom. You are friends of Elohim. That means there's an opportunity for you. Being a friend doesn't allow you into the ark, but being a friend could allow you access to get into the ark.
right? It doesn't mean to say that you don't have to go through all the tests and trials and tribulations. You will have to go through it as well. Blessed good morning to Eugenius here. Shalom to Sister Lauren. Shalom to you, Sarah. Shalom to you, Commander Coco and Commander Jeremiah. Hi to you, Sharon Scott. Welcome, soul. Sister Sydney and Sister... Oh my gosh, I can't remember her name right now. But shalom and good morning to you, Sister Dine. Shalom, shalom to you. Good morning, good evening, good night. What's your time where you are? Massive earthquake is about to happen. And we're about to kick off the red zone. Yes, the beginning of the domino effect. To the Caribbean islands, the east coast, the west coast, the north coast, the south coast, they are all going to experience this domino effect, which is going to take a toll on the earth, which is going to cause catastrophic consequences. Read what is in the description of the live. Shalom, Maxie Brown. Shalom to you, sister. Alright, so all the small minor earthquakes that is occurring around the earth for quite a long while right now, while sometimes you might get a major one, it might be like 5.1 or 6.1. According to the magnitude, is according to the shift of the tectonic plates that Yahuwah is aligning to bring forth the mega tsunami. So that means that the pole reversal shifting has already begun, but this is just the first phase of the pole reversal shifting. So we are in the first phase of the pole reversal shifting, and today, which is the 15th of February 20 Gregorian 19, all right, we are going to enter into the second phase of the pole reversal shifting. The pole reversal shifting has 7 phases. Alright, 7 phases the pole reversal shifting has. And we are in the first phase. We are going to enter into the second phase beginning the 15th, which is today of February 2019. We're going to enter into that phase, which will lead into more and more dire catastrophic events occurring around the earth, as Abba Yahuwah is still in the process of achieving the saturation process. Trinidad and Tobago will experience the final saturation. The final saturation will occur in Trinidad in a few days from now. When that saturation is near to completion, there will be catastrophic consequences going on or occurring in Trinidad, which they will bring to a state of emergency quickly. Alright? So there were also some things that I want you all to know about, which we will be talking about in a sec. Right, so we're going to read what is on the screen, what is flashing across the screen right now when the tectonic plate is partially oversetting. So that's what was going on right now. The tectonic plate is oversetting. It means that the way how it was created, the way how it was laid, it has been lifted and pushed forward. As I told you all, it's been lifted and pushed forward, not backward. So like how they're actually saying how the poles are shifting, that's just bullshit. Alright, no, the poles ain't begin to shift yet. So I saw an article speaking about the pole shift occurring, that the North Pole already going. No, that's just bullshit. We ain't reached there yet. We ain't start where the poles start to switch. That's just bullshit, guys. The pole ain't begin to switch yet. Alright? When the poles begin to switch, I will tell you. I will tell you when it begin to switch. Right now, the poles ain't shift yet. The pole reversal shifting, the final phase is the final event. The pole shift will shift that 7th phase will bring catastrophic dire consequences. So the poles ain't begin to switch yet. They're talking shit. They're talking real shit, caca shit. So that when the pole shift, when the pole reversal shifting begin to the 7th phase, the last phase of all the phase, that is when the pole reversal shifting will happen. That is when all the poles will switch. The pole reversal shifting is not only about the poles shifting and the pole will go to the east and the west will come to the north and the north will go to the south. No. They're talking real shit. You understand? They're stealing my prophecies. They're stealing my prophecies and I have no idea what I'm talking about, because they just want favoritism and they just want to be famous. They just want people to run to them for information when they are the ones who are not the righteous one. They are not righteous. They are not holy. There's nothing good. There's nothing good about there's nothing good about these people who wanna be me. So all those people who wanna be me, there's nothing good in them. Nothing good in them, like Devika, Raghu, all those different people like Mark Elkin and all those other people who stealing the prophecy from Elohim, stealing the prophecy from me. So there's nothing good in them, because all what they did was steal the prophecy, change around the words in their own words, as though they know something. They don't know nothing. He don't know nothing about the pole reversal shifting. Devika knows nothing. She don't know nothing. And by the way, a psychic is not a prophet. A psychic is not a prophetess. Alright? A psychic is a witch. Right? Everybody should know a psychic don't prophesy. But this psychic that they have in Trinidad, she lying to people, stating that she getting things, she receiving things via visions when she watching over my lives, taking all the good parts from the life, leaving the devastating parts. Right? They don't know nothing about what's going on. Only I alone, as I've already decreed that I am the only one who knows what's going on around the earth. I am the only one Yahuwah rely on to teach his way. I am the only one that Yahuwah relies on so that I could bring forth the ancient truth of Elohim. I am the only one. Everyone who claimed to know about the pole reversal shifting or the pole shift, they are frauds. Yahuwah said it multiple times, that all those who pretending to know, right, what's going on, they are frauds. So these assholes didn't see what the prophecy states.
Let me read it out for you all. Let me just get from that part. And let me just read it. Let me just read it out there. Alright? So let's go. Let me see if I can just slow it down some more. I will just slow it down. So I'll slow it down. The tectonic plates is being arranged. You know what's the meaning of arranged? The tectonic plate is being arranged. It means that the tectonic plates is being arranged. It means it is arranged to create something. It's arranged to do something. Arranged means like arrangement. The way how it was before, it's no longer in the way it was before. So they don't understand the difference between the pole shift and the pole reversal shifting. They have no idea what's the difference between the both, because they are just stealing my words, stealing my prophecies, stealing the predictions, and then saying they're getting things via visions. And some of them saying that they did the research and they know about this and they know about that. But I have been telling you all the truth for quite a long while, and I'm telling you that there's no way that Yahuwah reveal personal things to me. And when I release it to you, the public, there are other people who all of a sudden saying that they receive it through via visions. Never. They could never receive this thing via visions, only if they get it from me. You understand? To be, very honest. So these people need to stop lying to the public. All right? The tectonic plate is being partially aligned as of right now. All right? To create this atmospheric shift in Indonesia and the Caribbean islands. So in the last few days in the month of February, there were multiple earthquakes occurring in Dominica. All right? So there have been a lot of changes, although people might know, but I am the only one know the reason for the small earthquakes. They talking once of the shit of this and this. They don't have no idea, guys, what the reason why there are small earthquakes. They don't know why. They don't know why there are small earthquakes and why certain things happening all of a sudden, and they're just speculating, guys. They're just speculating. They don't know exactly what's going on. All right. So to create the atmospheric shift. Atmospheric shift have a lot to do with the atmospheric river, which will be put in place as of being put in place right now in California to complete the saturation in certain places in California. So certain places in California need water to saturate the land in order for the fault lines to come up. In order for the fault, all right, in order for the San Andreas fault to be active, there must be saturation in order to activate it. All right, so earthquakes not just going, a mega earthquake not just going to happen just like that. Things need to be put in place in order for certain things to happen, and people have no idea what's going on. They have no idea at all. People are speculating and just stealing the prophecies and stealing things, stealing writings and stealing wordings and stealing they're stealing all what Yahuwah told me alone in the secret place. So if Yahuwah told me A, B, and C in the secret place, how the heck somebody else will hear that? It's impossible, guys. You understand? My point is that they hearing me coming live and then saying A, B, and C will happen, and then what they will do, put 2 and 2 together, and then they will say, yeah, Archangel Samuel really telling the truth, and then they will steal that. Then they will steal that, and then they will say A, B, and C, and they might miss out D, and D is the main vibration for certain things to come forth. You know what I mean? So it's impossible for Yahuwah to tell me something in the secret place. All right? And then other people saying that they get it via visions. Could never be, guys. Could never, ever, ever, ever be. You understand? And just imagine to boot, that these so-called ungodly people, who is so-called people,
these ungodly rats and them, right, who misleading other people to the lake of eternal fire, they have no idea what's coming for them. They have no idea what is already in the making for them. You understand? So they're misleading other people not to listen to Archangel Samuel, right? But they steal the words and then they turn around the prophecy in their own words, right? Casting a curse on all those who believe in what they say, which is not the actual truth. But they will turn it around in their words, but they will still remain, they will still leave behind remnants of the prophecy, so to speak, so that they could be exposed. You understand what I mean? If Yahuwah reveals something only to me, there's no way, no psychic, no witch, no warlock, no pastor, no prophet, no deacon, no evangelist, there's no way, none of them will never know about it. So if Yahuwah reveals something to me alone, he revealed it to me only, right? He don't tell A, B, and Bam Bam about the things he's going to do. He only chose a particular amount of people who he will tell certain things. There are certain things that Yahuwah will never tell people. Never. But he will tell me. Right? So what I'm trying to say, in other words, there's no way that Yahuwah tell me something personally and other people talking about they get it via visions, that they see it in a vision and all kind of shit, when they don't want to give me credit. They don't want to give Elohim credit nor me credit for what they steal from my life. Right? They don't want to do that. It's sad. I mean, it's sad. It's really sad. But that is where the world has come to, you know. That is where the world has come to. Alright, so the minor earthquakes will continue until the process of the saturation is completed for all islands. Look at right here. The minor earthquakes will continue until the process of the saturation, is completed. Alright. So when the process of the saturation is completed for all islands, which includes everywhere on the earth, then the greater judgment will commence with fireballs. We already see fireballs beginning, because the fireballs is an indication of this prophecy fulfilling now. Right? So the fireballs happening right now all over the earth. There were a fireball in Venezuela, a fireball, two fireballs fall in Trinidad, and they're covering it up and they're hiding it from the public. You know, they don't want the public to know. You understand? So what they're doing is they're trying to discredit the things that I'm teaching you, but still stealing what I'm teaching you and putting it into their own words, as though they are the ones who truly get this divine word from the creators. You understand what I mean? But I'm telling you, there's something coming for them. Honestly, there's something coming for them. So you see in there, judgment will commence with fireballs. We already seen fireballs happening. So again, the minor earthquakes, right? The minor earthquakes will continue, right? The minor earthquakes will continue until the process of the saturation is completed. So once the process of the saturation is completed for all islands, then the greater judgment will commence with fireballs. It's not comet. Comet do exist. The word comet is a deception from the real truth of fireballs being sent down from heaven, just like what happened in Sodom and Gomorrah. You know what I'm saying? Let's go on to the second verse. The final saturation is on the way. Alright? To complete this process, to complete the saturation phases, alright, around the earth, alright, so that must be happening. So the final saturation is on the way to complete the process of the, to complete the saturation phases. Understand? So there is a phase also. So there's a phase
for the pole reversal shifting, there's a phase for the pole shift, and there's a phase for the saturation process. Right? And all the phases are 7. Right? So the saturation phases is 7. Right? The pole shift, the pole shift is 7 phases. The pole reversal shifting is 7 phases. So we get 7, 7, 7. All right. Again, to note that this is something that Yahuwah only revealed to I only alone. So I'm telling you something new. All right. The saturation phases is 7. All right. The pole shift phases is 7. Right. And the pole reversal shifting is 7. Alright, so therefore we will get 7 mega tsunamis going together with the 7 saturation phases, going together with the pole shift phases, and the pole reversal shifting phases are 4 7s. So that is completion of that is completion right there. Make sure you take note of that. Let's move on to something else. Alright, so make sure you check out my live streams to know more in-depth truth. Alright, make sure you watch my live on the Nether Marvin Torian page, in Nether Archangel Samuel page. Make sure you watch the live there, because Facebook blocked that. Alright. Do you know that that Devika is the one who reporting all my posts? Devika and her minions are the ones who reporting all my posts. Yes. And when you or I and you go to report her posts, her attack against us who in righteousness, there's no way Facebook not allowing us. Facebook is not allowing us to report Devika ass and all the evil things that she's saying against us. They're not allowing it because she is part of the Illuminati. So she getting away with murder. You understand? She getting away with murder, with attempted murder. You understand? She getting away with crimes above the head of humanity. She getting away with crimes that she should be locked away for. You understand what I mean? But that ain't happening. We are the ones who suffering to bring the truth out to the public, but nobody else is listening to us. They're running down the psychics, the pastors, they're running down the people of the earth for their oil, rather than run to me, who the only one who have the authority to state Elohim's ancient truth and to teach you the ancient phases of things, how Yahuwah does things. So when the tectonic plates, let me see if I could just move this around there. All right. So when the tectonic plate is partially oversetting, lifted, and when released, it generates a pull in the waves from out of the sea that is about 300 feet. I think it's about 300 feet, right? Just see what the other part will say. In the depths of 13 feet of water. Well, it's really 300 feet of water, but I put 1300 feet of water to distract the enemy, to confuse them, so that they wouldn't understand nothing I'm saying, and converts it into tsunami waves. I show you all already what is tsunami waves, so you all know exactly already what is a tsunami wave, right? You all should know by now what is the tsunami waves and how it's generated and stuff like that. All right. And the tectonic magnetic waves pushed in forward. There's no way that nobody knows about the tectonic magnetic waves. Those are things that I already spoken. Those are things that I alone speaks. Nobody knows nothing about a tectonic magnetic waves. Right? All of a sudden now you see Devi and them talking about magnetic, like if she fucking know what is a magnetic. You understand? They don't know nothing. They don't know what is a tectonic magnetic.
My point is, the people running after the wrong set of people. You understand? There's no way. Those are things that Yahuwah only tell me and me only. NASA and USGS, they don't know nothing about magnetic tectonic. They don't know nothing about a magnetic earthquake. They don't know nothing. They don't know nothing. All they know is what is the little knowledge that Lucifer gave them about earthquakes. That's all they know. I am teaching in depth. I am teaching in depth things that nobody else on the earth knows. I am teaching you things that nobody else on the earth knows. But there's a fucking hoe like Devika who continue to steal to reach out to people, right? Dying happening. She pulling people to her and her cult. You understand? But what I say to those people who following this influence of Satan, that when that time of judgment come, which will be in a few days from now, all of you will be bagged up together and suffer down the line. Because all I was following a witch, when I'm trying to tell you all, listen to what I'm saying. You need to make some changes in your life. And nobody ain't listening to that. Everybody just continue worshiping idols. She continue to push the agenda for the Illuminati. She continue to tell people worship Parvati, worship this God, worship that God, and people keep going with it. Now the time has come when Yahuwah will show no mercy to all those who worshiping idols. So all those who worshiping idols, Yahuwah will show no mercy at all. Yahuwah will show no mercy at all will be shown to those wicked, ungodly heathens of Lucifer. No mercy will not be shown to them. Cursed be all those who outside of the ark. All those who outside of the ark. Cursed be all those. Cursed be all those who are outside of the ark. Cursed shall be their step. Cursed shall be their step. Because that is what they choose. They choose a curse over righteousness. They choose a lie, which is a curse, which is a generational curse. They chose the lies of Lucifer. They chose the deception of Azazel. They chose the deception of Kali and all the other demigods in the earth. Cursed shall be their steps from now on. Cursed shall be their steps. They will eat the very bread that the devil needs. They will eat that bread from now on. And they will know how serious it really is. They will know how serious it really is. You understand? Woe be unto all those who love darkness rather than the light of Yah. Woe be unto all those in this hour. Woe be unto all those who love darkness rather than love righteousness, the light of Yahuwah. Woe unto all those who hate Elohim. Woe unto all those who hate righteousness. Woe unto all those who hate IMAYAH. Woe unto all those who hate YAHUSHUA. Woe unto all those who hate the creators of eternal life. Woe unto all those who hate the creators who created this world, who created the heavens, right, and who created the earth. Woe unto all those who hate the creator's Elohim. Your judgment will be swift. Very, very swift. And there will be no dog. No dog. You understand? No dog wouldn't even be around to be a help to you. That is how sad it will be. It will be so sad that not even a dog will want to come near them. Because the fear of death will be a stench around them. As long as they live in this life. As long as they live in this life.
as long as they live and they breathe the breath of the Most High, as long as they live, they are ungrateful bastards. They are reprobates, and they will be brought under judgment according to the law of the triune eternal family. This is the hour whence all those who reject the righteousness of the Most High, all those who reject the oil of salvation, they will suffer the undying. They will suffer the consequences for their actions. They will suffer it really, really bad. Yep. And they will know how serious it is, how serious it was. Because all those who talking left and right, they have no idea how deceived they are. They are very deceived. And they will suffer the wrath of the triune eternal family. They will suffer the consequences in such a way they will never see when it's coming. It will hit them like a domino effect. And then they will know that is YAHUWAH that speaks through Archangel Samuel. Then they will know that is YAHUWAH who decrees judgment upon this earth, upon this hour. And then they will know not to mess with the righteous ones anymore. For the Eden shall tremble in their boots. Oh yeah, they shall tremble in their boots. All they're studying now is lime. All they're studying now is fat and drinking rum. All they're studying now is running down hoes. All they're studying now is the worldly lifestyle. They're not coming into alignment with Elohim at all. There will be no eternal life for these people. All those Christians and Muslims and Buddhists and New Agers, Sky Watchers, there's no place for you in heaven. There's no place for you in the New Jerusalem. There's no place for you even on earth. And you will be cut off one by one. You understand? You will go in groups from now on, and you will see how dread YAHUWAH is, and then you will know how serious this time is, because people take things for granted. When YAHUWAH was pouring out his heart, when IMAYAH was pouring out her heart, and YAHUSHUA pouring out their heart, they laugh at them. Woe be unto all those who mock and scoff at the triune eternal family. Woe unto them. And beginning today, the 15th of February, shall judgment of the Most High, shall it commence with a boom, shall it commence from the east, shall it commence from the west, shall it commence from the north, shall it commence from the south. From today on shall judgment be upon this earth, because this world hates righteousness. They hate the creators. They hate Elohim. This world has become a place of such nasty, dirty stench. This place has become a place of wickedness, evil, and nasty vipers. This place is not a place for the righteous to be anymore. This place called earth is no place of refuge. Your refuge is the New Jerusalem. I say refuge. Your refuge is the New Jerusalem. That is where your refuge will be. So all those who don't listen, woe unto all those who pretend to love Yah. All those who just come on the live and pretend to serve Yah. They pretend to serve Yah. They pretend to talk about IMAYAH. They pretend to talk about YAHUSHUA, because they're trying to find a way out. You know, they only want to escape. That's all it isn't. All it is just to get escape. But behind my back, they're talking about Jesus this and Jesus that. Let me tell you something. One man can't serve two masters. You can serve YAHUSHUA and want to serve Satan. You can't serve Yahushua and want to serve Satan. You can't serve Yahushua. You cannot. You cannot say you're serving Yahushua, but you're sleeping with the devil. You can't say. You can't say that you is a worshiper of the triune eternal family. You can't say that you're walking in light, yet your life in line up in righteousness. So you're only walking in your own imagination. You're walking in your own flesh. You can't serve two masters. You can't serve two masters. You can't serve two masters. You can't serve or pretend to serve Yahushua but love Jesus, who is the devil. You can't serve two masters. You have to choose one. Choose one. Choose one. And it's either you love one or either you love Yahushua or you hate Yahushua, or you love Satan or you love Jesus. Right? You can't serve two masters. You see, pretending people, I know all who they are. I won't reveal the name now. But in a few days from now, I will tell you all those who are going to be left behind. Guaranteed 100% that they can't make heaven. They can't make it. Because although they were given many opportunities, they blow it. You understand? They were given plenty chances and they just blow it continually. Don't worry. That time coming, that day coming. Right? All jokes and fun. When that day comes, we will see all those who joking and all those who funning. We will see all those who was just blowing smoke and pretending to love the triune. We will see. You understand? Because names of a lot of people have been already given to me already. So I know all those who will be left behind. And I said already a couple weeks ago, don't let your name be on my mouth. Right? Don't let your name be on my lips. Right? All serious jokes, all those who joking, right? All those who love to seriously joke and laugh and grin and mock and scoff, that day coming for you. A matter of fact, it's already here. It's already here. It go begin today. Alright? You understand? And then you will know how serious it is. So once everything is in place, all right, for the tectonic magnetic earthquake, you hear a different term I'm using, right? You hear a different term. The different terms is in the messages, in the prophecies that nobody knows about on the earth. So once everything is in place, set in place, you see the word called set? Arrange. Set means arrange. Everything is set in place for the tsunamis to happen. Once everything is in place for the tectonic magnetic earthquake, the mega tsunamis will be triggered by the tectonic plates. Nobody knows nothing about this, right? So all those who pretending to talk about, they know about the tectonic plates and they know about this, and they don't know nothing, right? Those are divine words that was given only to me. But all those who don't want to believe now, you can believe soon, but it could be too late, right? Once everything is in place, then once everything is set in place for the tectonic magnetic earthquake, then the mega tsunamis will be triggered by the tectonic plates. Nobody knows nothing about no tsunamis being triggered by no tectonic plates. You hear? Nobody knows nothing about that. So all those who want to believe that I am the divine messenger, that is them. And all those who want to run behind the naysayers and the doomsayers of Lucifer, so be it. They could continue with that, right? But when that day of judgment come, you have nobody else to blame but themselves, you know.
In the council of the godly, and I see them in the sleep of the scornful, no. And the light is in the Lord, and the fullness thereof. Up and such a Lord, are you ready? Day and night, yeah.
Yeah, so right about now, let's go on, let's move on to the other part. Alright, once everything is put into place, then the mega tsunamis will happen and all this kind of thing. Once you all follow my prophecies, you will know exactly what will happen next on the earth. For my prophecies is an international prophecies which goes for all islands, all nations, even the ones that you don't know, even the ones that elites own or the elites take control over. Right. So now you know. So when that happens, it will be releasing the energy of the magnetic or the magnets. So now you know there are magnets. There are magnets, right? Magnets. They are magnets, right? With the magnets have different poles, all right, and each pole have a magnet. So every pole, like the east will have a magnet, the west will have a magnet, the north will have a magnet, the epicenter of the dome, all right, which is in South Africa, will also have a magnet in the center, and the magnet in the center of the earth will be the positive energy, and all the other magnets that is set up by the poles, they are mixed with negative and positive energy. But the magnet in the center of the earth, that is what will do the pole reversal shifting. I explained that to you all already. That is how the magnets will contribute to the pole reversal shifting of the completion for the earth. All right. So that will be releasing the energy of the magnetics of the magnets, right, to push and generate the tsunami. So Yahuwah will use the magnets. Yahuwah will use the magnets, right, to push and generate the mega tsunamis. All right. So that is how the mega tsunamis will be happening.
I dare not be ungrateful to Jah. Oh, I shall not be.
Shalom to Sister Kate.
No. I dare not be ungrateful to Jah. I shall not be ungrateful to Jah. If thy hopes are all can see, like a bird that says I be. Oh, the whole captivity, like a running stream is to me. Whatever we ask, well, I will do. Jamaica, I plain and blue. I will never fly up in Jamaica.
So remember early on when I explained specifically about a massive earthquake happening on the East Coast, right? So if you know where the East Coast is, you will know exactly where will be affected or where will be shift next. All right. So that's the reason for the small earthquakes happening, is in order to facilitate for when the mega shift happens, that everything will already be in place to crush these fuckers. So they will be crushed by the highest tsunami wave might be about 7,000 feet high. All right. About 7,000 feet high will be that tsunami. So that tsunami will be high as the clouds, by the way. It will be high, you know.
Who will declare my name? Who will shout my name in the middle of the nations? Who will take the shield of faith and the sword of my tongue and declare my name to a dying world? He who has declared me thus far will walk in even...
That's right, Commander Lauren, that's right. Each pole of the earth has a magnet. That means that the magnet is on the east, the west, the north, and the south. But in the center of the earth, alright, in the center of the earth, the polarity is very strong. It's way more stronger, right? So that will be the determined factor in the pole reversal shifting. So when all the magnets generate and the polarity is turned towards, when the polarity of the magnet in the center of the earth is turned towards the polarity or the determined factor, which is the one in the center of the earth, when all the other poles or the magnets is turned and face the main polarity, right? That is how the transformation will be happening. That just one phase of the transformation. So you should know, right, there is different phases in the transformation as well. All right. So I think there's about 12 phases in the transformation. So I'm just giving you all the different phases so that you know certain thing. All right. last year 2018, around May, when Hawaii had the lava explosion, when the volcano exploded and YAHUWAH made a tsunami or a river of lava, right, that running through Hawaii. And I told you all there are different phases that will be happening, and I told you all the different phases too as well. I think you can't go back and look at that live, but I have it downloaded, might play it sometime in the future again. So just stay close and to learn more in advance and to understand that YAHUWAH, IMAYAH, and Lord YAHUSHUA, they are the triune eternal creators. Alright? And that Archangel Samuel, it is indeed the fifth angel, all right, of the end time apocalypse, which is now presently, all right, the fifth angel of this end time apocalypse. All right, so just remain close to learn more and make sure that your lamp is full. Once your lamp continue to be full and your lamp is completely filled, then and only then you will be rescued, because you need the oil of salvation, and the oil of salvation is not unrighteousness. The oil of salvation is definitely not unrighteousness, right? The oil of salvation is righteousness, pure undiluted righteousness. The oil of salvation is the ancient truth that I teach you. The oil of salvation is the ancient truth of Elohim. That is the oil of salvation. Without the oil of salvation, you will never, ever, ever get into the ark. That is the rules. I don't make it. Elohim does.
Days are over, for the sands of time are running out. But my name will be declared in this final hour. I am Yahuwah, I am that I am, and my trumpet will soon call out. I formed the world with a whisper, oh, but I'm getting ready, I'm getting ready, I'm getting ready to shine.
So this is how the tectonic plates is partially offsetting to create major tsunamis, right? So it need to offset. Once it offset, it will create major tsunamis, as that is the first phase in doing certain things, in bringing forth a catastrophic disaster or disasters, or to bring the earth to end. Yahuwah have to offset everything. Everything needs to be offset, and then it needs to be put in place again. And when it's being put back into place, it will create major tsunamis, as well as mega tsunamis will come after when he actually add addition tectonic plates to create the offsetting, or to create major tsunamis and thing, major tsunamis around the earth.
It's the name above all names. Oh, and we will declare it. Yes, we will declare
Hey, what's up to you, Brother Frank?
it. It's the name above all names. And we will shout it to a dying world. I am Yahuwah, I am that I am, and my trumpet will soon call out. Oh, I formed the world with a whisper, but I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready to shine. It's the name of the morning, and we will declare it. Oh, yes, we will declare it. It's the name of the morning. And we will shout to a dying world. We will shout to a dying world.
All right. So as we could see, there, all right, as we could see, for a mega tsunami, all right, there's a lot of adjustments for a mega tsunami to occur. For a major tsunami to happen, there must be minor adjustments. Again, in order for a mega tsunami to occur, there must be a lot of adjustments that needs to be put in place. So if there had to be a major tsunami, if a major tsunami have to occur, there will be minor adjustments. When there is a mega tsunami to occur, there will be major together with mega adjustments being put in place to create that tsunami. All right. So for the mega tsunami and for the mega tsunami to occur, and for the major tsunami to occur, there need to be minor adjustments. The minor adjustments was the smaller magnitudes of earthquakes. So the smaller magnitudes of earthquakes will cause minor earthquakes to occur, which wouldn't be no sort of threat to the land. But when you have major adjustments going on, the major adjustments will eventually become a mega adjustment. Once you leave from the phase of the major, then you go into the mega. All right, so from minor you go into major, and from major you go into mega. So that's how it happens. For a mega tsunami, there is a lot of adjustments needs to be done in order for Abba Yahuwah ELYON, the Most High, to accomplish this great task. Now it is a great task for Yahuwah to do these adjustments. Again, it's a great task that Yahuwah have to do these adjustments. All right.
Holy Mount Zion, I'm coming home to you. Holy Mount Zion, I'm coming home to you. I face a lot of trials and tribulation, but to all of that I might still stand strong. Giving thanks and praise to the Almighty One, and looking forward to reach Mount Zion. And I might say, Zion, I'm coming home to you. Holy Mount Zion, I'm coming home.
So, together with the crust of the epicenter of the dome. Remember I told you all what the epicenter is. The epicenter is the epicenter for the earth, right? These people so stupid in NASA and scientists, all these people on Facebook who running on earthquakes and don't know nothing about earthquakes, don't know where earthquakes come from, how it starts and all kind of shit, and they believe in science and all kind of rubbish. You understand what I'm saying? The main epicenter for all other so-called epicenters that they call an epicenter is the center of the earth. The center of the earth is the main epicenter, and as I explain and I draw for you all already, I saw a demonstration. I teach for 4 hours straight on where the epicenters are. Draw it out for you, and people still following NASA and the bullshit. They're still following their lies. Right? The epicenters are special places where certain things will catastrophically happen. You understand? That's where the epicenters are. Explain all where the epicenters is on the earth. I explained it already, and people don't fucking appreciate. I'm not saying my brothers and sisters in not appreciate it, but saying all the others now. All the others do not appreciate this gift of mercy. They don't appreciate it at all. So that together with the cross of the epicenter, as I told you all already, right, the magnet is in the center of the earth, and when all the poles is switched or turned towards, when I use the word switch, it doesn't mean like it friggin' switch from the east to the west. It ain't gonna happen yet, right? For the east and the west and the north and the south, there must be catastrophic disasters. There will be disasters to occur because of the fact that Yahuwah is doing a major adjustment, right? So right now, Yahuwah is doing a major adjustment, and when the major adjustments completed, then he will do mega adjustments. When he begin to do mega adjustments, you know, mega things will happen, bigger events will happen, and it will happen not one place, but it will happen 3 places or 10 places, or will happen like 100 places at the same time. Right, so that's the reason why earthquakes, the earthquakes that happen, how Yahuwah is doing the shifting and the adjustments of the tectonic plates, adding additional tectonic plates. That is the reason why for the minor earthquakes that the reason why for the minor earthquakes being detected by the stupid Richter scale that they have. You understand? That is the only reason why. All right. But when the major and the mega things that happen, that the Richter scale will tear in half, because they wouldn't be alive. They wouldn't be alive to freaking even, they wouldn't be alive to even report the earthquake. They wouldn't be alive to report it. They wouldn't have time to report what's going to happen to them, guys. They wouldn't have time at all to report that. So together with the cross of the epicenter of the dome, center in alignment into to bring forth the supernatural transformation through Mama IMAYAH, RUACH HAKADOSHAH, the Holy Spirit. So together with the cross of the epicenter, which I already explained, of the dome, which is the center, in alignment to bring forth the supernatural transformation through Mama IMAYAH. So through Mama IMAYAH, all right, through the Holy Spirit, that is how the transformation will be happening. All right, that's the only how the transformation will be occurring.
They said I don't have no rights in a Babylon because I don't know how the West was won. Neither I can't change their plan. The West is controlled by the Ku Klux Klan. That's why I say Zion, I'm coming home to you. Teach the youths them right, but not teach them wrong. Jackal up on the youth, cause the youths are strong. Look to Africa, that I feel your mama land. And down to Africa, where you find Mount Zion. And I must say Zion, I'm coming home to you. Say holy Mount Zion.
Alright, so what I'm going to do, I am definitely not going to spend 4 hours teaching. No. I'm not going to spend 4 hours teaching you all. Might go up to about 2. Let's see what hours we have now. I will go up to 2 hours and then I will end the live. I'm not going to 4 hours anymore. It is very stressful. It is strainless on me. And it's unfair that I spend 4 hours teaching people and others coming and stealing it and then saying it's their words, right? It's time for people to open their eyes to know that Archangel Samuel is the one who speaks it over his life, and once he speaks something, it is so. You understand what I'm saying? And people to know that I am the main source, not freaking the people that who telling them certain things that they have no idea about. They don't know, they have no knowledge. They have no knowledge, and they never receive a tune of visions to know nothing about what's going on around the earth. Alright, so 2 hours live from now on. That's how it will be, unless if Yahuwah say we'll go over 3 or 4 hours. Nah, really, 4 hours is very hard for me right now. So I just go in 2 hours, and after I done teach out this, I will just end the live. You know what I mean? So that at least this teaching, this new teaching will be put into the bag so that people will know well, what next. You know what I mean? Because I actually plan to teach something else. I plan to teach something else, but I was just instructed, no, just go 2 hours. So I will just go 2 hours as I am instructed to go. And next time whenever I go live, I will just teach what I said I was going to teach from the beginning, right? Because it's long. It's a long hours teaching. All right. So yeah, it makes no sense doing 4 hours live anymore. You know what I mean? I know a lot of people, a lot of you all appreciate the 4 hours live, but I can't make it anymore. To actually be honest, you understand? I'm making 4 hours live and nobody ain't really showing that interest. So at the time going, right? So time going, so the timing for that changing, the timing really changing. But unless if Yahuwah say go 4 hours or 3 hours or at least 2 hours, I will do that. But after I done teach about this, I will end the live because people not appreciating the mercy and love and the grace of Elohim. That is the reason why the world come into an end in the first place, right? That is the reason why it come into an end.
I'm coming home to you. I cannot what the people of this world want to say, neither what the people of this world want to do. Many are called, but the chosen are few. What you gonna do when Judge call on you? I man says higher.
But I know some people wouldn't care if I go 3 hours or 2 hours or 1 hour or 4 hours. They just don't care. There are people who just don't care. You understand? They just don't care. They're only talking and saying, oh, they care and they care and they care, but they just don't care. You understand what I'm saying? That the kind of people exist today that needs to be completely, totally cut off from humanity. They need to be totally cut off from existence. So that's what's going to happen, you know?
I'm coming home to you. Oh, holy Mount Zion, I'm coming home to you. I faced a lot of trials and tribulation, but you all have that I must still stand strong. Still giving praise to the Almighty One. reach Mount Zion. And I man say, Zion, I'm coming home to you. The bingy man name says, Zion, I'm coming home to you. They said I don't have no rights in a Babylon because I don't know how the West was won. Neither I can't change their plan. The West is controlled by the Ku Klux Klan. Rastaman Zion, I'm coming home to you. Oh, Rasta says Zion, I'm coming home to you. One more time, Holy Mount Zion, I'm coming home to you. I cannot what the people of this world want to say, neither what the people of this world want to do. Many are called the chosen of you.
The New World Order has only created disorder. Unions are formed for men to speak as one. NATO to ensure that no one country has autonomy over the other. United Nations to address issues of war, famine and disasters. Commercially, NAFTA and WTO are designed to protect us from ourselves. But still, they do not deal with the real issues.
Treating the people like a piece of tissue. No law, them not deal with.
Treating our people like a piece of tissue. Now, them not deal with no real issues. Treating our people like a piece of tissue. Brothers and sisters are crying, feeling the pain. She's not abused, washed up her blood down the drain. I tell you, they're all in Babylon. It's obvious where I stand. They can't see reality of the best thing for men, and that's because they're not dealing with the real issue. Treating our people like a piece of tissue.
Alright, so let's go back there to that teaching. So this is the prime reason why. So this is the prime reason why for the minor earthquakes, which is 3.1, occurring daily everywhere as with the major earthquakes. The major earthquakes will lead up to the mega earthquakes. Alright, so first, Yahuwah began the earthquakes by doing minor shakings. And during the minor shakings, he do major shaking, which is not really that high of magnitude. In other words, what I'm trying to say is that there's a prime reason of the minor earthquakes. The minor is like the 3.1 or 3.4 or 4.1. The moment that it crossed 5.1, it is considered as a major earthquake. Again, the prime reason, the said reason or the prime reason for all the minor earthquakes occurring, the minor means 3.1, 3.2, 4.2, 4.1, 4.5, 4.8. But the moment the earthquake crossed 5.0 into 5.1 on the so-called Rapture scale, it's considered as a major earthquake. Alright? Don't let them trick you and talk shit to you and telling you a 4.4 is a major earthquake. No, a 4.4 falls under the category of a minor earthquakes. Nobody knows nothing about minor earthquakes, and nobody knows nothing about major earthquakes. They don't know nothing. They don't know nothing about the minor shifts, and they have no idea what is the major shifts. And when you actually put together, or you add, like if you add in 2 and 2, like if you add in 1 and 1, 1 and 1 is 2, right? That's what I mean. Like if you add in 7 and 7 is 14, you know what I mean? Like if you're doing addition, I don't like maths, but I'm telling you all, like if you're doing addition, this is how Yahuwah does shifts. Yahuwah add how much, like for example, Yahuwah say, okay, places like Trinidad receive 7 earthquakes. He will actually create a major shift he will create a major shift. And once a major shift happens and falls almost under the category of a mega,
Because, all right, when an earthquake reach, let me tell you how the mega phases is. First, let me teach you about the minor. All right, the minor earthquakes is like, it falls under the category of 3.1. 4.1, the moment it crosses 5.0 into 5.1, it's considered by YAHUWAH as a major earthquake. All right. When an earthquake happens on the Richter scale of 7.1 into 7.5, it falls into the category of the it falls into the category of the mega earthquake. Right? It falls into the category of the mega earthquake. All right. So again, let me just reteach you all that, and I hope that you all will take notes of this. All right. The minor earthquakes falls on up to the category of 4.4, 4.5, 5.0. After 5.0, when it goes to 5.1, it's considered a major earthquake. When it crosses 5.1 and goes all the way up to 7.5, it's considered a major earthquake. When it crosses 7.5 and goes up to 8.1, it's considered as a mega earthquake. All right. When it crosses 8.1 and goes up to 10.1, then it's like a extra. It's like a mega. Mega or double X mega. I don't know how to explain that to you all yet, right? Then it will be like a double X mega earthquake. When it crosses 8.1 into 10.1, it is a catastrophic earthquake. All right. So I just want to say this again because I revealing something new here, and I'm learning something too as well. All right. So when the major earthquake falls on the minor earthquakes fall under the category from the lowest point, which is like 1.1 to 5.0. All right. When it crosses 5.0 and enters into the stage of 5.1, it goes into the major category of earthquakes. When it leaves the major earthquakes category and it goes to 7.5, it goes into the mega category. When it leaves the mega category and goes into 10.1, it goes into catastrophic earthquake. So instead of saying double X, I will use the last phase, which is catastrophic earthquakes. So the 10.1 falls under the catastrophic earthquake. The 8.1 doesn't fall under the catastrophic earthquake. The 8.1 falls under the mega catastrophic earthquakes. All right. But the 10.1, the 9.1, 9.5, all right, 8.5 falls under the mega catastrophic, and when it crosses over from the 8.1 or 8.5 and goes all the way to 10.1, it is considered a catastrophic earthquake. Catastrophic means devastation. It means deadly. All right. So, you know, just keep that in mind right now. All right. Just keep that in mind of what I'm telling you right now.
So if I'm talking a little too fast, you could ask me to slow down, and I don't mind slowing down. Right? I don't mind slowing down. So if I'm talking too fast, just let me know. So now you know what is the prime reason of the minor earthquakes occurring daily everywhere as of with the major earthquakes. All right, it creates a shift to begin the execution. The execution is from the minor into the major, from the major into the mega, from the mega into the catastrophic. All right. Because with a mega earthquake, you could escape, barely escape, but with a catastrophic earthquake, you're dead. You understand what I mean? With a catastrophic earthquake, you're dead. You understand what I mean? The minor earthquakes is alright. You will feel a little jolt. Alright? Minor earthquake will do jolts. But when you reach into the major earthquake comes with a different setting. It comes with a different setting. So every category of earthquakes that happening right now happens under different categories. All right, you first heard it from Archangel Samuel, and nobody on the earth knows anything about this as usual. All right, so it creates a shift to begin the execution. All right, so it begins a shift. All right, it creates a shift to begin the execution of the arrangements of the tectonic magnetic plates. So that means that there is a difference between the tectonic plates and the tectonic magnetic plates. So that means that there are magnets, there are magnet plates amongst the tectonic plates. So it's called, Yahuwah called it the tectonic magnetic plates. All right. So now you know that there's a difference between the tectonic plates, which is the normal plates, and there's something called, which Yahuwah calls, the tectonic magnetic plates, which goes in between the normal tectonic plates in order to empower the magnetic earthquakes to occur, or the magnetic shifts to happen around the earth. That is the said reason. All right. So that is the said reason for the difference between the tectonic plates and the tectonic magnetic plates. And nobody knows anything about what Archangel Samuel talking about, but they love to steal what I'm teaching and steal the credit from Yah. Well, let me see how long they will keep it up. You know, let me see how long they plan to keep that up. And as the teaching said there, all right, it creates a shift to begin the execution of the arrangements. The arrangements have a lot to do with the minor earthquakes into the major earthquakes, into the minor, into the major, into the minor, into the major. If we realize there's only minor and major earthquakes happening, no mega quakes happening yet, right? Because after the mega phase, then the catastrophic events will happen. So that will tell you all, everything needs to be in a phase. Everything is in a phase. Everything must happen according to the will of Elohim, which happens in different phases, because in different phases is how Yahuwah completed his creation in the first place.
You understand? That's how Yahuwah was able to complete a certain arrangement or execution by doing certain things in phases. And as the teaching continues to state, it creates a shift to begin the execution of the arrangements of the tectonic magnetic plates. The tectonic magnetic plates is completely different from the tectonic plates. Just like the friggin' pole shift is completely different from the pole reversal shifting. They have no idea what they're talking about. You understand? They don't know one jack shit. Nothing about what I teach, because they will steal it and then put it in their own words because they think they understand what Archangel Samuel is saying, but they will steal it and put it in their own words, bringing a curse upon others. You can't take what is holy and profane it in that sense. You can't do that. You can't take what Yahuwah take out of his lips. You can't use what Yahuwah said out of his lips, which is holy, and then turn it into unrighteousness and then use it to do evil against the righteous ones. You can't do that, Devika. You can't steal my prophecies over and over and then now using the same words that I speak out of my mouth from Yahuwah, and then you're using it now to do evil against me. It will never work. You know why? Because all you're doing and all you're doing for your followers is bringing a curse upon them. So it's only a curse. You know, she actually influencing a curse upon the people of the Caribbean island, upon all those who listen to her cock and bull bullshit stories, all right, of lies. You understand? Using it to do evil against the righteous ones. It will never work against us, right? You can't take what Yahuwah said, which is holy, and turn it into profanity before the creators. You can't do that. It will never work. And I could curse you from now, you and all your followers, from now until forever. I could curse you. I could curse you stink as the day. I could curse you however I want. I will still enter into the New Jerusalem. Where don't know is through me one will enter into the ark. Without me one will never enter into the ark. So without I, nobody will get into the ark. So without me being the main source on the earth, nobody will have an opportunity to get into the ark. So I could curse you stink from now until forever, as you tell your people. I cuss stink. No, I don't really cuss stink. I just discuss in righteousness and teach people love, true love of the Creator, to reject the system of Babylon. But she now continue to push the agenda and for people to turn against Archangel Samuel, which is really a curse upon all those who hate righteousness. You know what I mean? So I could curse forever and I will still enter into the New Jerusalem. I will still be Archangel Samuel, the fifth angel of the end time apocalypse. I will still be who I say I am. Nothing will change. Right? Nothing will change. So if they who are her followers want to continue to live in darkness and have her walk all over them like a doormat, they could continue to do so, because they already sealed the deal with the devil unknowingly. You know, they already sealed the deal already with Lucifer. And when the arrangements is put into place, as you see in here, when the arrangements is put into place of the tectonic magnetic plates, that is when the pole reversal shifting will happen. That is when all the poles will begin to switch. When the tectonic magnetic plates be in alignment, as it says here, that it will be brought into alignment, right? That's what they're saying right now. The NASA and other people, USGS, they're talking about the Earth already shift and the North shift into Russia and all kind of bullshit. Let me tell you something. If the saturation ain't complete yet, there's no pole reversal shifting going to happen. Although there is the difference, there is the pole reversal shifting already happening. But if you listen to what I said earlier on in the live, when I specifically said there are different phases within the pole reversal shifting, as well as different phases in the pole reversal shifting. There are different phases of earthquakes and different phases of the tectonic plate alignment. There are different phases of events happening around the earth, different phases of disasters unfolding, right? There are different things unfolding on the earth, different things unfolding, but when the final phases for the pole reversal shifting has completed, that is when the tectonic magnetic plates will switch the poles, and then the polarity of the epicenter magnet will draw in all the poles and it will automatically switch. As I told you all, the magnets is aligned in a different way, and I think that I will be doing a drawing about this very soon. So very soon I will do a drawing of this, and I will show you exactly what I'm talking about. So very soon I will do a drawing like what I did, and I will do the drawing, might be on Facebook, who knows. I might do the drawing, and I will definitely show you all what I'm talking about. You can only get a pole reversal shifting on a flat earth. You could never get a pole reversal shifting on a spinning ball. So all those who believe in the bullshit of NASA and all of them and their lies, they could continue to believe in their lies. You know what I mean? All those in the Devika cult could remain in the Devika cult. Remain in that cult. The lake of fire is already prepared. Remain in all the different cults that you want to remain in. Remain in Yahweh cult. Remain in religion cult. Remain in Buddhist cult. Remain in New Age cult. Skywatchers cult. You remain in your cult. Right? You continue to remain in your cult. Yes. Yes. Is exactly what it is. Devika is running a cult. Yeah, she running a cult, as well as other members of the same cult, the Illuminati cult, running a cult. Is a cult they're running, guys. Is a cult. All churches is a cult. All Muslim temples and mosques is a cult. All religion is a cult. And if you open your eyes to see that all religion is a cult, then you should remain in your cult. Remain in your cult until the lake of fire burn you. Remain in your cult, because you don't want to come out from your cult. But let the saturation process complete. Once the saturation process complete for all the islands, you're doomed. Trust me, you're really doomed. So once it's brought into complete alignment, once all the magnets, once all the poles is brought into complete alignment with the main epicenter of the earth, of this earth, which is the center of the earth, the main epicenter is where I showed you the drawing a few days ago. I showed you the drawing last year. I showed you the drawing year before. I already showed you all the drawing of the tectonic wheel, and I show you all that the tectonic wheel could reverse all the tectonic wheel have a lot to do with the magnets, which could reverse the poles as well. That is what Yahuwah will be using to reverse the poles. There's a lot that people don't know. I'm talking about astrology and all this kind of bullshit, and science and all them kind of bullshit. Alright, that's just complete rubbish. I teach you the truth. That's what I mean. Alright, so when everything is put into place with the cycles of the celestial bodies, what is the celestial bodies? The blood moons, which includes the solar eclipse, the supermoon. All those things are celestial body. The sun is a celestial body. The moon is a celestial body. The foundation stones of Elohim is a celestial bodies. You understand? Lightning is a celestial body as well. You understand? Because those are things that the Creator created, right? And I already told you all how lightning is created. I teach you all every single thing that you could think about. Alright, for free. You understand? You don't have to go to university to learn about these things that I teach you all. Because you know you have to pay big money, and then you will have to stay years in school to understand what I'm teaching you. Which I teaching you certain things for a whole 4 hours. I teaching you a whole long book, a whole full book in 4 hours, where you might take years. It might take like 7 years or so to learn that whole book about geography and science and all kind of bullshit. I teaching you this in 4 hours. You understand? I teaching you a whole book and even more. You understand? I teaching you the things that people just go university for and pay one set of money to learn. Right? One set of money to learn and still don't know the truth, because they will never teach you the truth. The system will never teach you the truth because the system don't know the truth. The system knows nothing. They create their own religion, their own education, right, to deceive humanity. That's what religion did, create their own way, right? So with the cycles of the celestial bodies, all of these events will fall in line with a blood moon that will be coming on the 21st of on the 19th. All right, on the 19th of this month, February, there will be a lunar eclipse. So on the 19th of this month, there will be a lunar eclipse. There will be a lunar eclipse that will be in the night sky together with a supermoon. Together with a supermoon, it means that the supermoon indicates of the coming darkness, which will be the 23 days of darkness that will unfold, which I told you all about some years ago, about the 23 days of darkness. First, it was 3 days of darkness. All right, I know you heard plenty Christians talking about the 3 days of darkness. They heard it from me. They first heard about the 3 days of darkness from Archangel Samuel, right? They first heard it from me. But back then, I didn't call myself Archangel Samuel. I had different names to hide who I am in trying to reach out to people. You understand what I mean? So I told you all about the 3 days of darkness, and then Yahuwah add 20 days to it, which brings it to 23 days of darkness. Right? So Yahuwah add 20 days to the 3 days, which brings us to 23 days of darkness. So it's no longer 3 days of darkness anymore. It's 23 days of darkness that they will experience. Hence the reason for the solar eclipse, the lunar eclipse, the super blood moon, and all the sort of thing that occurring on the earth. So this month on the 19th, there will be a lunar eclipse to occur, as well as a super blood moon or a super new moon, which will also fall on the Shabbat of the righteous ones in Elohim as well. So on the 19th, there will be a lunar solar eclipse. On the 21st of February this month, there should be a solar eclipse occurring. So make sure that you take notes of this. This is something that I had written down, all right, but you need to take notes of it even into your book, so that when it occurs, you know that I already told you all what will happen next and what is the steps of judgment and the different phases, which includes the shifting of the tectonic as well as the magnetic plates at all those earthquakes occurring right now. So now you understand about the cycles of the celestial bodies within the dome. When the tectonic wheel, you see, look at here, when the tectonic wheel begins the cycle of the pole reversal shifting. So now we're talking about a cycle. We're no longer talking about a phase. We're talking about a cycle, and a cycle comes along every at least for a certain time, and a time that's when a cycle just come around. Right, I can't really explain it in the heavenly term for you because you won't understand. So I'm trying to explain this prophecy, which was given. I think this prophecy was given January. Yes, this prophecy was given on the. Let me see. This prophecy was given on the 21st of January 2019, and now it will be on. Well, now it's already unveiling in the from the 5th of February coming right down. This is where this prophecy going to fulfill. All right, to complete this wording of Elohim. All right. So with the cycles of the celestial bodies, which I already explained just now, within the dome. When the tectonic wheel begins the cycle of the pole reversal shifting of the islands and continents. So this is a cycle. This is not a phase. The important word here to note, it's called cycle, not a phase. A cycle is not a phase. A cycle is definitely not a phase. A cycle is a cycle, and a phase is a phase. All right, a phase happens like a domino effect. A cycle happens once in a while. You know what I mean? A cycle does happen. All right, a cycle is not a domino effect. A cycle is once in a blue moon, certain things does happen. But phase is something that regularly happens. You know what I mean? Of the pole reversal shifting of the islands and the continents. So the continents will also be removed and shifted for the 90 days that coming. All right, so the 90 days, we already counting down that 90 days. So we counting down the 90 days already. In effect from, I think, in effect from the 21st of February, in effect from the 21st of February 2019 Gregorian year. That is when we will begin to count down the 90 days. All right.
also, there's some really critical points, really critical things that are said on this live that people need to know, and people will have to go back and watch this live. All right, you will have to go back and watch it because it's so important to listen to what I had to say. All right, but some people just don't want to hear. All right, but let us continue to run after the evil ones. Let us continue. You know what I mean? That day coming. Does it make sense now? That's the reason for the minor and major earthquakes reoccurrence. That right happening over and over and over and over. Once all those things is put in place, once all those things is put in place, that is when everything will begin to unfold. So that's the reason for the minor and major earthquakes reoccurrence. All right, that's the reason why it reoccurring over and over and over and over and over. You understand what I mean? That is the reason why it's happening over and over again. All right, so the mega tsunami, to end it off here. All right, the mega tsunami 700 feet and above or higher, which will be higher by the way, will be generated by an unprecedented underwater supervolcano. The supervolcano is Kingdom Jenny in Grenada. We have one, Yellowstone is also Yellowstone is a mega Yellowstone is the mother of all volcanoes, so to speak. Yellowstone is the mother of all volcanoes, so to speak. The volcano in Italy, that volcano in Italy is the father of all volcanoes. All right, so that means there's a connection between Yellowstone and the volcano in Italy. There's a connection between the both of them, a special connection, because the mother of volcano Yellowstone is connected to the volcano in Italy, and the volcano in Italy have little children, and some of them little children is now awakened because they are ancient volcanoes which were sleeping for quite a long time, being dormant, not being used, but will be used for this end time plan that Yahuwah is establishing right now. So now you understand, you know, now you have a better understanding of the different volcanoes and why certain volcanoes erupts and some do not erupt, and why after 30 something years a volcano now beginning showing signs of eruptions and stuff like that. Well, it's in this prophecy and other prophecies before. It's there. And you will also know the reason why there are mega earthquakes, minor earthquakes, and major earthquakes, which also leads into the catastrophic earthquakes. So I giving you different categories, and I teaching you more in depth than NASA, USGS, the UE seismic, the universities. I teaching you more in depth, more advanced, more giving you more understanding of a lot of things that you don't know nothing about, you know. So to give you a better idea of why certain things happening around the earth, understand? So I helping you to understand that. All right. So to note that the earthquakes, mega earthquakes will be happening on different places, hence the reason for the minor earthquakes everywhere on the earth where there are earthquakes happening presently, right now, everywhere where there's a jolt felt, shaking felt,
where there, everywhere where there's a minor earthquake happening now, it will actually adjust into a major, and from a major it will adjust into a mega, and from a mega it will adjust into a catastrophic event, which will be history. You understand what I mean? Which will be history. And if I use the word history, you know what I mean. Right, so which will begin, obviously the prophecy say Bali, but I'll give you all a lot of clues. All right, I'll give you all a lot of clues. It's saying Bali here, but yes, it will begin in Bali. But that's just one of the places. It will begin in California. As you see in the thing there, it will begin in California, stretch right across the ridge of Washington DC, and then it will be coming down the road. You understand? And then the earthquakes will, then the tsunamis will double up to become a catastrophic tsunami. Right? So all you should also know that too as well, right? 700 feet tsunami is a catastrophic tsunami. All right, it means that tsunami will flatten everything in its way. All right, that is what I mean by catastrophic. So when I use the word minor and major, and then I use the word mega, and when I use the word catastrophic earthquake, I mean it will be devastating. It will be a devastating effect where people can't survive a catastrophic earthquake. They can't survive a catastrophic earthquake. They may survive a mega earthquake. Yes, they will survive a mega earthquake. Some may and some may not. But when there is a catastrophic earthquake, it will kill everybody. You understand? A catastrophic earthquake could kill everybody. That means it will be real bad. You understand? I don't need to read and spell for people who already went to university because you all know already what I'm talking about. Right, so to wrap up this teaching here, we only have about 3 to 5 minutes again. I just want to complete this and then wrap it up. All right, which will begin in Bali. That is the Indonesia side. All right, so it will be a domino effect tsunami. It will be a domino effect earthquake as well. A domino effect of the tectonic plates and the magnetic plates strining together or grinding against each other, something like that. All right, I would have to draw it out and show you all exactly what I mean. All right, so when I draw it out, you all know exactly what I mean. All right, so which will begin in Bali, but it will begin for the Caribbean islands. It will begin in Panama City, and from Panama City it will go to Caracu, and then from Caracu it will go to Dominica, which will form a complete triangle, which actually represent the triune creators Elohim. All right, the triangle represent the creators Elohim. All right, so from Panama City, then it will go to Caracu, then it will go to Dominica, and from Dominica then it will go to Grenada, and when it go to Grenada then it will stop, as I say already, it will slow down St. George's, and then it will build again to keep the status of the mega tsunami going. All right, and when it almost reach Trinidad, then it will stop and then it will build again. When it flattens Trinidad and all the other Caribbean islands, then it will build into a catastrophic tsunami. When it builds into a catastrophic tsunami, you know what I mean. Right, you know what I mean. A catastrophic tsunami is everything in its way being destroyed. People will drown, people will be electrocuted, and the list goes on and on, because seawater has an influence over electricity, which I will teach for some other time. Some other day I will teach about that. All right, so which will begin in Bali. Bali is in Indonesia, by the way. That is that part. Remember, I said that it will stretch from when it make the triangle, right? When it happens to the triangle, when it happens in the triangle formation from Panama City to Caracou, which is Curacao, from Curacao back to Dominica, and then it will form a triangle. And when it forms a triangle, now this triangle will activate, and when this triangle activates, then it will create a mega tsunami, and when it creates a mega tsunami, then it will go to St. George's in Grenada, then it will stop build, and then it will go to Tobago. It will flatten Tobago, it will kill everything on Tobago. Everyone in Tobago will die, by the way, you understand? And when it passes through Tobago, then it will go Guyana, which is a little way off the tectonic plates there. It will go to Guyana and flatten Guyana. And when it go to Guyana, it will go to Aruba and all those places that is on the triangle of destruction then. Alright, the triangle represents the triune eternal family. So when that happens in that formation, then it will come down, and when it reaches to Trinidad, then it will bounce against the mountain, the high mountains that it have down there in Trinidad. Then it will bounce against the high mountain in Trinidad, and then it will go to a different pattern. A different pattern will happen where it will go to CUBA, Carupano, and when it goes to Carupano, then it will split Carupano on all the places that needs to be split, and then the water now will gather to Sagonas in Trinidad. Then it will build, and when it build now, it will build into a catastrophic tsunami, and then it will flatten Sagonas, flatten Point Fortin, flatten all those other places that are said on the drawing that it will flatten. When it flatten those places, you know, it will be very deadly. All right, so we're talking about the east of Trinidad being the only place, and a little part of the northeast of Trinidad which will survive. Those people will experience fireballs. All right, they will experience fireballs, as well as they wouldn't experience the full brunt of the tsunami, but they will experience fireballs, and they will also experience the mud volcanoes which will be erupting. A lot of catastrophic and disastrous things will be happening during that time. But I know the south and the central of Trinidad will sink, completely sink, and those people will drown alive. You understand what I mean? So it's a serious thing, I'm telling you all. Oh yeah, and by the way, I spent real hours to get this live, although there's a video that I post out since for a while now. Although this prophecy came out the 21st January, I have other prophecies too. I have other prophecies revealing a lot more in-depth things, which I will be talking about in a time in.
but I will spend less time to teach about it. So that means that the live will come. The live will actually boil down to 1 hour soon. So soon the live will boil. It will boil down to 1 hour, guys. Then we'll go down to half an hour, and then it will just boil down to nothing. And then that is when catastrophic things will be happening then. But for now, if Yahuwah tell me to do 4 hours, 3 hours, 2 hours, I will comply. You know what I mean? But I know I already crossed the 2 hours. Right now, but I have to complete this in order for the complete teaching for today to be to soak into his spirit. Once it soak into his spirit, all right. So the 700 feet tsunami is considered to be a catastrophic tsunami, not a catastrophic earthquake. Earthquake is different from a tsunami, by the way. All right, so that's to let everyone know that an earthquake is different from a tsunami, because a tsunami is not an earthquake, but a tsunami could be generated by an earthquake. Tsunami could generate an earthquake as well, but we're not really going to talk about that today. I just want to complete that. So which will begin in Bali, Indonesia. All right, and then it will rise over Lombok. Lombok is in Indonesia, and it will flatten Sulawesi. Sulawesi had a tsunami recently in last year, Gregorian year. There was a tsunami in Sulawesi, which I already predicted and prophesied as well. And the central and northern eastern Java is in Indonesia as well, with a tsunami of lava which already began. Recently there was a volcano in somewhere in Hawaii, which it formed a river of tsunami, it formed a tsunami of lava that flowing into the sea, which is flowing into the sea, which is actually feeding other volcanoes around Indonesia in order to bring forth for the sinkholes and of lava to pop up in different places in Indonesia. All right, so now you understand. So this prophecy wasn't released on the 21st of January 2019. Alright, this prophecy was released in 2018 Gregorian year. It was released somewhere in December, I think, but it was not released on the 21st of January at all. Alright, so yeah, so the 21st of January this year, there were a lunar eclipse and a blood moon, which I already have a prophecy for that, which I already told you all about. If you all remember when I told you all about the prophecy that happened, remember the prophecy that happened? Yes, that prophecy that happened on the 21st of January, right? On the 21st of January, even before that, ancient volcanoes begun its cycle around the earth of erupting. So if you go back and look at the volcanoes that erupted on the 21st of January, from 21st of January go back, you will see that Archangel Samuel prophecy is indeed accurate, more than just accurate, by the way, then you will see that I know exactly what I'm talking about. All right. Then you see, all right, so the tectonic plates is being arranged to create the atmospheric shift in Indonesia and the Caribbean islands, which includes Indonesia. All the islands that have natural resources are part of the Caribbean islands and are part of the judgment of Yah. All right, hope we have an understanding there. And I hope I really hope that you all understand what I'm saying, and people will people will take the words that I'm saying and into their own words of misconception. Shalom to you, Brother Kareem. Hey, what's up to you, Robert Boodoo? And the pleasure is mine, Commander Karen. Thank you so much for taking notes of what I'm saying. Let the others who don't want to listen, let it remain how it is. Alright, but I'm telling you all, when that time comes, only those who are worthy will enter into the New Jerusalem.